Man,
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Pod Class on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
Yeah, I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetter, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Mic check. Peace. Greetings, everyone. Mic check. Check the room. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Okay, everybody can hear me. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let's get started, everybody. Let's get a little better lighting here. Put this up. Move this over. Okay, wonderful. Everyone can hear me. I see we have some people here tonight. It's gonna be excellent. Another excellent night. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let's get started. Let me check the room and see who's here, and then we will start with the affirmation and get into some very wonderful questions. That last video that was played, let me turn this down a little bit. Hold on. Okay, that last video that was played is actually the re-edit. That's the overkill version. The first video was the convincing version of the truth, and that video there was the overkill. So
those of you who saw that one and saw the last one, you can compare the two. And salute to all the brothers, salute to all the sisters, and salute to the good brother Jabari. Definitely, those who love him, seek him some. I think reishi mushroom, ginkgo biloba, gouda cola. Those things are good for memory. But the poor brother is now spreading the new. To escape the loss, he's now spreading that he's actually never debated me. So I had to put that video out there to let everybody see, everybody who chimed in, the trophies that we're going to be giving out, and the obvious fact that 2 years ago when I had a debate with that good brother, not a person, not a soul said that was not a debate. But the poor brother, he's either forgotten or he's deceiving. I'm not sure which one it is, but I'm going to, since he's a priest, as he said, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that it's just, it's either old age or maybe forgetfulness. It does catch up with people. So reishi mushroom and ginkgo biloba, gouda cola, good for short-term memory. Those are good. Acetyl-L-carnitine is a good alpha-lipoic acid. Acetyl-L-carnitine, those are good for to detoxify the brain. I take them too because I don't want to lose my memory either. But seek the good brother Jabari some help because he's obviously either lost his memory or so embarrassed that he lost to the invisible ghost man Tehuti that he's now saying that he never debated me. It's a Mandela effect. So that video cleared that up, and that's all I have to say about it. Peace and love. Let's see who's in the room, everyone. Who's in the room? We got Ma'at, daughter of Ray. Peace and greetings, Ma'at, daughter of Ray. Greetings and peace. We got the Sullen Rock Rashu. We got who we got? Oh, we got Ka, Antu, Anat. We got Nema. Greetings and peace, Nema. We got Harassed Did For Ye Culture. Harassed Did For Ye Culture. Peace and love. Robert Williams. Peace and love to you, Robert Williams. RPM. Peace and love, RPM. Who are we missing here? We got Stephen E. We got Stephen E. We have Anu. Brenda Castro. We got we got Chris Harris. Shout out to Chris Harris. Peace. Chris Harris. Yes, Chris Harris help tell the brother Jabari about ginkgo biloba and things that can help memory, because we don't want to misrepresent Kemet and make people think that those who represent Ma'at and Kemet are deceivers, so it must be memory loss. I know you're good with that, brother, so help him out with some let him know about reishi mushroom and other memory things that assist with memory to keep a sharp brain, because we have to be sharp out here as we're getting older. So shout out to Chris MVP Harris, shout out to you, shout out to everybody. Who else is here today? We have Revolution is a new name, Revolution Ka, who says Anki and Ma'at family. Shout out to Revolution Ka. I love that name. Very, very good. We got Jody. Peace, Jody. We got Jamie OX. We got D Baron DJ. That's an interesting name. I like that name. Let me see if I can do something else with the lighting here. Let me see if I can go up like that. There we go. That should be good. I'm just trying to get it out of my eyes. What did I say in that song? Stare directly into my eyelids. I'm half Elohim, half reptilian hybrid. But I'm trying to get this light out of my eyes. Okay, wonderful. I think I can see clear now. Wonderful. Shout out to everybody who's here, Andromeda, Miserabilis, and everybody. Cool. There's a lot of people here. Let's get started, everybody. For those who are new, welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Malkia Wamungu, I hope you saw a lot. Peace and shout out to you, beautiful sister. I hope you saw the last class. I was giving you a hand to access me for some of the big donation you gave with a 3-part question I'm going to get to, but I see some of it looks a little personal, like personal life journey or personal mission, and I wanted to you can reach out to me at Tehuti Brown. I'm only going to be doing about, like I said, 4 more one-on-ones, and then I'm going to be cutting them off and only doing it for the team. But I will hold my hand out for people that need some help, some one-on-ones, or to just have conversation and find out something. Shout out to who else is here? Black Pearl. I love that name. I was gonna actually give a female MC that name, Black Pearl. I love that. I love that name. We got Sharika Aru. Beautiful, beautiful. The sister that just came back from Kemet. She will be attesting some of her journey when we take the next break. And the beautiful experience that the sister went through. She's going to be speaking on that. Where's the team? Where's my team? Where's the team? We got Space Ghost. Shout out to Space Ghost. Mississippi's in the house. Shout out to Mississippi. Peace. Bijan Farrow, how are you? Oh, there's the team. There we go. There you go. We got Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. There's one person. Where's Ahati? Where's Menko Ara? Okay, yes, definitely get with me. Lucky that was last week's class. Strange is definitely here. Strange is here. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The X to the A is here. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We're in here, Saba. Wonderful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with the affirmation. This class, you see the background. I'm waiting for Rigo to come in. That's, of course, going to be the grand finale part of the class. Matrix Part 4. For the first time on the entire internet that I've ever seen, you will see the in-depth breakdown. Not the Matrix movie Part 4, but my fourth part. Wait for Rigo. Wait for Rigo. Okay, we're going to do the affirmation and get started with this beautiful class. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to all the podcasters, all the teachers out there, all those people who are spreading the truth as they know it. Each person has a truth as they were able to acquire it, as long as it brings people to conscious awareness. Shout out and peace to you. For all the negative people out there that have the negative, I see more negative videos about me, which is beautiful. Anki and Ma'at to all the negative videos that are out there, because as people seek Kemet and seek information, just the truth, as they see people with Ma'at in their name and Unks in their name, they'll be attracted to wanting to know what Ma'at and Unks and things like that are about. And then when they see the negativity, you gentlemen have nothing to teach them but how to fight, debate, fight, more fight. And not a teaching of any spiritual path. So what will they do? They will keep searching for, well, who is teaching about actual Ma'at from the papyrus? Who else is teaching about the Unks? Who is actually teaching and not fighting and angry? Oh, boom, the Tehuti pod class, wonderful. So the negative videos that are out about me are actually wonderfully helping me. So keep on spreading Ma'at forever. And I hope that you bring the Unk and life to the east instead of the west. Peace and love to all the beautiful people out there, negative and positive. We are here, and it's going to be a great class. We're going to go ahead and get started with the affirmation, the beautiful, wonderful affirmation that's actually been spreading worldwide now. It's in Trinidad, it's reached New Zealand, it's made the news, it's made live news, it's everywhere. We're going to go ahead and say the affirmation together and then start this beautiful pod class. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, Un and S, Nin Tet Aset and Ma'at, Min Hebapet and Ma'at, Her and Hu Hiui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful night. And night is day, isn't it? Let me introduce myself, everybody, and let's get started with the Tehuti pod class. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to all the beautiful people spreading the truth. Shout out to the brother in the room, Chris Harris. Shout out to anybody who has a podcast spreading the truth. Shout out to who's another positive. Who's more people? I'm looking, but shout out to any YouTuber who is actually tearing down the lies and spreading the truth, and hopefully staying out of the El Gossipito. That's a new word I just made up. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Brown Buffalo. Brown Buffalo. Shout out, shout out, shout out. Oh, you got Stepping Out the Matrix, my brother. You read it? He says this is one of the books that people are attesting to the PDF that I put out in 2006, and it started spreading across. Now people are purchasing it. It was just my personal notes that turned into a short booklet called Stepping Out of the Matrix. Shout out to the brother here, Sullen Rock, who says Step Out of the Matrix was amazing. For those who don't know what the brother may be speaking on, you can request to purchase Stepping Out of the Matrix, which is that PDF right there. And you can request Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can request both of those and get information on how to obtain them by simply sending me an email. Oop, hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Oh, they're trying to break out. They're trying to break out. It's a breakout. It's a breakout. Okay. Let me go ahead and put the email up on the screen. So that is the email. You can email me directly, or you can go to teachingsofma'at.org, the wonderful website that the brothers will be talking about when they come back on. And you can get the book from those two means, Step Out of the Matrix and Melanin Dark Consciousness, inspired as notes that I put together. Inspired by what I just wanted to teach the people, and having information and being threatened by Hebrew Israelites that Ron Powell talk. And I put several notes together, and I said, hey, let me put this together as if I'm teaching a class. And then it became a book, and now it's all over the place. All right, everybody. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for, I don't know, over 30 something years, 32 years maybe, I'm not sure, but I've been a teacher for decades and decades and decades, teaching the truth, teaching information, and most importantly, breaking people out of psychological matrices. I was teaching publicly for a long period of time, from Canada all the way to Atlanta, all over the place, teaching all over North America. I'd come to the realization when I was quite young that information needs to be sourced. I was all about the source. What is the source of what the people say? I tapped into my ancient self, which everybody here has the ability to. I tapped into my ancient self, and I started probing truth to try to find out how all these truths come together. We're actually going to be doing a class today on a past dream life flashes that a brother was having, that we're going to do a class on, and that actually is what promoted me to become extremely interested. Was because when I was a youth, my mother had told me that prior to me being born, she saw a whirlwind or some type of vortex-looking thing spiral into her womb while she was pregnant, and that it went in, then she went into labor, and then she had me. I was extremely interested in growing up to realize that there's some type of conscious energy that exists that is beyond the physical form and actually creates the physical form. As I went on my journeys and kept on coming into more realizations of the truth, capturing my ancient self, I decided to join an organization which at that time was called the Nuwabians. The information that they taught seemed to be in alignment with breaking people out of religions and bringing people to some type of source information at that time. It went through many phases, but at that time, that's what I had saw. I joined the organization. I quickly excelled to the very top, ended up being invited to live with the teacher at the time. We considered the master teacher at that particular time. Ended up being a live teacher with him, on stage with him. So I ended up getting to the position where that man would put me up on the stage, the video you saw earlier, and there'd be maybe 1,000 people coming from all over the world, and he would say, "It's your turn, go ahead and teach." And I'd say, "What am I teaching?" He says, "I don't know, it's whatever they ask." This actually started the pod class before there was an internet pod class, was the ability that I had to get up in front of anywhere from 100 to over 1,000 people and answer questions based on what they wanted to know about. Not based on what I wanted to teach them, but based on what they wanted to know about, because they are more important than me. That was my motto. that they are more important than me for their quest. I am more important than them on my quest. But if they're coming and asking questions and they look to me as a teacher, then at that time, they're more important than I. I am just a servant as a teacher. So I'm in no position to redirect their question, make their questions look stupid. There was no internet at the time, as far as there was no such thing as Googling things, Wikipedia, there was no YouTubing, there was no Reddit, there was none of these sources of information that people are using now. It was just me up there with several books on a podium and people from Britain, from Jamaica to all over Asia, where I don't even know where people are coming from, asking me questions. And I had to be sharp enough to answer with only having 1 or 2 hours to go from building structures to getting into the shower, washing up, putting on a garment, and actually teaching. There was no preparation time. So I'd be literally teaching, I'd really be building, putting up sheetrock, hammering in, trying to build the temples, build the structures. And then he would come and say, they're coming in about 2 hours, go take a shower. And that is what developed the Tehuti that you see here. A different type of development from your YouTubers who actually developed on the internet, which is fine. But my development, the reason why I seem different is because I could not break a sweat. I had to be calm. I was in front of 1,000 or so people live with the news there. News reporters were there. So I'd be on television if I messed up and started yelling or screaming or acting crazy. And there was no editing out videos. Like, you know, when you put on a YouTube video, then you put it on private. No, there was no putting anything on private. None of that. It was just whatever you did, and were judged thereof. So I continued to teach until we got to a point where the teacher at the time said that I was teaching to a point where I was moving beyond what he was teaching, and simultaneously at the time he was telling the whole audience and everybody in the organization that if they wanted to learn how to teach, go learn under Amenhotep, learn under him. And that created a lot of jealousy. There were times where I would go to class and he would actually ask me for things that I was teaching about. It created a lot of jealousy and discrepancy until one day he told everybody, watch this, brothers. At that time, I knew it was called snake style, but we didn't call it that back then. I just knew it to myself because I was always around serpents. So he said, go ahead and ask that question, a particular snake style type of question to me. And I asked him a question, and it let him see that I was moving beyond where he was kind of guiding everybody. He said I cared too much about my soul. And so eventually the other gentleman saw me teaching on the, it was something where the cytoplasm was pierced in a woman and mitosis began. And I was showing the journals and the scientific articles where mitosis began when the cytoplasm was pierced and pregnancy began. And the brothers said that was not coming from the teacher's information. It's actually coming from what he taught, but the article actually went to the journal itself and went to the source. And so they brought torches to my whereabouts, to my living quarters, and they said, if I do not burn the books that are not coming from that particular teacher, then I have to remove myself from the teaching. And I said, that's not going to happen. The teacher told everybody they should teach like me. So of course, this was the beginning, as you see on the internet now, as you see Jabari doing and others, this is the beginning of erasing of Tehuti. That's actually where it all started. So they had to erase me. They wanted to pretend that I didn't exist. It must be a threat to people that I actually exist. So they tried to erase me. So what they did is they removed me. I got removed from the teaching. They took the DVD of my last teaching and they edited out my head and put another teacher's face on the body. So it's my body and it's another teacher that became popular. It's his face over my body. But if you listen close, it's me talking. It's not him. And this was the beginning of what they try to do to me, as they try to do to Akhenaten and others, is to actually erase me from existence. So I'm very familiar with what Jabari and others are doing. Erase Tehuti, because instead of just beating him in a debate or disproving him, it's better to just create that he doesn't exist. That's the better way. Just ignore him. I must have been sleeping when I said you won. No, you're actually fully awake. It was actually 5 times. But this is what has been happening since then. So I removed myself from that organization. I took the knowledge, the persistency and the dedication and discipline to studying knowledge of self, and I put it towards business, and I put it towards health. I put it towards exercising and fitness, and I started developing businesses based on that. So I had absolutely nothing in my pockets, nothing whatsoever. Left the organization with, I think, maybe $10 to my name. Left the organization, went and lived with my aunt. She helped me get a place, and I had absolutely nothing. I was looking in my couch for quarters because I was a single father to feed my son. But I was very much into being amazed by exercising and working out, and I was doing my little workouts as I could, but I started getting hungry because I couldn't feed the workouts. So I started going online to the fitness websites at the time, and went into the rooms and saw what people wanted, and I started studying and started teaching them about fitness. When they got faith in me, I said, hey, order these products from me, these fitness products, of which I didn't have any of them. I found out who had them all, who had access to them. The person said that they got a good vibration from me. Met that person by the docks. They definitely showed me the weaponry they had on them and said, if you share these secrets, I will plant you in cement shoes and put you in the waters here with cement shoes if I release the secrets. But he said he's going to tell me because he has a good vibration from me. Real straight Italian, long hair, Steven Seagal looking, weapon brandished, you know, the grease in the hair, everything you see on TV, the docks with the smoke. And so I took that information, studied that, took the access, and I started selling products. Made a come up, went back to the organization and got them into selling the products and into real estate. Started studying real estate, created a real estate company called Empire Estates, and I started getting people off the streets that were in that organization. And they ended up doing some foul play and ended up robbing me of tens of thousands of dollars through a bad business transaction after I got them out of homeless state. And then I realized it is time for me to go back to how I started, which was with my animals. That is Charlotte. This is I'm gonna call her Mamba. But this is what I was raised up on. And this is what I was around since I was a child. Hey, Shan, if you're in the room, there's the humongous version of Sheena, the humongous. And so I went back to just being around my animals. I ended up moving to Canada, and I was pretty secluded, just as my family went on the streets, performed. And then I moved to California. When I moved to California, I started performing on the streets, which I'm going to be talking about and showing some today. And there, while I was performing, I would have a large unk like this around me. And as I was performing, I would get people into knowledge and information. And then I met the brother that's in the room. His name is Ahati Ma'at. He took interest in what I was teaching. And he came every single day, almost to learn from me over and over and over and over and over and over again. So I developed a trust in him, and I took him to private corners and started teaching him privately. And eventually I gained the trust of him to bring him to my headquarters and teach him beside my goddesses, which no man was allowed to come anywhere near these premises. No, I was secluded to myself, so nobody came around me. Taught him, and over the years, the brother, I started going on Pal Talk, where you couldn't see my face and I was teaching. So the brother Ahati said, hey, I'm on YouTube and I'm seeing all these teachers. Even my goddess told me about some of the teachers that are on YouTube. And Ahati was saying, they need you on there. They need you on YouTube. Your style of teaching, the way that you teach, you need to be on there. And so at first I was uninterested, but then I said, well, I will go on if there's like little boxes and squares where we could talk to people. And he went out and found a debate group, and the debate group already had the boxes and squares called StreamYard. I didn't know of such thing because I'm not internet savvy. Went on there. They said they wanted to interview me. Went for an interview. Ended up getting challenged to a debate. In the interview, and I'm on there for an interview. I'm challenged to a debate. I looked at the flyer from an interview. I see that they put Tehuti wants all the smoke, and I was like, oh, what is this? What smoke is going on? So I said, okay, I'll take the debate. I've not debated like that. I debate in front of like 1,000, in front of people, real people. I don't do internet thing. So I ended up having the debate with him, beat him. He got basically thrown out of the league. He retired debating for a long period of time. And then the league kept sending me different names and different people, different big names. And I said, I don't know these people because I'm not internet savvy. Ended up debating them, beat them one after the other. And you'll notice now that as of this week and last week, they're all putting up videos now to try to remove those debates from me. They're all saying the judges were biased, and the bias, pseudo, the bias, or pseudo. The judges were biased. The bias, the judges were the biased. And so everybody is now trying to do a review. Tehuti versus Ankh West, the review. Tehuti versus, all in the same week. Tehuti versus Ankh West, the review. Tehuti versus the recap. Tehuti versus Jabari, the recap. Tehuti versus Judah Nazareth, the recap. All in the same week, and these debates happened years ago. But they all just got recapped last week. I thought things get recapped a week after or a day after they happen. I didn't know it happens 2 years afterwards. What's the recap for? So there's a way to erase me. So this developed into me going on to Sonnetter and debating Jabari, which I said I want to have a conversational debate. That's where the confusion came from. I said the way that I debate, I don't know about these rules, but I want to have a debate where it can be judged, but I want to converse. Like we can interact with each other because we should be respectful enough to interact. And so we went from there to Sonnetter adding time periods and rounds, and it turned into the time period round debate. And I was like, okay, I'll do that too. Whatever way we can do the debate, it's fine. I prefer interaction. So we had an interaction/round debate. Ended up beating him. And he's not even doing the recap. He's just saying it never even happened. Mandela effect. The Bernstein Bears, like it never even happened. So went on there, beat him, and then I went on to the Killer Priest podcast. Did an interview there. Killer Priest loved me a lot. Let me run the next show by myself with AD. Ended up running the show, interviewed Mighty Hebrew, and then from there I kept on answering questions from people in the Killer Priest podcast who is actually here today. A lot of people that are here today are from that show. So I was answering questions so vividly that the engineer decided to say to me, we need to pay you to come here. He took his wallet, dumped it out in my hands, whatever 20s were in that wallet, he dumped it out. He said, you deserve much more than this. We don't pay people. I want Killer Priest to pay you. That's what the engineer AD told me. He said, this is very special. So I ended up teaching, and then I was doing one-on-one classes with everybody, and then it became too much for me. And this begins what you're going to see here, which is the Tehuti pod class on the internet. So I'm doing the same thing that I'm doing now. I'm doing the same thing that I did back in 1996 and 1995 and 1998, but now this is internet style, internet version of that. So I told everybody on the Killer Priest show and everybody wherever I went, I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have, instead of you all sending super chats in, I'm going to have a pod class. I said, what do you guys call this? A podcast? I'm new to the internet. I said, well, I'm going to make up a word. I'm going to call it pod in a class. So this is the pod class. I'm going to call it a pod class, and everybody can come and you can enter the pod class for free. But because everyone was paying me for one-on-ones because of my level of teaching, you can come in for free. You don't have to do the one-on-ones, but instead you can send support, reciprocity. You're going to send in questions, and I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to invent something that has never been done on the internet before, which is I'm going to be quiet until somebody asks me a question, which means that I'm your servant. So you send in questions, and then I answer them. But you send in questions based on reciprocity and support. So the way that it works here, I'm going to put it on the screen. The way that this pod class works, for those who are new here, For example, we have, I said, well, you can send money in through Cash App, and I noticed that you can actually send a message at the bottom of the Cash App. So that's where you can actually write your question. So for example, we have Nito Campbell, who says, Superior Teacher Tehuti, he just gave $27 for support. Why are people giving so much just for my teaching, while other YouTubers are saying, hey, can you send me this for just some lunch money? Is because of the quality in which you're about to see happen. So that right there was just for support. That wasn't even for a question. Here's Black Alucard. Thanks for the knowledge again. So we have $27. Thanks for the knowledge. $45. Thanks for the knowledge. What type of knowledge is this? What type of knowledge is this that people are sending in Cash Apps of this amount to this teacher? Here's 20 from a minor. Here's a question. Importance of the totem and how to find a yours. So somebody's coming in asking about totems, which is very, very interesting because you don't hear Kemetic teachers talking about totems. So why would this person ask that? Because I have no limits in what you can ask pertaining to knowledge. Here's another $25 for appreciating. These are just appreciation. Thanks for the knowledge again. Another 50. And if you send in PayPal, you can actually write a longer question. So for example, Be Get Leisure sent in 50 and asked this question. And these type of questions led to me and him actually having one-on-ones because he wanted to be able to access the Netzerkert. He wanted to be able to access, and there's the Cash App right there for those who are supporters because I'm based on the supporting system. He asked about the Netzerkert. He said he wanted to reach the other side, and we started having classes on that. And then Renanette in peace, RIP to his mother. His mother died in his arms, and he's texting me, and his mother dies in his arms. And he says that's the only woman, the only person he could relate to that he loved. He said, Tehuti, I want to have a one-on-one with you on how to contact her. How can I see her after life, after death, as they call it. We did the one-on-one, and the brother came up to the Tehuti pod class and testified that he's now able to have interactions and contact with his mother in his room at night due to the lessons that I gave him and what I taught him outside of in the private classes, one-on-one classes. So that is the PayPal, that is the Cash App. You send that support because, I'm going to put both of them at the bottom, because all of us in this room, we've all supported our waiter. The man who just walked from the kitchen, or maybe about 25 to 50 steps to you, to hand you food that you actually already paid for. You actually already paid for the food. The worker who actually made the food is in the kitchen. And the waiter picks it up like this and walks over to you and sets it down and says, that's a nice cologne you're wearing. Nice outfit you have there. Here's your food, sir. Enjoy. And at the end of the night, each person in this room has tipped a 5 to a 50 to a waiter for bringing them the food that they already paid for. That is reciprocity. And they deserve that if that's what they do. And they get paid on top of that. The waiters get paid on top of getting their tips. And they just do. I believe, and from what my students are telling me, what I am giving you in these Tehuti pod classes, and what I am doing for people's lives, such as that brother there, having him access his deceased mother, the brother Menku Ara, who I quadrupled his financial database and income, a sister who may be in the room a little later, who from my inspiration became a millionaire, people who have had out of bodies, people who have contacted their deceased, people who have contacted their miscarried children, all type of in front of me with them crawling on their shoulders, all type of things are being accessed from the knowledge and the in-depth knowledge that I'm teaching. So yes, there is support that should be given, or I won't be able to do these classes, because unlike the Matrix, who sets up a system like school where they say you have to give first, you actually can't walk into a college for free. You cannot go into a university and sit in the class for free. You actually have to get tuition or a student loan or something where you actually prepay for money that's not even yours, $40,000, $50,000, and then you're allowed to go into the school. That's how the European does it. I'm basing it on a trust system, that I'm saying that based on the level of quality that you see me teach, as your brother, you will support, because you supported the Avengers. and Spider-Man and Play-Doh and the Gremlins and Santa Claus and Halloween and Frosted Flakes and Nike. All of those have been supported by everybody in this room by the hundreds of dollars, not by the $20 tip like you see Tehuti, by the thousands of dollars. We've supported all of those things and much, 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 much more. Hulu, Netflix, going to the movie, spending $70 out on the town. A little shot glass costs $8. And we buy 3 for that girl and 3 for that girl. 8 times 6. They drink it and they go home. They don't even give you their number. You're doing it in hopes that, oh, Bob, let's up light on the house. Good, the girls over there, you guys get a drink. You girls, and they leave. And they go home with the next guy that didn't buy them the drinks. So because of that, I realized that our people will support what it is that they actually want in their life. And if you want this type of information, the Cash App is TTMoon and PayPal at RockySV. With all of that on the table now, we're going to get into the very first question, the first supports that were given and the questions that were actually given, because I don't know what's going to be asked until it's sent in. Sometimes it's sent in during the pod class live, which I hope you all are doing right now. Cash App, TTMoon, PayPal at RockySV. And sometimes they're sent in from the last pod class, so I know what the question is going to be for the next one. But all of them are sent in without my coaxing, without me saying, hey, I pre-prepared for this. No, it's all live. I am the SABA. SABA is the doorway. You just open up the door and the information comes through. Let's go ahead and look. I'm going to go look at the support and donations given so far and see if anybody has been supporting. I see support already. I see a monster support right off the bat. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of the spam. Spammity bam bamity bam bam. Okay, good. I see huge support. Okay, let me go ahead and click this off. I got to click some of these off. Some of these have nothing to do with the podcast. Let me go ahead and show the. Okay, look at this, everybody. Right off the bat. Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna do that one first. I'm actually gonna do the first one that was a question first. Mankur Ra is actually the first one. It's in my email here, but there's the first question that was actually sent in. Let me go ahead and get to that one first, and then after this, when the brothers come on, I'll go ahead and do the Mankur Ra. And then we have something special tonight. I actually told a beautiful sister, Sharika, who went to Kemet, that she gets to come up to the pod class and actually discuss her experiences. She sent me a whole lot of images and pictures and things like that. What I'm going to get her to do when I take my next break is I'm going to get her to actually send me the ones she wants to show individually. I have so many. I do not want to even be the one to choose that I'm going to put whatever's on the screen. She's going to email me maybe 2 or 3 that she wants me to the ones that affected her the most, and then she's going to talk about the experience from those pictures and where she went, and inspire more people to take that trip if they like, or just to inspire people to show people the effect that it had on her. And I'm going to be doing that as a little special section of the Tehuti podcast, because my students do go to different lands and do send me back pictures and images from the great things that we built all over the world. First in Kemet, the beginning of spiritual knowledge on this planet. So, welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. We're going to get started. Let's get started right into the first question. Are you all ready? Press a 9 if you're ready. Press a 9 if you're ready. Let me put this as a small banner across the screen, so it doesn't actually cover up the answers that I'm going to be giving. Let me see if I can put this as a small banner on the screen. What's up, man? Okay. Let me see if I can find the banner and put the banner. I want to shrink this down and put it as a little scroll across. Here it is. Is this it right here? No, that's the big one. Where's the little scroll across? Scroll across one. Is this it? There it is. Okay, good. And I can get the big one off. And there it is. So at the bottom there, as you see at the bottom of the screen, you will see the Cash App, how you give your support, and you will see the PayPal. Shout out and peace and love to all those beautiful supporters. I see some monster supporters already started already. So we're gonna go ahead and get into the first question of the Tehuti pod class. Mamba, you ready? Are you ready? Don't bite them. She likes to talk, but not as much as her mate. Her mate talks more. These are the snakes that talk. You didn't think you thought the Garden of Eden story wasn't real? Yes, these are the ones. They talk. These guys are wonderful, awesome. Look at the sheen. All right, you ready? Let's go, everybody. Let me go ahead and pull the first question of the Tehuti pod class. Here we go, everybody. Let me pull it up. Okay, let me re-pull it up because the something plugged out, so I gotta restart it so I can find the question that was sent into the Tehuti pod class. I hope the brothers here. I like it when the brothers and sisters are actually in the room when I'm answering questions, so I can get their feedback. Okay, let's go, everybody. Here we go. You ready? Let me see. It's what's the first question that was sent in here? Oh, also, I want to let me give a shout out to those people who've sent questions that I've not answered yet, because there's so many questions that get sent in to me. They get done in a particular order. So Sharika has about 2 or 3 of them. That was I think from last week. Angela Gates has one about male narcissism. I have to get to that one. Okay, Primordial was answered. Of course, Malkia, got to get to hers. And Big Ed Leisure sent one about the pillars. And Menkura is down there. So shout out to all those who sent in questions. I got Sharika on the Teta set. That's actually going to be coming up for the next section of questions. Sharika said, I have to have a file just for her, which is true, because she sends in so much support and questions that I may have to have individual class with her or something, because she sends in stacks and stacks and stacks of questions. She's the one that sent in the Nike question. And then I see that Melkia is coming in right behind her with the $75 for 3 questions. So sisters are stepping up. So just give a shout out to all those. If you see that I have not answered your question as of yet, it's because they're all in an order. They're in a particular order. Sometimes I have to mesh 2 questions at once. Let me go ahead and look in the room for a quick second. Oh yeah, yes. The snake is dead. That's what the brother. I wonder if that brother's ever going to apologize for the lie. So people don't know what this comment is right here. The snake is dead. The poor brother. He called himself the West, the Ankh that's West. That's another. But the Ankh that's West. He was when I came into the Sonetter. It was the exorcism that I was doing by spreading my energy had him so shook, he didn't know what to attack with me. He didn't know what information. So he started saying, Tehuti teaches that ghosts build the pyramids. I don't like your hat. Look at your stupid hat. You say it. And I say, no, I never taught that. Who built the pyramids? My ancestors. I'm out of here. And then he left. He clicked himself off. He was so angry at me. And I don't know what it is that I did. Tell me you said ghosts build the pyramids. I said, I've never said that in my life. And then he said, I don't like your hat. The snake is dead. The snakes that you have, they're dead. It's a dead snake. It's dead. This is what happens when I meet the people that I have debated in the past, or just people that are of the Isfed energy. They actually don't know how to attack me, because to attack me is to attack the ancestors. So he actually came out live on Sonetter and said that the snake is dead. You're dead. From the Nitzakert. So the snake is dead. I wonder if he'll ever come out and say, man, I'm sorry, but he never will, because that's what Isfed does. Even something, and if you know that if somebody could see a living snake moving around, and somebody's so mad at you that they will lie and say the snake is dead, knowing that it's a lie, and they never come out and correct and say, that's my bad, I made a mistake. If he's not going to do that, then of course, this is a person that you can never trust with information that you really can't prove. Information from the past that you have to research. When you can actually prove and see a living snake in front of you, and the man will lie to 1,000 people saying the snake is dead, that is somebody that can't teach you anything. If they can lie about a snake that's moving in front of you, saying that it actually died, then imagine what they're saying about the past of things you can't look at in front of you. So that's what that comment there is about. The snake is dead. Snake is well alive, beautiful snake. Oh yes, Askari. Thank you so much. I have to go back. That's right, you're on there too. The Underground Railroad. Askari, do me a favor, my good brother, if you could, for me, please. Instead of me going back to the files, I want to put yours in a particular file. Go ahead and send me the screenshot of that question. You did send me that question. It's in another folder. Send me that, and I can just right here put it in the current folder. It actually got caught in another folder from the past. So just screenshot that, send it to me. I'll put it in the current folder. Thank you so much. You did send a question about the Underground Railroad. See, I have so much, ladies and gentlemen. People send me so many questions. It is it's hard to keep up. I'm the only one on the internet you can send these kind of questions to. So here we go, everybody. Let's get started. Thank you again, Askari, for that. Before I start this class, though, is Atef, are you in the room, my good brother? Are you in the room? Are you in the room, Atef? If you're in the room, Atef, if you could come to the screen just for a moment. I have to put I gotta put Mamba away just over there. I want to step away for just a moment. If you could come to the screen for just a moment, I gotta put her away, do something, and then I'm gonna get into this beautiful question. Look at this question, everybody, that got sent in. I finally got it pulled up. And the question for the podcast today is, MBB has a question in too. Very nice, very nice. It is from Raphael Gary. Beautiful, beautiful question. Oh, this is going to be a long one too. Oh, yes. Wait a minute. Raphael Gary sent me 8 donations at once. 8 $25 donations at once. Then he sent in another 4. And then he sent in the 2, and then we had to change the question because one of his questions already answered. One of them was unanswerable with the information. So we finally got it straight and finally changed it to this. One question he asked me was about Elon Musk, but unfortunately, I cannot come out and discuss certain people such as him with the information that I have. My YouTube channel would actually get shut down. That's for the private. YouTube would not be able to handle the information that I would break down on Elon Musk. You know how I break down information, and he and them have the power to definitely remove me if I were to really reveal what's going on that side. So I had to tell him to change the question. So is the brother Atef in the room? Let me go ahead and put the question in the room, everybody. Here's the question right here. Look at this beautiful question, just to show you the kind of questions that are asked. It's sent into the Tehuti pod class. Let me go ahead and put it in here. Where is the question here? And the donation, where's the donation? Right here. Okay, good. That's showing up on my screen. It will show up on yours soon. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do this and put this on the screen, on my screen, and then I can transfer it over to you all's screen so you can see this beautiful first question that was asked. This is great. This is a great one. Let me go ahead and blow it up so you all can see it. I want to make sure everything is nice and clear for you. Then here we go. In the room. There is Atef. Thank you, Atef, for coming in. I'm going to go ahead and show the question. Then Atef, you can talk to him for a couple of minutes. I'm going to put her down so I can have more access to my hands, and then come back and answer this question. So let me go ahead and put the question in the room, everybody. Here is the question. Look how beautiful this question is. It's actually personal. This is an example of how I help people with their personal life when it comes to their spiritual experiences. And let me go ahead and see if I can put this in here. So first off, actually, this is the donation. He had to change the question. So the question on the donation is actually not the question. I'm going to put that up separately. Because remember, I said we had to change the question. So let me go ahead and first of all give him his props by giving the shout out to his donation. So here it is right here. Shout out to good brother Raphael Gary. This question he changed as well. NASA the mothership. He changed this one. There was one on Elon Musk. And this is it right here. So let me go ahead and give the brother, I always give the round of applause. Thank you, good brother, for donating, supporting. This is an example of how we support each other on the Tehuti podcast. So thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Let's give this good brother a round of applause for the $25 that he donated. $25. We got 2 hands up there now. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Raphael Gary. And now I'm going to go ahead and put what the question is. Here's the actual question that he changed it to. And look how beautiful this question is. Let me see if I can put it up here. Where's this question? This question is it Chrome tab, Raphael Gary? That one right here. Look at the diversity of questions that you can ask of the Tehuti pod class. Here's the question, everybody. Let me go ahead and put this look how beautiful this question is. Let me go ahead and read it for everybody. I got to read it on my big screen because that on what you all see is too small. I remember you spoke about a field that was explained in, I believe, the Book of the Dead, if you recall. Before I was born, I was in a dark field with darkness behind me, and in a field of Europeans buried from their necks down in front of me, and my only option was to run through the field while the people who were buried neck down screamed at me. I ran through frantically, then I met my mother. Can you speak on the field spoken about in the Book of the Dead? Do you see how personal this question is? Do you see the level of trust that people have to send in a question to be able to divulge to me? And I know the other channels that Raphael Gary goes on. He goes on all the other channels, and they would laugh him right off of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Every channel that Raphael Gary goes to, every YouTube channel, if you were to post this as a question to those atheists and those so-called conscious brothers, they would laugh him off the stage. If he says he remembers a field of existence that existed before he was born, and before he was even born, he met his mother. And can I relate that to what is the field in the Book of the Dead? Imagine asking this question on the other channels. He would get laughed off the stage. But of course, here at the Tehuti pod class, he's going to get loved into the stage. So that is the question. I'm going to step away for just a moment. And it's about a memory, some type of memory that he's having of his existence before he was born. And each scene, there's a field, a dark field, Europeans in a field buried up to their neck, him running across. He keeps bringing up the word field. And then he remembers me teaching about a field in the Per Emharu Book of the Dead. What is some deeper information on that? Since the field in the Book of the Dead is also talking about a non-physical place. You will get that answer here and only here at the Tehuti pod class. I am about to step off for just a minute, put Mamba back. Hey, Tef, you want this to be the first snake you get? One of these? Can you bring this into the house? This is your introduction to the family right here. But I'm gonna go ahead and put her back. Go ahead and speak for a minute. And I'll be right back, my brother. I'll be right back, everybody, with this beautiful answer and question. Peace. 2 minutes.
Oh, tap. Peace and love, everybody in the chat. Can y'all hear me? I think my sound is good. Oh, tap to everybody in the chat. Peace and love. This is a beautiful, beautiful Friday. We're looking forward to a beautiful, beautiful class by our SABA. I'm going to shout out everybody in the chat. Shout out to all the supporters. Like, subscribe, and comment. welcome to the Tehuti podcast. This is beautiful, beautiful experience, man. I look forward to this every Friday. This actually makes my day. This type of learning and this type of knowledge, because y'all know what's going on in them other places. It's counterproductive. It's not productive at all. Shout out to them brothers, because they seem like they real intelligent, but that display, that behavior that's being displayed is not of excellence. So shout out to the best teacher on the internet, SABA Tehuti Amahotep Ra. Hail Hinu to my brother Hatima, Hinu to my brother Ani Fatah, Hinu to my brother Minku Ra, and shout out to everybody in the chat. I am so looking forward to Sharika Ray. Sharika Ray. I'm looking forward to you getting up on the panel, sister, and sharing your experience and your journey. It's beautiful to see all you melanated, beautiful sisters donating and supporting the truth, because that's what it's about. Because we have children, and we have a future that we have to look out for. So if we're not supporting the truth, then we supporting the lie, and it's just that simple. So shout out to everybody that be sneak learning too. Y'all know the love is fake, the hate is real, man. Y'all see what go on when Saba be on them other channels, man. They fake love them, man. You know what I mean? But it's so disrespectful, because you know you only disrespecting the truth. It's not him. You debating with the ancestors, and you can't do that. You can't debate with the truth. So peace and love to everybody that support the truth, man. Peace and love to you, Shannon. Peace and love to Stephen E. Peace and love to King Lemural Productions. Shout out to everybody new in the chat. Like, subscribe, and comment like I said before. Shout out to you, Maheru. I was out of town when you shared that testimony, brother, but that was beautiful. And man, listen, this knowledge that we're getting dropped on our head. I say it's getting dropped on our head because it's heavy. It's heavy, man. This knowledge and this truth that Saba be dropping be heavy. It be real heavy sometimes. Yeah, it be bringing me to tears, man. I be crying as I be peeling back the layers sometimes, because it get a little scary. It really does. If y'all remember the breakdown that Saba did about the about the Dove soap, and he said it's so many things that he don't share because about all the products that he uses, because there'll be nothing. There'll be nothing left to use. So, man, listen, it's a beautiful time that we are in. Shout out to you, Maharu. That's right. We are reawakening. So that's what it's about, man. It's about expanding. And let me tell y'all something, right? I was talking with a gentleman at my job the other day, and he's a doctor. And he was telling me, shout out to you, Saba. I'm going to tell this story later. Peace and love. I'm looking forward to this first question. You're on mute, Saba. You're on mute.
Oh, thank you, my good brother. Thank you so much. Here we go. Thank you for coming in. We're about to get into this first question here, and then you can come back on. And when you come back on, the sister's going to be coming on with you, because Annie Patah can't come on until 9:30 my time. So it's going to be you and the sister and the other brothers. She'll be talking about Kemet. So it's going to be beautiful.
Looking forward to it.
Wonderful. Okay, everybody ready? Let me pull this up. Are you all ready? If you all can see me and hear me clear, press a 9. We're about to get into the very first question of the Tehuti pod class. Are you all ready, everybody? Here we go. All right, I'm going to put a big screen in the tab. I'm going to put you back in the chat. Peace and love. Thank you for coming on. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Press a 9 if you can see and hear me. I'm going to put the screen share. Press a 9 if you can see the screen. Coming up in a moment. There is the beautiful donation the brother gave, $25. And here's the actual question that he emailed for that. Oh, sorry. Here's the question that the brother emailed. And for those who just stepped in the room. And here is the beautiful question. Here's the beautiful support donation that the brother gave to the Tehuti pod class, right? here. Boom. He gave $25 to the Tehuti pod class. His original question was about the NASA, the mothership, NASA motherships. Then we narrowed it down to him changing this question, because you can change your question if you give me some time. You can send a question in and change it, like Harassed It for Your Culture sent a question in and then changed it for the Mennonite class. You can do that. So he actually changed this question. For those who are just seeing this, he actually changed this question to this one right here that we're about to get into. Yeah, there's always a lag. It's so strange. It'll thank you, Matt Donover. It'll come back. We'll see. Okay, here it is. As long as y'all can hear me, because once I put the screen on, it doesn't even matter if you see me anymore. Here is the beautiful question the brother asked. Here's the question again. I remember you spoke about a field that was explained in, I believe, the Book of the Dead, if you recall. He says, before I was born, I was in a dark field with darkness behind me and a field of Europeans buried from their necks down in front of me. And my only option was to run through the field while the people who were buried neck down screamed at me. I ran through frantically. Then I met my mother. Can you explain on the field spoken about in the Book of the Dead, the Per-Em Haru? Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? You all can hear me? We are about to get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Like I said, the good brother Raphael Gary, he's in all the other chat rooms on YouTube. And if he was to ever ask anything like this or bring up anything like this in those other rooms, he would be booed and laughed at, called pseudo the mythology, the pseudo right off of the stage. He'd be pseudoed out. He'd be Mr. Pseudo Man. The pseudo killers would come and all type of nonsense would come. So therefore, he sends his support over here. And those YouTube channels get zero support because they will laugh him off because they actually don't have the answer. So here's the answer. What is this field spoken about in the Per-Em Haru? And how does it relate to him having a memory of something that happened before he was born, and then seeing a person that gave birth to him, his mother? Are you all ready, everybody? Here we go. I hope my brother's watching. Shout out to Hika Kepara. Shout out to you. Rigo's here. Rigo, you know what's going to happen. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Here is the first question. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to X that out. We're going to X out this because that may slow us down. Okay, we're going to no thanks. Get this here. We're going to X this out. X out all the things that could possibly be slowing us down. So here we go, everybody. You ready? Y'all can see and hear me. We're actually going to, let me do this, everybody, really quickly. Let me actually X out all the boxes that I'm not using that will actually slow this class down. It may cause a lag. So we're going to X out Men of Excellence, X that out, X that out. Sumer versus Kemet. We're going to X that out. Per-Em Haru, you have to go to for now. We're going to X this out, X this out. The other X this out. More Per-Em Harus. We're going to X this out. Telepathy. We're going to X that out. We're going to X all of these out. You all have to get exited out just for now. What's this? The Laws of Ma'at. Laws of Ma'at. We're going to X you out. The Now of the Lotus. Monotheism. Matrix Breakdown. Matrix Breakdown Part 3. And we're just to here. Okay, good. We have X'd them all out, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. You should be able to see the screen coming up. My mother told same story about herself walking over people's head buried in the ground, and my mother told me she was from Mars. It would really have did it to her also. Yeah, they would have laughed at her off, so absolutely. So more people seeing these fields. So here we are with two people that don't even know each other. One sends me a question, Tehuti a question, and there's another student in the room who says his mother told him the same thing. She's running through a field. People are buried up to their heads. And this is where you get to express these things. So here we go, everybody. You ready? Here we go. Let's get into the answer here. We're going to shut down McCafe. I don't even know why it pops up. We're going to shut down 4K. Shut down. And here we go. Boom. You should see the screen right now. Here we go. Okay. What is this field that Tehuti discusses that one can exist in after death, or was existing in before coming to this earth? The wonderful aspect of this truth is that it existed and was taught before this physical me. That means the information that I'm teaching you is coming. I'm coming from what the ancestors say, not from Tehuti, but what the ancestors say through me and through what you can go research on your own. That's the beautiful thing about this information, is that it's coming from the indigenous people. And most people don't know about it because they have no faith in the indigenous people. They actually just have debates and conversations on commentary. So here it is. This information existed before this physical me. I am just bringing it back to your memory. Let us begin. Ready? So here we are. We're going to go back to 1250 BC to the Perm Haru. This class is going to be very deep. Get your pen and pads out. So here it is. This is page 237, Papyrus of Ani, 1250 BCE. Let me reap there. Let me eat there. Let me drink there, as they are done all upon the earth. Saith Asar Ani, Ani triumphant, or Makaru, which actually means to be steered through sound, has carried away Heru and Set. Look upon the building. There's the building, the Ket. We're going to break that down in another class. That's the pillar that Makaru is asking about. So there's the pillar here inside in the field, which we'll get into later. But there's the Ket, the building, or the pillar, something you build upon. In the field, the Seket Hetepet, Peseset, distributing. So the field of Hetep, the Nefu winds upon the divine Ba, the soul, this day, his day, in the divine egg he has delivered. And there's the Seket right there, the Seket Hetepu. So the Perm Haru speaks of a field. And in the beginning, it speaks about let me reap and let me eat there. Now, let's go. Here we go. So what is a field? Anybody know? Does anybody know? What comes to mind? Let me check with the chat, the audience. Type it in the room right now. What is a field? What is a field? What comes to your mind when you think of a field? Let me look in the room real quick. I like to interact with my audience. What comes to mind when you think of a field, everybody? What is a field? And also, on top of that, what do you do with your hands? What do you do with your hands when you're going to describe a field? What's the movement you make with your hands if you were going to describe a field? So Big Vapes put grass. Okay, good. Grass is in a field. Wonderful. A specific area. Okay, good, good, good. Grass land mass. That's right. And what do you do with your hands? You would say, look at the field. What do you, I'm not going to show my hands to give it away, but what do you do with your hands? So grassy land mass. Boots put ka. Okay, so grass, plants. Okay, Melkia. Okay, plants. So we think of pastures, open earth area. Beautiful. Everybody's beautiful. Farmland, spatial area for experience. Wonderful, wonderful. Field of reeds. Okay, good. So what everybody has, everybody's answer seems to have an area of natural reproduction. That's the one agreement everybody has. A fertile area. There's grass. People put plants. People put reeds. Place of beautiful green grass. Nobody's putting like brown dead grass. You all think of fertility. A vast space. The movement that you make with your hands is this. Look at the fields. So what you're doing with your hands automatically is you're never describing a small place. I want you to get that in your mind. So you never look at say your backyard in a little patch of grass and say, look at the field. It's not big enough. But you go like this. Look at the fields, because you're speaking of something that's spanning for a long period, a long space of area that sometimes goes beyond your eyesight. Look at the field. You don't call your front yard a field, do you? You could put a plant there. All the things that are described in this room are in your front yard. Grass is there, it's green. There's plants there. All of that. But you never go into your front yard and say, let's go to the fields. Because when you think of a field, right off the bat, I want you to get into your mind, it's a large mass area. Large spanning. It's something that spans away. Rigo put correct. That's right. Wave overhand. Yeah, spread them wide. That's right. The field. So you're thinking of something that's massive. It's bigger than your front yard. But let me show you what field actually really means. Why would this person see a field? And when these people see a field, it seems that they're seeing some type of fight going on. There's people screaming at them. People are buried. They obviously don't want to be buried. They're screaming. Maharu's mom sees the same thing. There's some type of, the field is associated with something else. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here you go. You know you're already going to be taken to another level. But it's not my level. It's the level of the ancestors. Here we go. Welcome to Pod class. Here we go. Boom. So what is this field? Okay, what comes to mind? Everybody put the same. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I love to interact. But look at this. Here it is. Field. We got pasture. Here's the same words. Open land. See? Cultivated land. Here are the fields. You see that? So we have some of the same words that we have there in the chat. You see? A flat place that's spread out. Pastures. You see that? Everything you guys put in the chat. All the field, the land mass, the earth, the pastures. So here it is. This is the field in Old English. That's field in Old English. Okay. Wonderful. Awesome. So when Tehuti teaches, this is actually a realm, a plane. You notice that, everybody? I want everybody to notice something. Tell me if you notice this. When we think of a field, we call it like a plain. Look at the plains of the Sahara. Look at the plains. Look at the big field where the lions go. We call it a plain. It's also the same word we use when we think of different vibrational frequencies of existence. The plane of thought, the mental plane. We're calling it the same thing. Does everybody notice that? I'm just opening your mind. So here we go. So when Tehuti teaches, this is actually a realm, a plane of existence where one will exist in the afterlife or has existed before coming to this earth, and is a mental vibrational realm and not an actual field that plants grow. And you may even do battle with vibrational words of enchantment to bring an end to the chaos and injury of souls because you are spiritually equipped. The skeptics, atheists say, come out and say, Tehuti, that's pseudo. You made that up. You made that up, Tehuti. You made that up, Tehuti. You made that up. A field is not non-physical. It has nothing to do with battling. It's not a place where you have to be equipped. It's not a place where there's injury of souls. It's not a place where you fight with vibrational words of enchantment. You made that up, Tehuti. I know you made that up. You know how I know you made that up? Because my dictionary says field is this. Plain, pastures, right? So you made that up. So Tehuti teaches actually a realm or a plane, a mental vibrational realm. Not an actual field where plants are. It's a realm with words, conscious vibrations of enchantment. That's an area where you do battle, you bring an end to the chaos. There's injury of souls taking place there because you're equipped, you're weaponized, you're equipped to do battle. Skeptics come out and say, Tehuti, that is pseudo, you made that up. A field is not non-physical. Okay, wonderful. The snake style has actually commenced. That's what I wanted you to say, atheists. That's what I wanted you to say, skeptic. Thank you so much. I appreciate you very, very much. First, I want to say that I'm only an echo of the ancestors. I am going to show you that this is what our ancestors say. Let me take you to the Purim Haru, 1250 BC, before anyone on this planet called themselves atheists or agnostics or any of those Greek attributes that Black people cling on to or sadly are proud of. I'm atheist, I'm agnostic, anything, you're everything Greek. Everything you call people is Greek and everything you are is Greek. I'm an atheist, I'm agnostic, you're pseudo. Everything is Greek vibrations, right? What's the Kemetic word for pseudo? Could you just tell me that, please? So here it is. Let's go back to the Purim Haru, 1250 BC. He has made an end of disaster. So right off the bat, you're in an area where there's an energy that's bringing an end to chaos, bringing an end to disaster from their children. He has removed the injury of souls. May I gain power over it. May I know it. I have sailed in the waters that I may come forth into its newts, into its areas, its towns. I have usur, I have power over my mouth, being provided enchantments, not to let them have power over me. The shining ones, not to let them have power over me. May I be equipped in their seket, their field of hetepu. What thou wisheth, mayst thou do. So here's an area where you're in a field. In this field, there's words of enchantment. There's a battle going on. There's someone curing disasters that's taking place. You're looking for power, for word of mouth, and you're being equipped. That's what the ancestors describe this field as. Boom. Now they will say, the skeptics and the atheists will say, okay, Tehuti, I don't care what the ancestors say. I don't give an F about the ancestors. Forget about the ancestors say. It's 2023 years after Jesus. You notice that some of the people always say when they try to escape what culture is, it's 2023. Every time they say that, all they're acknowledging is the power of Jesus. That's all they're doing. 2023 years of what? What happened? What does that mean? I don't know what. Come on, man. It's 2023. 2023 years after what? What happened 2023 years ago that changed time? Oh, Jesus. Oh, you're secretly an atheist Christian. Okay, good. So it's 2023 years after Jesus. I'm going to go by what the dictionary says, Tehuti. Forget about what the ancestors say about the field. They say the field is a place that's equipped. They say the field is a place where you get enchantment of words to destroy the negative disasters. Forget about that. That's all the spookism and the pseudo and the spookism and the mythologies. Forget all that. I'm going to go by what the dictionary says. What do I say to them? I say, perfect. That's what I wanted you to say. So what is the dictionary definition of field again? Is that what you'll go by, Mr. Atheist? What's the dictionary definition of field? Anybody know? Since the atheists will say, forget about the Purim Haru. It's 2023. I'm going to go by what the dictionary says. Well, here's the real definition in the etymology. Field. To go out to fight. From field in the specific sense of battle. The battlefield. Old English etymology. Field. Definition, first definition, to go out to fight. Now there's no more green, beautiful pastures anymore, is there? No more pretty plants happening. Now the definition in the etymology deals with fighting. That seems to coincide with what that Kemetic writing just said. Going out into a battle area. Okay, a battlefield. Now it's a battlefield. Boom, just like my ancestors said in 1250 BC. Snake style commenced. Now let us continue, everybody. Now we're going to continue with the field, because the actual field was a place that had those beautiful things after you did battle, though. After you did battle, then you got into the peaceful area. But you have to run through and get through the chaos on that side and go to war over there before you get to the peaceful area. The Christians removed that by telling you that as soon as you die, You go into the heavenly field. You go into this place where lions and calves, lions and lambs sit down to eat. Well, now that CERN has happened, now that they've changed history, the Bible no longer says that anymore. Now it says the wolf and the lamb. So you'll go to a place where the wolf and the lamb, because it's 2023. My grandmother, when she read that, it said the lion and the lamb. But it's 2023. It says wolf and the lamb in the same Bible that my grandmother read lion and the lamb. Okay, so this field now has lions and lambs and wolves and lambs living together, and everything's peaceful. But in the Medunetter, the field was a place where you would do battle first. You would go through tests first to prove yourself before you got to the peaceful area. And so thus battling was called a field. The battlefield, the first definition in the etymological dictionary, field, a place to do battle. No more plants anymore. Okay, let's go to it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here's where the concept of the original battlefield actually came from. It came from the Per Amharu. Got into your dictionaries today. So here it is. Okay. When I say there is a field, that is non-physical, that predates the physical world, that holds consciousness and can be affected by mental consciousness, the skeptics persist with, no, Tehuti, you got me on the ancestors associating afterlife with field with battle and showing that field in English also means battle area. But now you're taking it too far, Tehuti. You're taking it too far. You're trying to take a field to now a non-physical realm. That's pseudo, Tehuti. That's pseudo. That's not what the scientists say. And so the quantum fields, right? That's not what the scientists say. Well, our ancestors were saying there was a non-physical realm that exists beneath and within this realm that is a field, and in that area you do battle. It exists before the physical field and actually helps create the physical realm, and it's a field. And everybody thought field was a place where plants were. But now the scientists are saying, no, there's a non-physical realm of consciousness where consciousness actually exists, and it's called the quantum fields. I don't see any plants here. There's no plants here anymore. I see vibrational frequencies. I see wavelengths. What am I seeing here? Huh? This is the quantum field affecting the physical field, the physical realm. Here's the quantum field. Here we go. Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Let's walk you through. Now we'll go to physics.org because remember the skeptics and the atheists. Tehuti pseudo, and pseudo, no more pseudo. Well, let's go to physics.org. I hope a site that you respect. It says quantum physics experiment shows Heisenberg was right about uncertainty in a certain sense. Let me shrink this down a little bit. No. So I say that this field is an area of uncertainty because it's unlimited possibilities. Well, physics.org says the quantum field and quantum physics experiment show that Heisenberg was right about uncertainty in a certain sense. What does it say? Quantum particles are not really just particles, they are also waves. The word uncertainty is used in a lot in quantum mechanics. One school of thought is that this means there's something out there in the world that we are uncertain about. But most physicists believe nature itself is uncertain. It's a realm of unlimited possibilities that is non-physical in the quantum fields. Okay. Physics.org. Okay, here we go. Ready? So there was what's called the two-slit experiment. In this type of experiment, there is a barrier with two holes or sites. We also have a quantum particle with a position uncertainty large enough to cover both slits of it is fired at the barrier. Since we can't know much about the slits, the particle goes through, it acts as if it goes through both slits. The signature of this is the so-called interference pattern, quote unquote interference pattern, ripples in the distribution of where the particle is likely to be found at a screen in the far field beyond the slits, meaning a long way, often several meters past the slits. This is called superpositioning, okay? The quantum realm of all possibility, and is seen through the double slit experiment, which I will get to shortly. Okay. No way, Tehuti. Now you're trying to connect quantum field realm with consciousness? You're not a mental doctor or a scientist. You don't have a degree in physics, Tehuti. Pseudo. Tehuti says, wonderful. I don't need one. My ancestors were teaching this thousands of years before PhDs were even invented. Let's take a look at this article to see if the quantum field realm and consciousness are even connected. So is the quantum field realm and the mental plane or mental field, are they either the consciousness that is affected by quantum? Well, let's look at this here. Here's a nice article here. This is a Psychology Today by Robert Lanza. Let's see what it says. Oh, it says quantum effects in the brain, quantum physics, and the true nature of consciousness. Oh man, this must be some new age quack. I don't know, man. Quantum physics provides the key to how consciousness works and to how the mind is unified with matter and the physical world. Modulation of ion dynamics in the brain at the quantum level allows all parts of consciousness to be simultaneously interconnected. So quantum physics provides the key to how the consciousness works and the true nature of consciousness. So not only does quantum physics have an effect on the consciousness, not only is the quantum realm conscious, but the quantum realm provides the key to how consciousness even works. To understand how consciousness even works, according to this person, you have to understand the quantum realm, the unseen realm that interconnects and is inside and is under the atom that actually creates the atom. The quantum realm. Okay. And here comes a skeptic saying, oh, Tehuti, you're always sourcing these conspiracy fringe theorists to verify your ancient wisdom theory. Now you're bringing some random article by probably some quack theorist, New Ager, Robert Lanza. Who is that? Who would believe quantum fields affect consciousness? Who would believe that? Huh? There must be some fringe. I must be bringing some the fringe New Agers, because I'm rolling with all the fringe New Age pseudo people. So it must be, that's what the ACs say. Everything I bring, there's a rebuttal to it. And every time there's a rebuttal, I bring the ancestors. Oh, you don't want the answers? You want the scientists? I bring the scientists. And then they say, oh, Tehuti, you're sourcing fringe scientists. You're sourcing New Age movements, New Age people. Tebow says powerful information. Okay, so here it is. Say, oh, you're bringing Robert. Who's this Robert? Who's this guy anyway? Who's this? Robert Lanza. Who the heck is this? Look at him. He looks like David Blaine. Who is this? Who is this quack? I'm not going to believe what he says. I'm going to go by what the real PhDs in science say. And I respond, oh, Robert? Don't worry about him, Mr. Atheist. Robert? Well, he's just the medical doctor, chief scientific officer, and head of Astelli's Global Regenerative Medicine. You know, the first to generate stem cells using somatic cell nuclear transfer. Set up a debate with Robert. Set up a debate with him if you like, and tell us how that works out for you. Go set up a debate with Robert, the person that I'm talking about, combining that the key to understanding the conscious realm is to understand the quantum mechanics and quantum physics realm. Yeah, he's just the he's a medical doctor, but he's the chief scientific officer. The head of Astelli's Global Regenerative Medicine. Remember those things called stem cells? Oh yeah, him and his team are the first to generate stem cells using somatic cell nuclear transfer. So skeptics, go set up a debate with him and see how that works out with you. We'll set up on Sonnet, do 3 rounds, 15 minutes each. Here he is right here. Here's a guy that the skeptics are going to debate. Yeah, he does look like David Blaine, but this is Robert Lanza. Here's Robert Lanza, University of Pennsylvania, stem cell biology, cloning, tissue engineering, bioenergetic, biocentric universe, Astelli's Institute of Regenerative Medicine, Wake Forest University School of Medicine. Red guy. Just your regular guy. Just your regular guy. Okay. So here is his stats, and there he is. Okay. Go look him up, Robert Lanza. He's the one that says the key to understanding consciousness is to understand quantum physics, the quantum realm. Oh, remember superpositioning, an effect that the quantum realm, the non-physical realm of unlimited possibilities. Remember that superpositioning? Let's go back to that article by Robert Lanza. We're gonna go back to that article and see what he says right here. Here's Robert Lanza again. Oh, this is Robert Lanza. He's being interviewed by Barbara Walters. A regular day. I know you skeptics and atheists out there on the Conscious Channel. I know Barbara Walters wants to interview you, so you'll get your turn, but you'll get it right after Robert Lanza. So here it is, Robert Lanza. Let's see what Robert Lanza has to say. The answer is that activates at a subconscious level are in the quantum superpositioning. Here's Robert Lanza talking about the answers. Your subconscious level are affected by quantum superpositioning, meaning all possibilities simultaneously coexist. All possibilities on this mental quantum plane simultaneously coexist. But the moment the results pop into conscious awareness, a perceptible quote-unquote choice is made. This is the key, as explained in the new book, The Grand Biocentric Design. There are always many possibilities, chains of brain activities, but when the consciousness hangs up on one of them, subjectively perceived as the awareness of a definite outcome, this can now be mathematically described as a collapse of the wave function. Sounds like the Matrix movie, doesn't it? Thank you, Robert Lanza, for stepping in. They think that I'm pseudo, but thank you, and maybe you can introduce them to Barbara Walters one day, and they can you can interview them after you. All right, so that is Robert Lanza, the Chief Medical Officer. So boom, here we go. Okay, boom. So the ancestors acknowledge this quote-unquote field as a dimension that the conscious mind can affect, like modern-day scientists says today. Well, let me show you the word for conscious creation in the Medu. But before I do that, what is it called when someone is coming out of the Matrix? When someone's coming out of the Matrix, everybody, into knowledge, what is it called? What do they call that when somebody comes out of the Matrix? They come out of the Matrix and they came into consciousness, coming into knowledge. What is it called? You know what it's called? You all have heard this before. What is it called? Yes. Yes, conscious, woke. We will say conscious woke. That's what they say, the woke community. Now they can see. We'll say, oh, they're conscious. Oh, they're woke. Now they can see the truth. They can visualize what they want and manifest it. You've heard all these words in the conscious community used for people that are now coming out of the Matrix. Now they're woke. Now they can see. They can see the truth. They can visualize what you want, and you can manifest your thoughts. Manifest, yes, all words that deal with the I, which is the symbol of Ma'at, and is the actual glyph for Ma'at itself. The actual glyph for Ma'at itself is the conscious I. And here it is right here. This is the glyph for Ma'at. This is also called the Uwajit, but it is also the I of Ma'at, which is within there. And the Uwajit has the other things stemming from it, which represent the other senses of man and woman, which makes man and woman conscious, but they all surround the eye of Ma'at. It's actually how you spell Ma'at. Right over here. Here we go. So here's Ma'at, and there it is. Boom, the eye. Ma'at. And what does it mean? Sight, vision, something seen, things seen, vision, inspection, the eye. You see the eye right there? You see the eye? Sight, seen, Ma'at. Inspected. People just teach that it means true, but it actually means to examine something inspected. In order to do that, you must be conscious or woke. Now, the smallest amulet in the sunken cities section of the British Museum is the eye. It's less than 1 centimeter. Here it is right here. I had to blow it up, but this beautiful thing right here, is less than 1 centimeter big. Imagine trying to do that. Imagine trying to create this. Go look at your ruler and go get 1 centimeter. See how big that is? And then cut that in half. Make it less than 1 centimeter and create something as detailed as this without a machine. Go create something as detailed as this, less than 1 centimeter, and let it come up with all the details of something over here that is extremely large. This is large, and this is less than 1 centimeter. Is there any less detail in this one here? How was that done? This is less than 1 centimeter. Go look at your ruler and go look at what 1 centimeter is and create something of this detail without machinery, less than 1 centimeter. It is the eye of Ma'at. They must have some real good eyes. Here it is. And here's the eye, again, the Uwajit, the eye of Ma'at. And thus, this eye symbol is what symbolizes you, quote unquote, visualizing, creating something, then it manifests. Do you know what the word manifest means, everybody? What does manifest mean? Guess what the word manifest really means? Let me see. Let me go in the room, interact with you all, and type real quick. What does the word manifest actually mean? Anybody know? What does the word manifest actually mean? Ikep Ross says, wow, that looks beautiful, says Rigo. What does manifest mean? Solon Rock says to bring forth. Okay, to bring forth. What does manifest mean, anybody? We got Solon Rock says to bring forth. Wonderful, wonderful. Excellent, excellent. What does manifest mean? Yeah, beautiful eyes. Exactly. Less than 1 centimeter. People, you know what 1 centimeter is? You got to make something that detailed. With what tool are you using? If I look at something less than 1 centimeter, I'm telling you, my eyes get blurry. I got to be, let me get the magnifying glass. Let me take a picture of it on the cell phone and expand it. If I look at something, try to look at something less than 1 centimeter and put detail on it that's as precise as something the size of a wall. So, okay, create. Nana, fruition, says Jody. Nana Amun says create. Create, call upon. Rigo says create. Everybody's putting create. Speak into existence, okay? Create in the physical world, okay? Good, good, good. So it has to do with creation, right? Here we are again, everybody. Let me break the matrix and show you the combination of why. Why would the word manifest, you think in your mind, mean creation? And it actually means something else. It has to happen before the creation exists. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. Here we go. I hope you all really appreciate this, because this is something I was this was for me. But once again, you ask a question and I bring it out. This was just in my mind, my consciousness, for my personal rituals or practices that I do. But here we go, everybody. I love it that I'm able to share this. What manifest really mean? We have a lot of people saying create. Jody put fruition, which is also creating something. Create, to bring forth, create. What does manifest actually mean? Clearly revealed to the eye. Uh-oh. Manifest means clearly revealed to the eye, or understanding, open to view, comprehension, consciousness. Clear, open to view, understanding, revealed to the eye. But in our subconscious mind, we know it has something to do with creating. So what does I have to do with creating? Because not in English. But manifest means to bring something to understanding. Something takes place in the consciousness. Boom, manifest. Something revealed to understanding. The mind's eye. Consciousness. That's the mind's eye. Which that eye has to create it in the brain before it becomes physical and a part of this creation. But the word manifest meant understanding. It's something that took place within you. No one else could see it. When people say manifest means to create, people can see your creation. Manifest means fruition. People can see your fruition. Manifest means to bring forth, but that's because the real word manifest is the understanding of consciousness of your mind's eye seeing it first. The mind's eye has to see it first. Then it comes into the sight of other people. And that is why the word for create in Kemet is Ari, which is the eye. The question now is, there's a mental field that permeates and is intermeshed with this subatomic field. Let me go back over here. Let me shrink this down just a little bit. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything for all of you wonderful people. We have inspection, eye, mind's eye, manifest, boom. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Here we go. Ready? So here we go. Okay, so let's go. All this to break down a field. Okay, the question is now, is there a mental quote-unquote field that permeates and is intermeshed with this subatomic field that can affect its ever diversifying possibilities that we can tap into through subconscious memories? Well, we heard it from Dr. Lanza, but let me take you to an actual scientific quantum experiment. Has anybody here heard of the double slit experiment? Anybody ever heard of it? I'm going to go ahead and play a clip of it, play some of it, and I shall be right back. And you'll see something very, very interesting. Let me see if I have the clip here to play for you. Yep, I have it right here. I'm going to play for you the double slit experiment. So we can see what happens in the quantum world. This is double, okay. And we see what happens in the quantum world. Present, here it is, present. Okay, video file. We got it. And we'll see if the quantum world contains any type of consciousness. Let's see. Ready? Here we go. I'll turn the music off. We're going to play this video here. Hopefully it's okay to play. It should be. It's actually a copy of something from Oh, videos having problems sharing your video. Sharing again. 1 second, everyone. Let me try sharing again. Actually, I'll do it like this then. Let me bypass this matrix and let me see if I can go like this. Actually, go over here. Cut this out. Cut this out. Cut this out. Cut that out. Cut that out. Create a new one. Go back over here. Go back to this. Slide down and let's see if this works. And it is working. Hold on 1 second. Where are we? Oh, don't go too far. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Boom. Now I'm going to try to put it on the screen for you all to enjoy. Here it is. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let me go ahead and play this for you. This is for my good brother, RAFAEL Gary, who sent like 10 donations, 8 at once. And that's why I'm giving him this beautiful long breakdown, because this is about him understanding the field in the Per Haru. Here it is. Okay, good. Here it is for you all. Enjoy.
And here we are. The granddaddy of all quantum weirdness, the infamous double slit experiment. To understand this experiment, we first need to see how particles, or little balls of matter, act. If we randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen, we see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave, they cancel each other out. So now there is an interference pattern on the back wall. Places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and where they cancel, there is nothing. So when we throw things, that is, matter, through two slits, we get this, two bands of hits. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many bands. Good so far. Now, let's go quantum. An electron is a tiny, tiny bit of matter, like a tiny marble. Let's fire a stream through one slit. It behaves just like the marble. A single band. So, if we shoot these tiny bits through two slits, we should get, like the marbles, two bands. What? An interference pattern. We fired electrons, tiny bits of matter through. But we get a pattern like waves, not like little marbles. How? How could pieces of matter create an interference pattern like a wave? It doesn't make sense. But physicists are clever. They thought maybe those little balls are bouncing off each other and creating that pattern. So they decide to shoot electrons through one at a time. There is no way they could interfere with each other. But after an hour of this, the same interference pattern is seen to emerge. The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like a particle. But mathematically, it's even stranger. It goes through both slits and it goes through neither. And it goes through just one and it goes through just the other. All of these possibilities are in superposition with each other. But physicists were completely baffled by this. So they decided to peek and see which slit it actually goes through. They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of two bands, not an interference pattern of many. The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched. And it was here that physicists stepped forever into the strange, never world of quantum events. What is matter? Marbles or waves? And waves of what? And what does an observer have to do with any of this? The observer collapses simply by observing.
Boom! Collapse the wave function of the quantum world and the particles and waves simply by observing. Doesn't that sound exactly what Lanza just said about how the mind works? The way the mind works is the same way the quantum physicists are saying the quantum world works, and the particles are changing as if they're being observed. When they observe, then they change how they're supposed to be, which got scientists to understand that consciousness is actually existing and affecting the quantum world and vice versa, the quantum field. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Are you ready? Let's continue this ride. Let's continue this ride. Raphael Gary is here. Welcome, Raphael Gary. This is for you. Are you ready? Shout out to the new people, Rai Rilo, who stepped in the room. Shout out to everybody. Hika Kepara says deep. Rigo says wow. Here we go. We're going to discuss this field. What is this field that is going on? I hope you're here, Raphael, from the beginning, but here we go. We're going to continue. All right, press a 9 if you can see the screen and hear me clear. Press a 9 if you can see the screen and hear me clearly. Press a 9. Okay, let me go back in the room and see. I want to make sure because once I go, I go. There are the 9s. Raphael Gary was quick to press the 9. Thank you, Raphael. Here we go. This is for you, my good brother. Here we go. All right, so the question now, is there a mental field? The question is now, is there a mental field that permeates and is intermeshed with this subatomic field that can affect its ever diversifying possibilities that we can tap into? So is there, and we know the answer now. The question is, if you just answered, is there a mental field, not a place where plants grow, but a mental field, and it permeates and is intermeshed within the subatomic field? That's what Lanza, Chief Medical Officer Lanza just said, and that's what the quantum physicists say. They're intermeshed, subatomic field with the mental field, and it can affect its ever diversifying possibilities, which means it collapse on the one. That's what's broken down in the movie Down the Rabbit Hole and What the Bleep Do You Know? Okay, so of course it can. So instead of a question, there is a mental field that permeates. So instead of the question is now, the answer is there is a mental field that permeates and is intermeshed with this subatomic field that can affect its ever diversifying possibilities that we can tap into through our subconscious memories. Well, we heard it from Lanza, and I took you to the actual quantum experiment video that I just played. So boom. What made the change in the quantum field? What made the change actually? What made the changes? So what made changes in the quantum fields of endless possibilities? What made the changes? The electrons shot through the double slit experiment. There was an interference pattern. What actually made the change? Why did the electrons change? What made them change? What made them change? Here they are shot through again. Double slit experiment. There's hundreds of videos and research articles on this topic. What made the change? We discussed ma'at is the word to examine. It is consciousness. Manifestation means that which is understood and seen consciously. So it deals with visualization and seeing something in your mind's eyes. And here they are, the electron world, which creates the physical world, is changing. But what made it change? The eye. The eye made it change. Observation changed the electron world. The subatomic world affected by visual, sight, and consciousness interfering with its regular pattern when it was not being watched. There is the eye. There is the eye. There is ma'at. That is what the word ma'at means. It means to examine something. So boom, conscious observation, the conscious eye affecting the quantum field to create reality. What is the word for create and making in the Medu? Let me open your mind's eye. Let me take you to page 181, plate 37 of the Per M Haru. There's a word for creating something. Because remember, when I asked everybody, what does manifest mean? Everybody put create, right? Everybody put create on the screen. But yet when you look at manifest, it doesn't say create. It says to see and understand. We have here the subatomic electron world being affected by the mind's eye and the visual eye looking at it. What is the word for create? Do the ancestors know anything about this? What's the word for create in the Medu Neter? Let's take a look. We're going to go to the Papyrus of Ani, 1250, page 181, and it says, the town I become young in my province. My name is not setting. My name is Ba, soul, creator of new, making his seed in the underworld. What is the underworld? The Netzerker, that's the subatomic realm, that's the quantum realm. But how do you make your existence or make your seed in that realm? The word for making, let me wave my mouse over it, is the eye. Do you see that? That's the eye that affects things in the subatomic world, in the Netzerker, in the quantum realm, on the mental plane. Things that are not physical are affected by the eye. The eye is manifesting. The eye is creating, as you thought it meant, which it did mean in the Medu Neter, because the eye, which is manifest, means making. Where do you make this thing? It's not in the physical realm, because the Purim Haru is about a realm after you've already passed. It's the seat in the underworld, the Netzerkert. That's the non-physical realm you make with your eye. Just as the scientists show you that you can create and affect the electron world with your eyes, with consciousness. Boom! All right, now we're going to go to plate 27. Here it is, chapter of making transformation into the Seta. How do you make transformation? How do you change your shape in the Netzerkert? Arit, the eye. That's how you transform yourself in that realm. You make, create with the mind's eye, the consciousness. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, that is the reason why when we looked up the word for manifest, boom, manifest is clearly revealed to the eye, or an understanding. It is comprehension. It is consciousness. And we thought it meant creating because it's in our subconscious mind that the ancient word ari means create and to make something. And that is the eye, which is the symbol of manifest, which is to see with the eye, understanding the mind's eye. We have that in our subconscious. So when somebody asks you a question, what does manifest mean? You're actually answering it from a subconscious. You're not answering it from what the dictionary says. Nothing here about creating anything. It's the mind's eye comprehension, because the word for create was what took place in the mind's eye, making arit. That's how you create things, with the eye symbol. See right there? You see it? You see it? There it is, ma'at. So of course, in this quote unquote field, the preborn, that's the unborn, those who exist in that state before they get here, and those who exist in that state when they leave this realm. The preborn, all you have is your eye, your consciousness, that can help you see and fight enemies on that side as you are on your journey, or even make your way to the earth realm. Just like the brother Raphael Gary was saying, you're making your way to another realm, and you're going to meet your mother, but you're not even born yet, and there's some type of war going on. You're running over people's heads, and then Mahiru came in and said, hey, his mother told him the same dream, the same thing. She's in an open field. They're running across. There's people screaming. What is this dream people are having? What is not a dream? In actuality, you're past seeing the war that you went through before you even got here. This is the Netzerkert. The whole Purim Haru details these wars going on in that realm. So your consciousness can help you see and fight, because why? You're equipped. Remember, the Purim Haru said you're equipped in this realm, enemies on that side, to fight enemies on that side as you are on your journey, or even make your way to this earth realm. Guess what else Ari means? Guess what else, everybody? Now that we know all this, what else does Aru or Ari mean? The eye. What does it mean in the Purim Haru? The scroll of your journey through the afterlife where you do battle. What else does it mean? Ari. So it means create, which is also manifest in the mind's eye. It means to see. But what else does it mean? It says here, we're in the Purim Haru. What is Purim Haru? Plate 34. And it says, the divine fighters who keep guard upon life. Hey, look at that word for guard. Protection and equipped. It's Aru. There it is, Aru. Aru and Ari is the same word. It's really R. Aru, Ari. The same word for creating something, because you can affect the electrons in the quantum world with your conscious mind's eye. The same, and that's how you create things over there in that world. You can make weapons over there. You can create things. You can shape shift your body. You can do all these things according to the Param Haru and according to science now, because that's how you protect yourself. Because if you're not aware and you're in war, how can you protect yourself? So thus the same word for conscious protection is the same word for guarding yourself. Ari, conscious protection, and here it is in the Param Haru. Ari, keep guard. Guarding what? Your life. Because the field means go out to fight. From field, go out to fight. That's the field in the Param Haru. So your awareness of this part of your journey before you arrived here, you may have remembered as it's conveyed in your conscious assimilation as a battlefield where you had to constantly create weaponry in that realm. That's how you remember it, because the way that you remember things that you see in a world that you've never been to, your brain automatically assimilates it into what you've seen in this world. So there's colors that the visual light spectrum doesn't show you. There's images, there's creatures and beings over on that side, but when you see it over here, you say, oh, it looked like a snake or a caterpillar. Well, it really didn't look like a snake or a caterpillar, but that's the closest thing that you could describe. So when you come over here, you say, I was running across a field. There was some kind of war going on. There was people buried up to their heads. I went to meet my mother. I was fighting. I was dueling. I ran through a field, and then I was born, because you're assimilating with an explanation that you only have from English words, that your mind is picking up, trying to explain a mental plane, a quantum world of existence that didn't really have these specific things, because it was a wide field of possibilities, ever-changing quantum realities. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. I hope you all are appreciating this. This is why, for all the new people that are seeing this, this is why. Let me come to the screen a second. This is why. This is the answers that you get. These are the questions that you can ask here. I don't know what's going on anywhere else in the internet. I don't know. I'm not sure. If this is what you all see on all those other channels of everybody arguing and fighting, if this is what you see, then enjoy them. If you feel that this information affects you, affects your life, affects the afterlife, affects your consciousness, brings you into realms that you can help teach people, have a conversation with them. You can literally walk up to the next person and says, I'm going to manifest. You can say, hey, do you know what the word manifest means? Yeah, it means to create. Oh, actually, let's look it up. Oh, hey, it means to intersee. It means to understand, to comprehend. So where's that creation taking place? Oh, it's within you. It's your mind's eye. You create it there first in that subconscious realm. Then you bring it into the physical world, because the phone that you hold in your hand existed in somebody's mind as their visualization before you can hold it in your hand. So actually, manifest happens where nobody can see it but you first. You could say that to somebody and blow them away. They're like, yo, where are you getting all this? You can say, oh, and on top of that, guess what the word for create is? The ancient oldest word for spiritual creation. It's actually the image of the eye that you see people wearing. They say it's the eye of Ra, the eye of Haru, the evil eye, the eye of this, the eye of this. Oh, that's also the word Ari, which means create, and it also means to keep guard, because in that realm, you're creating weapon and creating things to keep guard in the non-physical world of quantum. You could say that to somebody and change their complete life. That is literally 40 seconds of this 1 hour answer. You could take 40 seconds of this class, tell somebody 40 seconds, and change their complete perspective. If that is valuable to you, if that means anything, I don't know. I'm going to go to Jamaica soon. I don't know. But if that's valuable to you, if that means anything to you, then please support what it is that I do, because I highly doubt you're getting answers like this and videos and references and Dr. Lanza and Param Harus from the other channels. But if this is something to you, then support and tip your waiter. Tip your waiter. The guy that just walked over and brought you a steak and set it down, you gave him a 20. If this is worth more than that to you, then please support, because this is what's keeping me here. Cash App TT Moon and PayPal Rocky SV. If you believe that this doesn't need any type of support, that this type of answer is not helping you at all, then I'm gonna tell the moderators, don't kick them out. Moderators, don't kick them out, because I want to see the truth. Moderators, you are not allowed to kick this statement out. There's 72 people watching, people in the chat. For those who are not supporting and believing that this is helping them, type in the room type, this is not helping me at all. Type it in the room. Let us see who you are. Type in the room, this is not helping me at all. This is meaningless information, and that's why I do not support it. Type it in the room so we can see you. And I promise I will not have my moderators kick it out. I will say, I apologize. The other YouTube channels are over there. May you please go. We're not going to kick you out. But if you're watching and this is benefiting you in any way, that you could help your son, your daughter, that you could help your mother, help yourself, help anything. If it benefits you, then please support. Cash App TTM Moon. It's at the bottom. PayPal at RockESV. If this is more beneficial to you than the shrimp that your waiter brought you, that you paid for. All right, let us continue, everybody. Let us go. This is what's going to keep me here, everybody, because this is the level of, I believe this level of answer is not anywhere else. I believe it. I don't know. I'm a believer. But if it is, type that in the room too. Type, I can go to this channel and ask them this question, and I get this answer. And that's why you, Tehuti, are just one of 1,000 to me. Type that in the room. We will not kick you out. I promise. Type it in the room, and I promise I will go there and watch and see if this type of answer is given. If not, then you're just being dishonest. I want honesty here. So here's the double slit experiment. You all see it. So what changes the mind's eye actually changes reality in the quantum realm, proven through the double slit experiment. They even put an eye. They show you that the mind's eye is what's actually changing reality, because that's actually what creates things on the non-physical realm before they become physical. And when you remember these things, you remember the original aspects of where you lived and where you visited before you even in this realm, or where you went to while you're having an out-of-body. Boom, observation, the conscious eye affecting the quantum field to create reality. The word create is Ari, which is also the exact same word for protection of yourself. Making, and it's also the same word for guarding yourself. The divine fighters. Do you see the man there holding the shield? You see the two hands in the shield? The divine fighters, what are they shielding? They're protecting you against Isfet. As you see things with your mind's eye, the Ari. See it right there? Ari. Boom. Welcome to Tuti Pod class. So in your awareness of this part of your journey, before you arrived here, you may remember, as it's conveyed through your conscious assimilation, as a battlefield or some type of open field. It represents what wavelengths would look like. Wavelengths or wave fields would look like this vast infinity of diversity, of unlimited possibilities. It would look massive in front of you. So thus the ancestors, and you see it in your mind as a field where you can actually go there and create things and change your conscious shape over there in that field. That's what our ancestors say. And now that I've taught you that this field is a realm that can be altered by conscious thought, because the quantum field is a realm of unlimited possibilities, and if you slip into that mental reservoir, you can remember your pre-life or your other life and create Ari, Aru. Guess what the followers of Ma'at and Kemet call this field? Let's see, everybody. Guess what they call this field? I call it a mental plane of memory where unlimited possibilities, where all consciousness exists, because whatever you see, you remember, and it exists, and it's in the mental plane. Let's look what they call it. Hey, look at this. Page 152 of the Paramaru. Hey, my dear. I have obtained power overstep the shining ones. I know even I, the ways, the secret ways of the SABA, the doors of the Seket Aru. Hey, look at this. The word for the field is Seket. You see that right there? Seket. Look what's after it. Aru. The field of conscious creation. See, my dear, love you. See. The field of conscious creation. It was there in front of you all the time. The Seket Aru. Aru, which means to make something happen, is the mind's eye, and it's also to protect. Conscious creation, the mind's eye, the mental field. That's the field that you're rising up in. May I rise up. Welcome to Tuti class. Boom, Seket Aru, the field of Ari, creative consciousness, the mental field. That's the field that it's speaking of. Can this quantum realm of conscious field be passed on to you in a sleep state or meditative state or as a memory? Yes, this mental quote unquote field is transferable from your past conscious memory to you. If you access this large quote unquote field within the mental reservoir, let me show you how this works by introducing you to Ingo Swann and the Schumann resonance ionospheric field of 7.9. Here is Ingo Swann, everybody. Ingo Swann, who actually worked for the government. And what did he do? Ingo Swann participated in experimental photography sessions at a party in which the photographers attempted to capture visual traces of subjects' psychic abilities in a blackened room. It was reported that Swann's photo showed a ball of light above his head, and this and other social interactions made him aware that he had psychic abilities that had first manifested in childhood and brought him into the world of parapsychology research. This is Ingo Swann right here, who actually worked for the government, Utah, Salt Lake College, Westminster College, Salt Lake City, Utah, and served for 3 years in the U.S. Army in the Far East, where they did what's called remote viewing, which is one-pointed consciousness, which is the ability to tap in to the mental reservoir and see what's going on without having an out-of-body experience. You don't have to go anywhere. You tap into the mental reservoir and you can see through the consciousness of somewhere else. This is what the government's doing. So go set up a debate with them, 3 rounds, 15 minutes, and call them pseudo and see how well that goes for you. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Tuesday podcast. So Ingo Swann in tuned his consciousness with the geomagnetic wave of the Earth's Schumann resonance and was able to see that which was held in the mental plane called the one-pointed consciousness or remote viewing. There's the Schumann resonance, right, from the Earth's plane to the ionosphere. And here you can even look it up, Schumann's resonance. In Wikipedia, Schumann resonance are a set of spectrum peaks in the extremely low frequency ELF portion of the Earth's electromagnetic spectrum. Schumann resonances are global electromagnetic resonances generated and excited by lightning discharges in the cavity formed by Earth's surface and the ionosphere. Extremely low frequencies. Those are the ELFs that they use in the Ingo Swann experimentations of remote viewing. They use the ELF waves, the same ones in the Schumann resonance from the Earth's surface to and inside of the ionosphere. And they even put out an article about an article came out on this mental reservoir access from the Laurentian University. Go set up a debate with Laurentian University and we'll see how well that goes for you. So Laurentian University, I guess they're a pseudo university, that put out the article Remote Viewing with the artist Ingo Swann, Neurophysiological Profile, Electroencephalographic correlates magnetic resonance, imagine MRI possible mechanisms, where they did the experiments and they put him at the stimuli of 7 hertz, 7.9 hertz. And he was able to sketch and describe verbally distant stimuli. You see how in here, right? Quiet chamber, and to sketch and describe verbally distant stimuli, pictures or places beyond his normal senses. Go set up a debate with the Laurentian University and call them pseudo. You will not, because you love the European. But when Tehuti says it, Tehuti is pseudo. Laurentian University says it, right on, Laurentian University. When Tehuti says it, it's pseudo. All right, wonderful. So Dr. Beck, it was Dr. Beck and M.A. Persinger, Michael Persinger, who did these experiments on the transference and tapping into this field of mental reservoir. And guess what they use to give access to the mental reservoir? What did they use, everybody? What did they What did they use? There were 2 people in separate rooms, and each was surrounded by an electromagnetic field. They were surrounded by a subatomic field, electromagnetic. Yes, it's subatomic. Yes, it's part of the quantum. Why? Because it's part of the 4 forces: strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, and gravity. The electromagnetic field is a field that is within the atom that actually controls the atom. They were surrounded by electromagnetic field that they can artificially control the hertz of 7.9 to 9 hertz, and they were able to pass on, boom, electromagnetic field. What did they do? The light was flashed in one subject's eye. The person in the other room showed brain responses as if they saw light flashing. Standing electromagnetic waves between the surface and the ionosphere. It has a frequency of 7.8 hertz, the same as Dr. 8 Beck's ELF waves. Remember the ELF waves of the Schumann resonance? Same ELF waves, same exact hertz, 7.8, and they use that, and the ionosphere surrounds everyone on the planet. So if they can put one subject in one room, and they could attune in controlled ELF waves, electromagnetic hertz at 7.8, and the thought could be transferred from room to room. Well, the ionosphere at 7.8 surrounds the entire Earth. So the entire Earth is the room, and the other part of the Earth, that's the other room, because electromagnetic interference has no comprehension of time, space, and distance. If it's that frequency there, it's that frequency there. It only goes by the frequency. So whether it's room to room or whether it's from here to China, that is how telepathy works. That is how it works, everybody. That is the field. They found that as long as the frequency was the same, the consciousness could be shared by both. And guess what Persinger identified this accessing of consciousness with? When Tehuti says the quantum world is the conscious world, where it's a mental plane where thoughts are held and thoughts are kept. And if you're on the same frequency of that quantum ever diversifying realm, if you tune into that frequency, you can now share consciousness and share thought. When Tehuti says it is pseudo, well, Michael Persinger and Beck at the Laurentian University, what does he say? Let's quote him. Persinger says, I think that's tremendous because it may be the first micro demonstration of a quantum connection, or so-called quantum entanglement. If true, then there's another way of potential communication that may have physical applications, for example, in space travel. He said this is a demonstration of quantum connection through the quantum field and the electromagnetic field. Boom, with the quantum field that can entangle consciousness to access thoughts or memories. I could have stopped this at any time, but I like Raphael Gary, and this was something personal, so I'm going to keep going. Thus, further to verify to you that this Seket Ari, because the ancestors called it Seket Ari, we already verified that Ari was the conscious realm of creation, creating things manifested through the eye. The Ari was a field of consciousness, an open field. Seket is the field. I teach that it's a mental plane, the memory reservoir. It seems like Dr. Beck knows it. The ancestors know it. Guess what the Seket means, though? Because remember when I asked in the beginning of the class, what is a field? Well, the word for field in Medunetter is Seket. But what does it actually mean? Could the people of Ma'at and Kemet, could they have been so advanced as to know and teach the world, quote unquote, heaven was a subatomic field of conscious memories where you can recall a non-physical life? Let me show you. Let's go to 1250 BC, Annie. Whether you go to Annie or whether you go to the scientists today, both saying the same thing. Okay, 1 second, Mom, but you're going to come up. Don't worry. Purim Haru, here it is. Oh, look at this. Chapter of Remember. There it is. There's the Sekau. There's the Sek. The Sekau, feminized, is Seket. Seket. Remembering his name in the Netzerkurt. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here's Seket, Sekau. What does it mean? What's this word? What's this word in Medunetter? Uh-oh. Seka. To remember. To call to mind. Commemorate. Person. To think. To think. Things are recorded there. That's what I say. Hey, look. Seket. Record. Record a decree. But it means mind, to think. Interesting. I say it's a realm of light, a plane, a realm of quantum where things exist. Hey, look, Seka, the heaven. What's this? Sechet. Seket. Oh, illuminated light. Hey. So it means memory. It means to think, consciousness. It means to record something. And it also means illuminated light. Manifestation means to be clear and have an understanding. Oh, look. Hey, Sekhem, light. To clear up. To explain. Welcome to the podcast. Welcome to the podcast, man. Oh, heaven, the stars. That's the Sechet. That's the Seket. That's the Sekau. Oh, the ancestors. Thank you, ancestors. Boom. Seket, Sekau. The very word for field, the Seket Aru, Sekau, is memory consciousness itself. The word is memory. Remember, we were the most advanced on this earth. And since this pre-life journey could have included you at war with negative energies, what could you have remembered? I have obtained power over the step of the shining ones. I know, even I, the ways of the secret door of the Seket, Sekau, Seket, which is the field of memory, Aru, creative, conscious creativeness, the I. May I rise up, and there be granted to me that I may come and overthrow the enemies, overthrowing the enemies in this realm, because there's a battlefield going on there. Boom! Seket, remember, the conscious memory field of our creation, unlimited possibilities of subatomic quantum field where consciousness of that world can cross over to your mental access, giving you the ability to see your mother, relative, friends, ancestor. Your mind's perception, even before you were born, either translates that as a field of peace, which is one possibility, or if there is a struggle in that realm, in the particular event, your unconscious access a memory of a battlefield. Hotep, I am done. That's for you, Raphael Gary. Let me check the room and see what everybody thought of that answer. That is my answer, and that is the Seket Ari. That is Tehuti's explanation of the Seket Ari, the conscious field of memory, according to the ancestors in quantum physics today. I'm going to put the link in the room so the team can jump in, and I'm going to and the beautiful sister is going to describe her visit to Kemet, and I'm going to check the room to see if anybody liked that answer, understood it, or if everybody's going to say me, Dr. Robert Lanza, Dr. Beck, Ingo Swan, Michael Persinger, the Laurentian University are all pseudo. We're all of us are pseudo. I love the pseudo. This pseudo world has the best guys in it. I'm with the pseudo crew. That's a pseudo crew. The chief medical physician, everybody's saying the quantum realm is affecting the physical world and has consciousness in it, and all of us are saying the same thing. They're doing experiments to spy, the U.S. government doing experiments to spy using Ingo Swan, but it is pseudo. I love this. I'm gonna call this a pseudo pod class. That's my new name. This is the best. If this is pseudo, I'm in the best world ever. This is awesome. I love it here. I love this. I love it here. Until the debate happens. Then when the debate happens, imagine saying all that about a pseudo, and then you debate Tehuti and you lose to him every time. That's horrible. You're pseudo. Let's set up a debate. And the winner is Tehuti. God damn. I just lost to the pseudo again. We got to get together, man. Okay, let me go and check the room and see what you all thought of the answer. Let me go and check it. I see Robert William putting up fire and hands. We have Maharu saying, this is why I love SABA and the pod class. This is the best movie show on the planet, talking to the ancestors. I knew Maharu would love this. This is right up your lane. Shout out to you. Let's see who else liked it. Shannon put fire. Right, Raphael Gary said, and turning around and going backwards wasn't an option. Rigo says, you are the best. Woo, Jocelyn said, yep, and this is why knowing Yep. And this is why knowing knowledge is so powerfully important. Rise your frequency and bring heaven, the mind to earth. Salvation is within you. Okay, you all seem to like this. You all liking this? We got Rigo putting boom. We got Angela Gates putting this is food for my soul. Tua Sabatuti. This is what I'm talking about. Thank you. If somebody who did not even ask the question, this question was asked by Raphael Gary. Imagine this, everybody. This is why I speak on. Oh, Annie is here, nice and early. This is why I speak on. If you are not even the one that asked the question, do you not appreciate enough to support it? If now, not you, Angela, but the 8,100 people watching in the room. Imagine the other people that are saying, this is food for my soul. So imagine going into a restaurant and somebody says, this is on the house. I'm paying for it. I'm paying for it. This is on the house. You go into the restaurant, you don't pay. And the waiter is bringing you the food. He's doing all type of tricks with food balls and doing all kind of juggling thing. But the other guy paid for it. Wouldn't you still tip the waiter? You had the money to pay for it, but you didn't because the other guy did. But you're eating the food. You're eating the food. This is great. This is not you, Angela, but this is food for my soul, which it is. So you're eating the food for your soul. Raphael Gary sent the question in, but the other people are eating. And then there's people saying, oh man, why would we tip Tehuti again if the other people did? And you're at the buffet eating up while the other guy paid for it. And the waiter's coming and you don't even tip the waiter. Absolutely. I appreciate you, Angela. And those sentiments you just said is exactly what this is. Everybody's eating at this buffet. At Tehuti's buffet, everybody is feasting. So if you feel, not you, Angela Gates, but if you, the audience, feels that this information affected you personally in any way, support the Tehuti pod class. Support with the answer that you saw because you're eating at the buffet. So tip the waiter, even though you're not the one that the one guy said, Puff Daddy came and said, it's all on me. And he paid for it. Drinks are on me. Dr. Dre and Drake, it's all on me. And the waiter's coming, he's doing his performances. And you're like, hey, he said it's all on him. So I'm not going to tip the waiter. No, tip the waiter because he's doing something for you. He's bringing the food for you. So if you appreciate it, people, and those who are doing, I'm seeing the support coming in. Thank you so much because this is what's going to keep me here. I am getting extremely close to the ability to leave. And I'm staying only to teach. Another magical effect is happening that is going to give me the ability, but I'll still be teaching the Tehuti pod class from wherever as I go. But I may do scuba diving. I may hang out with seals. But I am this far away because magic is happening and something is about to be dropped on me that can actually take me. And I'm saying, no, it's two things now that are ready to remove me from here. Two good things that say, you don't have to do this. We're going to have you well off somewhere else. I'm saying no, because what's Scribe going to do? What's everybody going to do? What's Angela going to do? Is she going to run back to church? No, I'm going to stay here and teach, but I appreciate those who support. So let me check the comments. Thank you, everybody who support. Big Vapes puts fire, 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 fire. Raphael Gary, the person who asked the question, he said, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, good. Photonic entanglement. Yep. Kimmy says some say that's how they found Osama bin Laden by remote viewing. These are things that the government is taking seriously, putting millions of dollars in. But because I'm not a part of the government or a part of some $1 million thing, if I teach it, it's easy to just say pseudo, while the government is actually fighting wars with this pseudoism. Thank you, government, for fighting wars and protecting us using this awesome pseudoism, because if we depended on the guys on YouTube to protect America, protect us here with all the scientists, the awesome scientists that are using high technology in warfare, if we depended on the black YouTubers, we'd be dead. So thank you for using the pseudo awesome remote viewing Ingo Swan high technology to protect us, because we would all be dead if we waited on Hetka Pata Shangamungo Engo Shingamungu Bengo. If we wait on that guy to protect us, we'd be dead. Well, he's in the YouTube Yusudo, and here comes something else to attack, and the government is using spies through this, and now I can use that to teach you to use it for your ability of superpower. Thank you, government, for proving that it's real to these non-believers. Thank you so much. Appreciate you and all of those. I can appreciate those who are for me and against me because everybody's helping me. I don't care if it's the government, the CIA, if it's the Muslims, if it's the Christians, if it's the enemy, the friends. That's why I'm always smiling because everybody is assisting me. Everybody that's trying to attack me, everybody that's donating, everybody that's calling me pseudo, all the government telling my daughter we're looking for, everything is helping me. So shout out to all the assisters. Annie, Nema says Tehuti. Kamit Hera Hancock, shout out to you, says deep. Big face. Okay, good. You all appreciate it. I'm glad you all liked it. I'm gonna step out the room. I have the link in the room. If the sister Sharika is watching, you can come in the room. And then when you come in the room, I'll be listening. Email me the particular pictures you want to share with the podcast. I'll put them on the screen share, and you can tell everybody about how those particular sites you went to affected you on your beautiful trip to Kemet. Israel Holy said, shifted my perspective. Thank you. That's all I'm here to do. All right, I'll be back. Brothers, take it over. PDDs.
Hotep, peace and love. Scribe, I hogged the mic last time, brother. Minku, Ahati. Shout out to you, brothers. Peace and love to the chat. Y'all know that was an excellent breakdown. Y'all know y'all not getting this type of information nowhere, period. And if you are, put the link in the chat. And I don't know what that does when he says that he's ready to leave, but I'm going with you, Saba. So, cause I just want to learn. I just want to learn something. And I agree with you, Sister Angela Gates. This is food for my soul, man. I've been waiting all day for this. I've been waiting my whole life for this type of knowledge, this beautiful wisdom that our wonderful teacher is giving to us week after week. So shout out to the best teacher on the internet. Hail Saba Tehuti Amahotep Ra. Hail Ahati Ma'at. Hail Minku Ara. Mary Ma'at. Hail Ani Patah. Peace and love, Hotep, to the chat. I'm going to let you brothers talk. And shout out to the sister Sharika. We looking forward to you sharing your experience. So come on up to the chat and share with us, sister. Peace and love, brothers.
Peace and love, good brother. Hotep.
Oh,
Hotep,
Scribe, you deep, brother. You deep, brother.
Okay, I'll come back.
Peace and love. Minku, you got some words you want to share, brother?
Peace and love to the brothers on the chat. Much adoration and praise and hail to Saba Tehuti for such an excellent teaching. It's an honor and a blessing to be connected to his powerful connection to the ancestors and the universe. And I love being in the University of Saba Tehuti, the master teacher. So peace to the chat. Much love to you, brothers. Ahati, something you would like to say, brother?
No, I'm just smiling at what you said, that you're honored. And you are, brother. You always emanate that type of spirit. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, I don't feel Saba needs to explain why he's the best. I know his work proves it. And to me, like Unc West and those guys, they're lower than roaches because roaches are operating in their natural state. And us collectively as a people, we're not. So there she is. Peace, sister.
Peace, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you sound excellent, sister.
Peace.
Go ahead,
Ani.
All right.
Ani, let me hear your voice, brother.
Mic check 1, 2.
Peace, you good.
Peace, good sister Sharika.
Yes. It's amazing to be a part of the live stream and, just feeling the brothers' energy, across the globe. And that's really something that was brought to my attention on my trip to Kemet. You know, even though I'm in North America now, it really opened my eyes. SABA was talking about, you know, manifest and vision. It opened my eyes to just the fact that there's always a part of me over there. And for some of us, there's always going to be that aspect of us that's over there. So for those of us that really get that opportunity to go, I say take it, and it's going to change your life. Like, there's so many photos and videos that people take, but when you actually put your foot on the land that your ancestors built, there's nothing that can block you or deny that. And obviously the current state of modern Egypt is not what Kemet was, right? It's a different culture that overlays it. But when you're walking through the temples, when you're walking through the tombs, it's just nourishing you. It nourished me in a way I had no idea I needed to be fed. Like, I didn't even want to eat because you're just feeling the sun. And I didn't want to eat because I was just being fed. And, you know, there's tour guides there, but I didn't need a tour guide. As soon as I stepped foot, I could feel energy just pulling me and moving me to places. So it was so beautiful. And, but with that, it brought a challenge, because there's millions of people that have walked through those temples, have walked through those sites, and, you know, treat it like, you know, something on a bucket list. So many people can go over there, but when you come back, it's, can you live the knowledge? It does nothing to go over there and woo, woo, woo. Oh, all the energy, and come back and go back to Isfet. It really makes no sense. So, you know, to everyone here, like, we have this opportunity to reclaim the language that our ancestors left for us. And that's something that this organization, that SABA himself is really giving us here. For me, a gate was open. And, you know, when you come back from a vacation, it's like, okay, when is normalcy gonna set in? Like the matrix, the routine, and the energy there is just like, a gate's been open and it doesn't have to close. It won't close if you return to Ma'at. Like, I got a taste of it, but now I have to live it. I have to make it and embody it in every aspect of my life. And that's really what this channel is doing. So anyone that feels called to it, like, recognize that there's a part of the truth that's inside of you that's speaking. Like, for me, who knows how many, Saba was talking about past lives. For me, who knows how many past lives I've had this same desire for Ma'at and the truth, but because of Isfet, because of confusion, because of lies and situations in the world, maybe I was in a situation where I couldn't get that knowledge. Here we are, 2023, and all of us have this opportunity to just even one Medunetter class, just take that chance, because it's, you know, $20. To me, it's worth it. I've only been in 2, but it's changing a lot for me. You know, I've gone down the rabbit hole of learning, you know, different teachers, but I have to say Saba's the first one, and listening to the pod class and in the teachings, it's making me get rid of a lot of shit, you know, pardon the French, but it's making me getting rid of a lot of the other stuff, because it's just the truth. So I could go on a bit more, but I'll let, you know, the brothers touch in a bit. And
Hey, greetings, Sharika.
Greetings.
Hey, okay, good smile. Nice, wonderful. I'm out of the camera now, but I can see you. I'm like a quantum particle right now, but wonderful. Wonderful. Beautiful words, beautiful, beautiful. I definitely want you to come up to the panel so I can put on the screen what you want me to. I think I have 3 pictures from you.
Yeah, I sent you a recent WeTransfer, because that one actually has a video as well. If you're able to pull that up.
I have it up right here. It has how long are the videos?
Maybe like 30 seconds.
Oh, perfect. I have them right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the
okay.
Play the video, and then you can.
Sure. I don't think I can see them though on the StreamYard.
It'll pop up in the middle of the screen like a screen share.
Okay.
I'll do it like this. Here's how I'll do it. I'll put it so that the audio actually comes from the internet itself. Let me go like this. So everybody, this is the wonderful sister who went over to the area that the followers of Ma'at built and saw some incredible things. And that had a very strong effect on her. And she came back with the proof and the evidence of her wonderful experience. And let me see. Here it is. Where? There it is. Okay, good. So go like this. So I'm going to go here. I'll do that again. Here's the first one. No, so your file couldn't be accessed. Let me try it a different way. I'll go to okay. File could I will do it like this. Now I'll just do it I will do it the raw way, which is just simply doing a screen share and placing it on the screen since there's not really any words to hear. So here we go. Tell me you all see the screen. And here's the video.
It's showing.
Yeah, so that's actually Valley of the Queens, I believe. It's Queen Nefertari's temple, and I actually went there twice. It was it is underground, but it's amazing because when it's underground, the colors are more preserved. And you just, you know, it was only one small section, but again, just the gold and the, you know, it just it's just nourishing. That's really the only way I could explain it, or maybe to put it in another way, like to everyone listening, like imagine having a Sharpie, right? And writing on every single wall of your house, outside and inside and the ceiling. Like that's just the level of urgency that Kemet had, you know, to leave something for their descendants, and just it's like a baton. And the beautiful thing, I hope the video can get it, is just the ceiling, beautiful blue ceiling and these white stars. You know, even though we're underground, it just felt like you were in the ethers all over again.
It is absolutely beautiful. You can see the it's one of the remarkable things about the pyramid, the Saqqara, is the walls still have the deep blues, although it was just painted like a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
And this has it too. You can see it. It's very, very nice. Okay, wonderful. That's beautiful. We have another video. Here's the next one. I'll play it normally, then I'll slow it down just like that. And here it is.
Yeah, so this is more
let me see something here.
Of the at the bottom there.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. These are the images of Bene Dajjal, the ram, with a Set and Nebtet resurrecting him. This is where I was debating a guy named Vocab Malone, and he said that I made the image up to bring to the debate. I'm like, no, it's in Nefertari's temple. It's in Nefertari's temple. This is a beautiful thing. It's beautiful when you can be a part of a culture that left. Oh, I'll be teaching on this today with the Matrix movie. Beautiful when you have a culture that actually left something as opposed to just a Bible. Look at this. Look how and this must have looked way better in real life, right, Sharika? Look how beautiful this is. This looks like somebody just painted this last week.
Yeah,
Look at
it's
that. Look at the color.
the size of it. Yeah, it's very very potent.
Yeah, this is
Very
this is
potent. And
this is
it
1250.
depends. Yeah, and it depends on where you go, because I mean, sometimes depending on, we could call them guards, but basically the Egyptians that are there overseeing the temple, I find if certain people are touching the walls, they don't really like it. Like they'll come up to you and they're like, oh, don't touch whatever, whatever. And of course, you just walk away and do it anyway. But even that, like if you get a chance to actually touch and feel them, it's like, again, that was a signal to me that the language is definitely not dead. It's just, can we hear? Can we actually hear what's there and feel what's there?
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. We have another video here, and I'll play that too. What a great power class. Oh, oh, it's a picture. This was just a picture.
Yeah, so those are the pictures, yeah.
Excellent.
And I'll say this too, because, sometimes situations come up where you're not able to go. And I'll say what's even greater than going to Kemet is actually learning the Medu language. That will take you much further than, again, so many people can go there and just stand there, pose up, take pictures, and it not do anything for them, but to actually learn the language and take that with you wherever you go on the globe, and not even this life, as we're learning through SABA in our transition, right? In the Tuat and those other realms, like that's priceless, really.
True. True. And here's another picture here. Oh, look at this.
I had to throw a Tehuti in there. That's a good.
Look at Nefertari. What did you say?
No, I had to throw one Tehuti one in there, but yeah, it's
beautiful, beautiful. We have one more. Oh, this is so beautiful. Look at the wall. Look at the wall again. Now this one shows the wall good. Look at that. Look at this. This is over 3,000 years ago. There's over let me take that off, and I'm going to come to the screen in a moment. There's over 3,000 years ago. You can go to an abandoned house. You can go to an abandoned house from 50 years ago. It's torn to shreds. From like 7 years ago. So it's rat infested and destroyed. You go to Kemetic temples 3,000 years ago. Look, I was painted last week. This is beautiful, Sharika. I'm going to, Shannon says absolutely stunning. And I'm gonna let you continue you can continue. I'm gonna do one more thing. You can keep talking, sharing experience, and then when I come back, you can stay on. Everybody can stay on, and we're gonna go over the donations. But this is a beautiful thing. I want Sharika to inspire, to show everybody that you can make it a reality. If that's a part of making it a reality for you, what Sharika said is very true too. Knowing the stories in which you're surrounded by is actually more powerful than just walking through something ignorantly and saying, hey, it's a beautiful picture. It's a nice, hey, it looks nice, and nice, nice leg, nice arm, as opposed to knowing what's actually happening, and then you can become imbued in it. So that's why Sharika's in the Mednetter class, and then she takes trips to Kemet. And next time she goes, she may be able to look to the walls and say, oh, I learned this in the Mednetter class. Hey, this is the story. Here's what Nefertari is saying what's happening in the story. And then take a picture of it and take it back home and use it as a ritual in her bedroom. Put it on the wall as a huge picture, blow it up, and make it an image of what they call a false door, where you can actually walk into the picture, which I can show people how to do that. You can actually walk right into the picture. So I'm gonna step away for one other quick moment, and I'll be back. And you guys keep on building, talking. When I here comes the Tev. What's up, Tev?
Saba, you be dropping them little gems on us, just walking away like that.
Meiko Ra is already probably sending the cash out to Tehuti one-on-one. How do you walk into a picture?
You already know it's coming. It's coming.
Oh no, man! Oh my gosh. I'm gonna step away for just a quick moment. You all build, and then I'm gonna get into these beautiful donations. And this young lady right here popped out of nowhere. Sharika, I'm so I don't even know if the word is proud. We're gonna have to come with a Menneta word. Whatever the Menneta word is, that's the word that I feel about you, because you literally were unseen for the whole pod class. I don't remember a Sharika anywhere, and then you pop up as the most as a sister, as a donating for everything, question on top of question, the biggest donation. Ladies and gentlemen, she just got, I'm gonna throw that in the room too. She just got 15 Menneta classes at once. She popped up out of nowhere. I don't know if this is Oprah Winfrey's daughter. I don't know what happened, but she came up. This Halle Berry's sister. I'm not sure what happened. But
I don't want the baggage that's on that side of the
you
track.
don't want that. Never. But she popped up out of nowhere, out of somewhere, an invisible realm where she was building herself and waiting for the right time. And she chose the right time, and she popped up to show everybody, here she is, and she is full-fledged, and she is here, and she's not going anywhere. And I'm very proud because as the brothers know, and as I talk about in many pod classes, we don't have female energy that is as astute and as dedicated to the knowledge as male energy. So you will be an inspiration to the females. You are awesome, Sharika. I want to tell you that personally. I'm going to step away. When I come back, I'm coming back to the camera. You all build for a moment. I'll be back. The next two questions are ridiculous. Oh my! Is MBB here? MBB, are you in the room? If not MBB, I'm going to go to the next question. MBB asked a question. If he's not, then I'm going to go to the next question. Then we're going to get into the matrix. Okay, I'll be back, everybody. Peace. Right in a minute.
I had a quick question for you, Sharika. That was beautiful. First of all, those pictures were beautiful, and I'm looking forward to having that experience as well. But I just have a question for you, sister.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that and I want you to share this with everyone, because we want to know, what is it that, because there's so many people out there that are fake giving knowledge, right? Especially when it comes to Ma'at and Kemetic culture. So I'm new, like in the last couple of years as well. I'm a baby, I'm an infant, I'm an embryo in this. So my question to you, sister, is what was it that drew you to SABA versus the other quote unquote Kemetic teachers? I don't want to ask what separates him, because Ahati already touched on that, but I just want to know, like he said, you kind of popped up out of the blue. I just want to know, what was it that that separate in your, to you, that separates SABA versus them? Like when you want to learn, like, so you went to Kemet, you had a beautiful, wonderful experience, and now you came back and you came here. Did you come here first, or did you explore other Kemetic quote unquote teachers, or what was it that led you to Ma'at, or led you to SABA, not Ma'at, because I know that.
Yeah, so I do have to preface this. I actually, first time I heard of SABA was actually on the Killer Priest podcast, and I actually got his 2 books maybe like a year and a half ago. I'll be honest, I didn't read them. I didn't. I bought them. Something just moved me to buy them, just some of the stuff he was saying, but it kind of goes to the journey of Kemet. I wasn't ready yet to read them. It's once I got back from Kemet and I read them, and then that's when I started, contacting him and getting in touch with the pod. What really kind of made him different again? I'm lucky to have an African bookstore nearby me, so that's kind of how I was getting my Ma'at. But I don't know, it's just when you're real, and you can tell he's living the life, and there's just things that he says that just, it's like the other people aren't saying that. He has serpents on him. Every single wall has a serpent on it, you know, and when our teachers are saying mythology, oh, they're principles, they're not real. Could you imagine the Netzer manifesting before and saying, how dare you say I'm not real? Do you not see what I've left for you? I've left a baton for this planet, for individuals to follow Ma'at and not be like these other civilizations that are around and die. Like Ma'at's meant to live on. So it was, again, in listening to him, it was making me unsubscribe from shit. It was making me give books to people that I always thought I would keep in my library. It just made me prune and get rid of stuff. And that's when I realized, okay, this is a little different. But again, because I just came from Kemet and I was still in that energy, a gate opened, and then all of a sudden, somehow, you know, algorithms can manipulate us in a way, but sometimes they work in our favor because somehow the podcast popped up, and that's what led me to you guys. And I have to absolutely, and everyone here, give credit to not only SABA, but these brothers and all the people that work with the teachings of Ma'at to be consistent and keep putting podcasts out. Because who knows, if you guys are like, you know what, we're tired, let's just take a break for 3 months. I come back and maybe you don't put a video out and it doesn't go in the algorithm. Like, the fact that you guys keep showing up week after week is again a testament to not just me, because I know I'm not the only one, but other people finding you guys and reconnecting to the knowledge. So it is SABA, obviously, but it's also all of you guys as well.
I appreciate that. And we all done some pruning, because I've done the same thing. I can't even stomach that other stuff because all I want is the truth. All I want is my art. So the other stuff is really counterproductive. And it's like I don't even have space for that. But shout out to you. Thank you, Tua, for sharing your beautiful experience. I don't want to hog the mic. I'm the chat too. Ahati got his head down, but I got so many questions for you. Oh man, it's beautiful.
You can get a break for once, but yeah, I'll open it up if anyone has any of the brothers want to add to the pot.
You brothers, hey, I got more questions. Y'all
okay, bring it on, man. Bring it on.
Go ahead, good brother. Go ahead and ask your questions.
Yeah, man, listen. So, okay, yeah, because I was listening, searching, right? I was listening to all the other stuff, and they talk a real good game, right? They talk the Metal Netter, and I bought all the other books, and I was I don't know. The beautiful thing about my art is that as long as you're searching, and if you're and this is just my experience, if your heart is pure, then you'll actually end up where you're supposed to be. You'll end up at my art, because now when I look back at it, and I look back at all the other teachers and builds and lectures and all the other things that I put into my mind, it was actually, I don't know how I don't listen. When I got up on a panel, sister, I haven't left. I was invited on a panel to ask a question, and I'm home. This is my art, is where I belong. And I didn't know that I was searching for my art. I really didn't know. I didn't know that was what it was called. None of that. My heart was telling me something, and I just was following that energy, and that's what led me there. But as far as the other, did you reach out to any of the other Kemetic quote unquote teachers, or was it only SABA that you reached out to?
My journey, I've come across quite a few teachers, and this is an aspect of it as well. You know, when SABA speaks, I just listen. You know, sometimes when you have other teachers, it's not that you know more than them, but again, it was just what he was speaking was just so full and so complete that there wasn't anything to question, you know? So, you know, I guess I could call, you know, older soul, you have so much wisdom, and it's like, okay, you kind of lower yourself, you know, so the teacher can kind of have that means to express, but it's like, no, like there's so much of it where it's just like, no, I just need just straight humility. Like, let me just listen. Let me be all ears. Like you, like I'm crawling, and, you know, being an adult, that's not easy. you know, especially relearning this new language of we have ways of doing things, but I have to realize like I have to actually crawl. I have to learn how to walk. I have to learn how to run. I have to learn how to do all of these things again through Ma'at. But that's what it takes when you've been lied to for, you know, thousands of years. But that's what we have to do.
As far as the support that you have, are there other brothers and sisters around you that are into the knowledge as well, or is it just you? Because it's a lonely journey sometimes.
That's what it is. It's lonely. I mean, again, everyone, you know, it's like dip a toe in. And so for me, the way I look at it, like, let me be the example. And then I know others will, sometimes it just takes one in my community right now to really set that off, and then others will follow. That's the best way. Cause, you know, it's like when there's only so many times you could tell people like, hey, you know, this is what I'm doing, like, you know, join up or link up, like, hey, watch this. And if, you know, you do it once, do it twice, and they don't do it, you got to let it be. Maybe it's just not their time yet. You don't hold that against them, but at a certain point, you also can't hold yourself back when you really feel super called to something. And that's what makes all of us shining lights and torchbearers for people to come after us.
Beautiful. And I just want to touch on one thing you said before Saba talks, just to say to agree with you what you said about the consistency. That's one of the things. So while you were gone, Saba has been telling us the truth every single Friday, week after week after week after week, consistently. And that's the beautiful thing about our teacher, is that he's consistent. He doesn't waver when it comes to the truth. There's no opinion. Even his jokes are so truthful. I used to enjoy, Saba, I enjoy your jokes because it's natural, but it's so true. And it's just beautiful because it's like you're not even trying to be funny. But it's hilarious. And I love that new intro too. So I'm not gonna hog the mic. Thank you for sharing with us, Sharika. Beautiful. And shout out to you, brothers. I'm not gonna talk next time. I'm gonna let y'all brothers talk because I still got a lot of questions. But peace and love. Hotep Ma'at to everybody in the chat.
That is A-OK, brother. I love the excitement. You all stay right there. Sharika, stay right there. Everybody stay there. We're gonna get into some donations, including Sharika, who's right in the room, but we're going to get into some donations and then get into the next question. I want all the energy and all you to stay right there. And because the first donator was one of the people in the panel right now, with the brother right here. I'm going to put from, what is it, 12th, from May 12th, Menku. Boom. Get ready to drop the bombs. Here's the first example of the donations for the Tehuti pod class. Let me go ahead and present this right off the bat. Menku Ara, starting it off, ladies and gentlemen, with some of that's showing on the screen. It says it's showing. Is it showing?
It's showing.
Throw some bombs. Menku Ara says... Wow, $72 from the brother Menku Ara. He asked a question, and he had to put the question in the email. Let me go ahead and put that. One from Menku Ara. Question. What's showing on the screen now, gentlemen?
It's showing the email.
The email that Menku Ara sent?
Yes.
Okay, good. So here it is, everybody. Here's the question. Hotep Saba sending you supreme salutation and light. I would like for you to share your overstanding on freedom. Oh, it's a good question. It sounds like a Kemet 101 question. I like this. What is the etymology and origin of this idea? What does it mean? Is freedom consciousness? Does the idea or concept of freedom have any relationship to Ma'at? Or is this Isfet made up by the Tamahu? Tua, for your wisdom and connection to the Natiru ancestors, protection, peace, and prosperity. Menku Ara. Thank you, my wonderful brother. Let me go to the screen. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. First question in. Thank you so much. You got the best. You got some great questions. Oh, that question is wonderful. Like, you're happy, you're smiling, you're awesome. That is excellent. Thank you for that. We're gonna go through a couple more and then get into these. The next question, which is next question is about. I see it's about how to mastering animals in this day and time. Oh my goodness, question right up my alley. Next one is from Stephen Escalar. Shout out to you. This is for this is for Metanoia class. Wait a minute. Oh, no. Hold on. I'm sorry. You know what? Menku sent the question. Okay, I see what happened. Let me skip all this. This is all Metanoia things. Let me skip that. Let me see if this is a Metanoia one. That's Metanoia class from Sharika. Okay, let me skip that. Menku. There's another one that's not. Shout out to who is this? The Sharika again. Sharika. So then who is this? You get leisure. One moment, everybody. Let me move from this. I'm in the Metanoia section. Jason Kirkland, Steven. Okay, boom. Let's move from there. April. And who is this? We get leisure. There's somebody that I'm missing here. I don't know. April, can it be sent? Who's this? We get leisure. No, okay, no problem. I think it was a purchase from the Okay, we'll skip that. Don't worry, we'll skip it. I think that was from the website. Okay, here it is. Next is so who's this? Be Good Leisure. Okay, next is that's private. That's private. Somebody for shout out to Nema, and then I got one that I'm gonna announce. That one's, I know that's private. Okay. Shout out to Hika Kepara. Here we go. We got one to announce. Hika Kepara with the monster back to back. Give this man some noise if it's shown on the screen. If not, let me go ahead and try to show it. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. Well, it's not showing on the screen. Wonderful. Boom. And where is it? Hika Kepara. Give this man some noise. Give him some noise, everybody. It should be shown on the screen now.
It's loading up. There it is.
Hika Kepara with the monster donations. Let me go ahead and thank you, Hika Kepara. Let me warn all the haters. Thank you, Hika Kepara, for your great support, consistent support too. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Hika Kepara. If you're in the room, I can't see, but shout out to you, my good brother. Thank you. And now we're going to go to Nito Campbell, who always supports in sets of 9. Thank you, Nito Campbell. That should show up in the room right now. Sets of 9. Appreciate you, my good brother. Thank you. Always supporting. Let me get those bombs out. Thank you, Nito Campbell. Appreciate you, my good brother. Thank you very much. Okay, next supporter in the Tehuti pod class. I love the support. So first off, we have support for the answer that I just gave. The answer that I just gave from Raphael Gary, who actually donated for the question. and then donated for the my goddess likes the music. That's the snake dance.
I like this too.
Snake
This is fire. This is the 99
snake dance
olives.
in the background. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh man. The 99 olives. Oh my goodness.
Sharika, you the best rapper too.
No, I don't know how to. I know nothing. Rapping. Scribe is the rapper. I'm just the. That's an illusion. I'm just. That's
Yeah, I'm not a rapper either.
Oh man, nobody's a rapper.
Sharika, I got video footage.
Shout out to the ghostwriters, man.
Oh my goodness.
Just if you guys know how his breakdowns are, that's how his rhymes are. Okay, so it's next level. If y'all think his breakdowns are next level, I heard the best rap I ever heard in my life. Next level.
Not me. That's no. Thank you though. That's Drake and them.
Saba, all the rappers you name, I know Lord Finesse. Lord Finesse was my favorite rapper when I was a little boy. I know he's the father to a lot of people's styles, Saba. Every rapper that you name, I know them.
Thank you.
What's happening with Scribe and Saba Tehuti? They're not rappers. They're MCs. They're lyricists. They're poets. I think that's why they dodge. Yeah, they're teaching. That's why they're orators. That's why they dodge and you saying rapper.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm just a visitor teaching. I'm just teaching. My classes just happen to rhyme. That's all.
Shout out to Raphael Gary.
Shout out, give this man some noise. He gave a donation for the answer that he always knew. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. You are wonderful, big supporter. I appreciate you so much, Raphael Gary, who at one time gave 8 donations in one class. I don't know. This man, crazy. Thank you, Raphael. He actually wants to do a track with me, but he was too far away. But shout out to Raphael Gary. Shout out to you very much. Let me go to this and. Okay, good. I'm doing 4 extra. Raphael. Thank you, Raphael Gary. Another monster donator back to back. We have where to go? We have Nema breaking the scale again. Nema, and this is not even the first donation. I'm not even reading the first one. The first one was for something else, but look at that, everybody. Is that on the screen? So thank you. Shout out to Nema breaking the scale. Shout out to you. Wonderful. That is fabulous. Appreciate you. Awesome again. We got okay, you all. Let me refresh you all who is watching the pod class. If you appreciate, send your support. We don't have much not a lot of support yet, but we have who's next? Who's next is who's this? Oh my goodness. Okay, here it is, everybody. Let me show you what seriousness dedication is. Like I said, everybody, if you want to get the Metanetter class, they are $20 each. Of course, if you get several of them, you get a discount. This sister right here on the screen this is her second scale breaker. She is setting records. She set record of the highest one-time donator coming back. And now she set record again as the largest one-time purchaser of the Metanetter classes. Please give Sharika some noise. $278 Appreciate you. Tipping the scale once again. Tipping the scale once again. You are very, very serious, and you're showing your seriousness, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I'm glad you appreciate what it is that you're receiving, because you're nonstop with it. So all the haters, you've been warned. This is what happened to the Tehuti pod class. That will never happen on your YouTube channel. So come join us. Come join us, everyone.
Come join us.
You can become a part of this. This is what we are all a part of. The sister just went to Kemet, came back another being, and completely transforming, consistently transforming. Cleaning herself internally, psychologically, mentally, spiritually, the Ka and the Ba, and showing the dedication of what a Kemetian would. The Kemetians supported Kemet and the scribes, and supported the temples, and supported everyone in Kemet 24/7, non-stop. That's why the temple that she went to looked like that. How long do you think it would take to make that? Without so-called modern-day machinery, how long would it take to make that temple, to put all the detail just for a so-called tomb, where every corner, every nook and cranny you look in is another story, another angle, another glyph? And that's one of 1,000 tombs. That's one of 1,000.
I have to say this also, because this is something I didn't realize until I went there. Like, obviously there's the Denderas, there's the temples everyone is aware of. They still keep finding tombs. They still keep finding stuff.
Yes.
So as much I don't know how much we've actually found, but it's actually it's ridiculous actually how many things are there. And even speaking to the native people that live there, like literally their families, like they actually live under tombs, and they would actually dig them up and sell them as a way to support their family. So there's so much there that is covered in sand, which I think is fitting, because again, they talk about the sands of time and again our forgetfulness, right? And it's literally just treasure waiting to be discovered. And to all of us here, the Medunetter is a treasure, a great gift that is waiting for us to return back to. Because I'm tired of the English, tired of the confusion. I'm tired of it. So we have something here. We have it here. So we need to take advantage of that, and also not take our teachers for granted.
I agree with you. Tua, and our teachers need to be celebrated and supported. So Tua to you, sister, for being the example for all of us, males, females, the learned and the unlearned. Tua to you, sister, for celebrating our teacher and realness. So Tua.
Yes, that is beautiful. And for the last donation, this isn't the last of the night. I see a lot of you all. I'm going to do it after the next answer, but I got to get to the next answer because it's already 10 o'clock. But this brother who sent this brother, Big Vapes, who I believe, Big Vapes is the one that sent the They Live breakdown. And I answered the question for him. And he sent another tip on top of it, just like Raphael Gary did. So I'm going to put They Live extra. And the brother gave an extra donation for the answer. Because I know people, even though people know what kind of teacher I am, but people are not really expecting it's a surprise each time because there's so much information and knowledge. Hold on, Seta. The answer is on you. Okay, Seta? So you get hit with it, shocked with it, and you're like, wow, I never even expected all of that, and the appreciation is awesome. Thank you so much. Here it is right here. Give this man some noise, and then I'm going to get on to the next question. I see I see all the donations, everybody. Shout out to you. Edward Latortu. Am I saying that right? Edward Latortu. That's Big Vapes. We call him Big Vapes here. who actually came to the Tehuti Pod class and became extremely serious when I think Stephen asked a question about Buddha. Somebody asked a question about Buddha. Could have been him, and then I answered Buddha's connection to Ptah, and then from there, that brother has been hooked ever since. Okay, everybody, we are going to get to the next question of the Tehuti Pod class. All right, Mamba, we're going to what's up? We're going to put you over there. I have to get Seta now. Let me go ahead and show the next question for the Tehuti Pod class that was asked. You all keep giving support. I see the support that continuously comes in. Appreciate everyone. This is wonderful. Look at everybody's background. What a beautiful, this is so beautiful. Look at everybody on the panel's background. Whether it is a virtual background or real, just look at the beauty of everybody's background and the change of consciousness of what was the background a year ago. So the consciousness is beautiful. For me to be able to look at the screen and be on the verge of not really doing this again. I've done this. I told Ahati, I said, that which people imagine to do when it comes to building a nation, I already did it. It is definitely something to redo it again when you've already done what people's imaginations are. Getting property, setting up temples, building pyramids, doing classes, doing language classes, having all the children dressed together, having children's school, homeschooling. They're doing a language, on land club. We have a disco club on land for just the conscious people. Clothing. We're brushing our teeth with our own toothpaste. We have our own incense. We have our own pants to wear. We make our own staffs. We have stores downtown. We have stores. The fantasy that people are talking about setting up a nation, I already did it. I saw its rise, and I saw the government come and make its fall. And when you've already done it, it takes a lot to be motivated to do this again at a higher level, because what I'm teaching is much higher than when we were doing it back in 96, 98. So thank you all for remotivating me, because thank you all for remotivating me, because if I wasn't motivated, I would not even I'd be doing something else and just trying to escape with my family. But now you all are my family, so now I can't go, even though the carrot is being dangled over my head and I can literally reach up and be taken to the oasis tomorrow. I am staying. I can go to the oasis, but I'm going to stay. So thank you all for motivating me and keeping me here. This is beautiful. I'm going to show the next question on the screen. This is a beautiful question. Let me see who's in the room. The brother who asked the question. This is coming from Stranga. Stranga, the namer of the moderators. I didn't even give shout out to the moderators today. Shout out to the moderators. I'm going to show their video. Shout out to Enam. Who's this? Enam. Oh, MK Uncle. Are you the brother in Jamaica? Hotep, kings and queens to the panel, and SABA Tehuti. Salute. It's been a while. I am at a new location, so I'm just taking time to climatize and refuel my focus. Thanks a lot, Saba, for your podcast. He's all the way in Jamaica. J.A. Jamaica. Shout out to you. I have a lot of family up in Jamaica, in Kingston, Mandeville, St. Anne. We're running all through those areas. So shout out to you. Appreciate you. I was raised up amongst the Jamaican curry goat and ackee saltfish and all the good stuff that I can't eat anymore. Shout out to Jamaica. All of that. Peace to you. Okay, here we go. Oh, I missed the curry goat. I can have it for my cheat meal, but oxtail. Anyway, there we go. Let me go ahead and put the question on the MBB is here. So MBB, I got to go to his question. MBB, I was just about to go to the next question. but this one's actually going to be faster than the others. So MBB, you're here. I was going to go into the next question because you weren't here and I wanted you to be here. So we're going to go into that question. This brother actually sent a question some weeks ago, and I'm finally getting to it. So shout out to you, MBB. So let me go ahead and put that on the screen, and that one will take a few momentums, a few minutes, then we'll get into the stranger question. A stranger here, he asked a great question about mastery of animals. Let me go ahead and put MBB in the room. He's been asking. He even donated another donation to ask me if I got his first one. So here it is. Where is he? MBB. Okay. Let me go ahead and do this one here. Break this down a little breakdown. I may have to. Oh, I don't want to skip Stranger's question. No, I don't want to skip it. I'm gonna do it all in the Matrix. Oh boy. Let me. Is this it? MBB. Okay, this is gonna be one of the quicker answers. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, this is him. MBB. I got him. Okay, everybody. Here's the next question. The Tutsi Pod class. It is the brother MBB, and I'm gonna go ahead and put his. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna go ahead and do it raw. I'm gonna do it just live. I'm not gonna put it in the. Here it is. Okay, boom. So here it is, everybody. Here's his question. Here's MBB. I'm gonna go to his file. He actually sent 2 donations, $10, and here's the. $5 and $5, that equals 10. $5 there, and then $5 over here. So that was $10 for a question that 5 last week's email question. Okay, good. So the question is, I'm going to put on the screen too, and here's this question. I'm going to show you all a way to answer a question called a faulty premise. Not to any fault of the brother who asked, but just to show that questions are actually deriving from information that is flawed to begin with. So he says, you've helped me further my studies and I really appreciate your work. I live in Los Angeles area. Oh, so I'd love to build with you, okay, with you and become a student. I'm dying to get your answer to this question. You and Taj Tariq are the only ones I can ask this. You're going to be surprised at the answer, but I wish I could send more, just bad timing at the moment. Love and respect. So here's the question, everybody. Question starts off with astrology theory says, you already know what's going to happen. Anybody who knows my teachings already knows may know what's going to happen after this, but astrology theory says Saturn might have been the first sun or moon. Okay, so based on that premise, the question is, did the energy that Saturn could have emitted be the reason why women were able to procreate on their own and albinos were able to sustain up until after the Ice Age, once the current sun came into our vision? Okay, I don't know who Tariq, what does it say? Taj Tariq, I don't know who that is, but if he gave an answer to the question that came after the first sentence, which is astrology theory says Saturn might, keywords everybody, when you're in a debate or in a conversation, are using ma'at, using scrutiny, using observation, examination, analyze the words that could stop the conversation from the beginning, such as theory, astrology theory, which means something that's not correct, something that's just a thought. Not the same as a scientific theory, which is actually tested. An astrology theory is a thought. It says Saturn might. You stop at the word might. Once you have might, you don't have a factual premise of which to make any sentence afterwards. Listen to when people speak, and when people say perhaps, might have been, anything they say after that word means that nothing they're saying is possibly factual. But sometimes people get so caught up in the words that come after the words possibly and might, that they get caught up in the story and forgot that it began with theory and might. Let's get into the answer, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Now we're going to break this down. Shout out to the beautiful people in the room, in the panel. We're going to put you all back in the chat. Shout out to you, SHARIKA. Wonderful coming to the panel, breaking down your experience. You are awesome. You are fabulous, and you're better than you even. You're better than what's comprehensible for what people are seeing, and that will show itself in due time. You're even better. You are excellent. Woman of part excellence, as I told Atef, and then ended up becoming a part of his name. So shout out to you, SHARIKA. Shout out to Atef. Atef, the greatest father in the world, the greatest father in the universe, greatest father on the planet. I don't care who else has a father. Atef is the greatest father. I announce him the best father ever. I don't care if y'all are fathers. He's the best. Okay. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at, the lion man. He looks like one of the statues in the background. Serious man, ready to take out the haters' heads, ready to chop them off, ready to cut them up. The warrior Ahati, shout out to you. Peace and love. Menko Ara, who's sending me 50 cash apps on every sentence I say. Shout out to Menko Ara. And Scribe, the technician, who's making a lot of things that you all don't even see possible. Making a lot of things that you all do not see possible because he's the technician. Shout out, peace and love to everybody. Let's get to this next question. I'm going to do a few more, and we'll see you in the room. Peace and love. Okay, here we go, everybody. And here's the answer to MBB. MBB. Sharika's like, I'm not going anywhere. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. We're going to get into the next answer here. Where's the screen? I'm going to go big screen, Sharika, so I may bump you out. So peace and love to you, and you can come back on again. Shout out to you. Okay, here we go. Present. Okay, I have to manually put her in the chat because it's not gonna. Okay, here we go. Boom. Okay. All right. Peace and love. Wherever Sharika and everybody who went back in the chat, you can come back up next break. But here we go. Let's get into these. It's already 10 o'clock. I'm gonna do my best to answer with this. Here we go. Everybody ready? Press a 9 if you can hear me and see me clearly. 9 if you can hear me and see me clearly. Here we are. Boom. And here it is. Okay, here it is. An interesting question has come in about a quote-unquote astrology theory. Who the brother said he loved that it was me and Tariq, whoever that is, Taj Tariq. He wants to get our answer. So here it is. The question again. I put actually in the answer, which I already just read. So here it is. This is one of those questions that is not going to have a lengthy breakdown because it actually is a little lengthy, but you're not going to have a super lengthy breakdown because I'm just going to quickly nip the false premise in the bud. Now, if we look at the question, we see very interesting topics. Females procreating on their own, a topic that I can do a class on. Albinism, a topic I can cover a class on. The Ice Age, a topic I can cover a class on. The issue with this question is that everything thus above mentioned is based on this new age astrology teaching, which derived this faulty premise, which is every fact after that came from astrology theory says Saturn might have been the first sun or moon. Okay. Unfortunately, our people have been caught up in a Ptolemaic, I'm gonna get Shaka Akmos angry. A Ptolemaic invention called astrology today. I've done a few classes on it, but if anyone would like to ask on the origins of astrology we use today, feel free to send that question in. For now, I will just take you to the World Atlas definition of astrology versus astronomy, so you know the only one you should be getting information from on actual planetary facts is from an astronomer, not any astrology or astrologist. So here's the World Atlas. What is astrology? We have astrology. This is World Atlas, and we have astronomy. So here is astrology for those who don't know, just so you can know the difference. Astrology is the study of influences of stars and planets on human lives. There is a belief, see how it starts off? There's a belief that the position of the sun, moon, and planets and other stars during a person's birth is very critical. Some people believe these cosmic patterns define someone's personality, their romantic relationships, and predict their economic success. One popular aspect of astronomy are horoscopes, which commonly appear in newspapers. However, astrologers consider this an accurate way of profiling one's life, personally and future endeavors. A more accurate picture can be given by the specific sign of a planet at the time of birth, the angels, houses, and many other factors. The astrological signs: Aries, Libra, Virgo, Pisces, Gemini, Leo, Cancer, Capricorn, Taurus, Sagittarius, Scorpius, and Aquarius. That's astrology. As you can see, has nothing to do with any factual occurrences of a planet or planets, but belief of a planet's effect on a person, as opposed to I have astrology twice. I have astrology twice. Okay, my mistake. Astrology. Yeah, astrology, history of astrology. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to skip that part there. So that's astrology, whereas astronomy, I didn't seem to put that for some reason. I must have skipped that. But astronomy is a study of planetary locations, the origins of stars, and the origins of subatomic aspects that affect the planets, their movements, the size of planets, the gravitational pull and creation of planets, and how they affect weather. That is astronomy. So any information coming from astrology is never to be confused with anything factual pertaining to planets, as to be the actual astronomy. So where is this Saturn? Where is this quote, Saturn was the first sun theory recently coming from? Let me break this matrix here, because in order to answer anything out after the theory, you have to understand where this even coming from. Is the theory even true to even base anything after the sentence as a question? This Saturn as a first sun in recent New Age astrology is coming from Bennett Lee Ross, who runs a New Age website called Cosmic Surge, which just jumped on the website scene 3 years ago as far as being copywritten. And here it is, Cosmic Surge. This is the latest New Age teaching of Saturn being the first sun. And this is from Cosmic Surge website designed by Bennett Ross. And there it is right there. Okay. Bennett Lee Ross was trying to base this New Age teaching on quote-unquote ancient Sumerian and Kemetic records, expands this theory in the scientific, quote-unquote scientific section of Archives of Cosmic Chronicles. So here is where this actual teaching is coming from. Here is Bennett Lee Ross's Archives of Cosmic Chronicles. Saturn was our former sun, the god of Genesis. Okay, so here it is right here. Here's what he writes. Here's where this information is coming from to even ask this question. After I answer this, I'm actually going to go look and see what the Tariq Taj answered, to see if he actually tried to explain Bennett Lee Ross's teachings. Okay, let there be light is also a common theme. Those exact words are in the Popol of the Mayans. Two other examples of Brahma floating on the celestial sea, who showed himself by the shedding of light, and Saturnus in the primordial ocean, organizing of the cosmos. So right off the bat, he's trying to combine the Popol of the Mayans with the teachings of the Hindu Brahma. They don't match. They don't go together. They don't believe in the same thing. He's trying to match these two. They're not the same story whatsoever. The Bible, then he jumps into the Bible. The Bible also says the spirit wind of the Elohim was moving over the face of the deep. The Hebrew word T.O.M translates as deep, which means surging mass of water. Okay? The Romans celebrated Saturnalia. They symbolically reenacted the reign of Saturn, Saturnalia Regna, who presided over the Golden Age. Saturday is Saturn's day. Saturday. And it is the day of rest. The Hebrew Shabbat, Celtic Saturn, and Saxon Saturn Day are more examples of cultures honoring Saturn. The epoch was a time of abundance. Animals and humans thrived, living carefree and happy lives. We all got our nutrition and needs from fruits. This is completely incorrect. So you can see where this is coming from. He believes that at one time animals and people lived together and thrived happy together, and all of us just ate fruits. I'm not even gonna respond. There is no need to hurt another being, and we shared a close relationship with our species. Saturn, the great god of beginnings, eventually receded to the remote parts of the sky as the new sun usurped his power. So there it is. There's where this Saturn first sun is coming from. All right. Utter complete nonsense in which I won't even take the time to address. My students and anyone watching should know that Ra in ancient times was never originally Saturn, then usurped by some unknown sun god. Oh, by the way, here is the astrologer that this is coming from. Your master teacher, not UMB, but whoever's master teacher this is, the master teacher and the Kemetic guru, because he teaches on ancient Egypt, Bennett Lee Ross. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce you to Bennett Lee Ross. Here it is. Here it is. Here is the Saturn was the first sun coming from Bennett Lee Ross, the master Kemetic teacher. So now you all know. Don't worry about coming to the pod class to learn about Kemet, because Bennett Lee Ross is here, and he is the one that will teach you that Saturn was the first sun. And maybe Tariq can expound upon it. But here is the master guru, Kemetic teacher, Bennett Lee Ross, who teaches that Saturn was the first sun. Here he is. Bennett Lee Ross, the master guru. Get a good look at him and his dog. Here he is. One of the source ideas to this nonsense actually goes back from which Bennett Lee Ross theory stems from. It actually goes back to 1975 to Louis M. Greenberg. Louis M. Greenberg is a professor emeritus of ancient and Oriental art history at the Moore College of Art and Design in Philadelphia, who derived it from an even further back from 1910. Here he is, everybody. I'm showing you where these teachings are coming from. Louis Greenberg Warner, Sizemore, Saturn, and Genesis. That's where the book came from that inspired Bennett Lee Ross, that inspired Greenberg. Here's Greenberg right here, who inspired the man who was inspired to inspire Bennett Lee Ross. So it keeps on going back to these Europeans who wrote these books called Saturn and Genesis. Chronos, volume number 1. So this is, you can go get this book if you want. This is from 1975, and he was inspired from the man from 1910. And the volume Greenberg wrote, the planet Saturn was designated as Shamash, or the sun, by the Assyrian Babylonian astrologers, and as far back as 1910, M. Jastrow, back in volume 70, page 171, proposed the idea that Saturn was a steady, permanent mock sun performing the same function or furnishing light at night that SABA, the sun, performed during the day. Furthermore, there is undeniable evidence that the concept of a night sun as well as a day sun existed in ancient Babylonian astrology. Here's the origin of where these teachings are coming from, claiming that it's from ancient Babylon and Sumer, who observed the deity and the energy of Shamash. We'll get into that. Okay, so Bennett, he must have missed that part, where the original theory was that Saturn was seen at night. It was a night sun. But since they are speaking of the ancient, quote-unquote, Babylonian, Assyrian understanding of the solar system, and now that we know that astronomy is, and its connection to farming, astronomy was used for farming, to navigate through weather, to farm properly. That's astronomy, not astrology. So now we know astronomy's connection to farming. Let me take you to the original farming astronomy Babylonian cylinder seal to see what the indigenous people depicted from themselves my favorite thing to do, let me take you to the State Museum in East Berlin, cataloged under VA/243, dated over 4,000 years ago. And here is the astronomy cylinder steel of Babylon with the Shamash that the man says that they say Shamash is Saturn. So here it is, State Museum in East Berlin, catalog under VA243, and here it is right here. This is the original farming cylinder seal. Everybody see that right there? VA243. What is this? This is the astronomy agricultural depiction of Enlil granting man the plowing tool, of which farming would have been based on, of course, on the movement of the earth around the sun, creating seasons to farm. Real astronomy. But I want you to look closely. Look closely at this image right here. We're going to look closely and zoom in. And look closely. I have here circled. What is that that's circled right there? What does that look like? What does that look like? This is the farming agricultural cylinder seal. Where farming and astronomy meet, because you need astronomy to understand the effect of the weather and how you can farm around the weather. Okay, and what is that circle right there? The ancient image appears to depict an image of our solar system. Here is the Babylonian image of the solar system right here. Now, we put this side by side, and we see Jupiter, and there's Saturn right there where it's supposed to be. There's Pluto as a little planet. There's Uranus. There's Neptune. Uranus and Neptune, twin planets, almost the exact same size in the depiction of the Babylonian planetary system. They're the exact same size. There's Venus. There's Venus, and then Mars a little bit smaller, and there's Venus and Mars over here as a little bit smaller. There's the sun where it's supposed to be. There's Mercury as a little tiny one right there. There's Earth off there. There's the little dot beside Earth, which is the moon. And here's another planet over here. There is the solar system as depicted today. And there is the solar system as depicted by the same Babylonians who Greenberg said that the original sun was Saturn. Well, here's their depiction of the Shamash sun. And there's Saturn right there, right over here, right by Jupiter. And there's the sun where it's supposed to be. And there's Uranus and Neptune where they're supposed to be. Here it is right here. This is so they call the Sumerian cylinder steel VA243, depicting the planets, the relative state, or the distance from the sun. And there it is right there. There's where Saturn would be, Jupiter would be, Neptune, Earth, Venus, Mars, everything where it's supposed to be. As we can see, the sun and the center as always visible to people themselves, with Saturn right there, matching, and no story whatsoever of Saturn being a first sun, then the real sun bumping it to the side and taking over, which would actually be even worse model than the flat Earth nonsense. And there it is. I'm done. Hotep. Perfect case of ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. So there is no answer to a question based on an actual false premise coming from these two men right here, which are actually misquoting, saying that Saturn was Shamash, when the Babylonians clearly depict Shamash as always been the sun, and Saturn was another planet right where it's supposed to be, and they never bumped each other and usurped each other to cause females to procreate and the albinos to do this. This is false teachings, false doctrine, disproven by the actual indigenous people themselves, in which they are quoting. Hotep, I'm done with that. There it is. So now that you know that, now tell me what Tariq said. If Tariq tries to explain any answer to this question, then just merely ask him, where did the ancient ancestors ever say this? The ancestors that are being quoted, Ra was never Saturn in any papyrus. I'm not going to get into that. Never was Ra called Saturn. And Shamash has always been the sun, central, where it's always been. And Saturn is right there where it is in our map, too. Thank you. Thank you very much. He said thank you, and he's laughing. This is what I used to do to a hottie a lot, why he loves me so much, because he would come with a question when he'd come to the pier. And I would do this, he would ask a question and then show that the question itself is actually a false premise. And that's one of the things that helped Hati become mentally stronger. Sometimes people take a false premise and they run with false teachings when they forgot the premise was false. So you can't have a teaching after the falsehood. Any teaching after that is made up. Ooh, all right. Kadmandu says, Kudanu says, Saba hurting feelings. Yeah, that's it. Let's get on to the next question, everybody. Wonderful, wonderful. Everybody support the Tehuti podcast. So this next one is going to be great. I'm actually going to put Mamba down. Mamba, say peace to the crowd. She talked. You want to talk? You want to say something? She actually makes sounds. Not as much as her husband. No. I'm going to answer this question, then I'm going to drink some water on my... I drink some water. Okay. Say peace to everyone. Hey, Shannon, this is the monster version of Sheena, right? So the dinosaur version of Sheena. Okay, Mom, we're gonna put you over here, and then Nana, give me a fair reminder. Oh, she just talked. You just said something. What'd you say? She always goes. Can you grab this tub for me? I'm gonna put this tub right there. Put Mamba in there, and then I'm gonna drink some water and get into the next question. Oh, you can do it. Thank you. Thank you. Put her in head first, so she thinks she's going under the cloth. And guide her to under the cloth. We need to put the top on. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go with the next question. Is the brother stranger here? Stranger, are you here? Are you here, stranger? Are you here? Stranger, are you here? Stranger, are you here? Stranger, here. Stranger, are you here? This is for you, stranger. The next question for you, stranger. Are you here? Are you here? Okay, I'm still gonna get into the answer. Here we go, everybody. I'm gonna answer this and get into the matrix. I wanted stranger to be here, but this question is a wonderful one that I don't want anybody to miss this. I know Rigo and everybody's gonna love this. It's another applicable type question. How do you apply the knowledge? How does Tehuti apply the knowledge? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. We're gonna break this down and get into the next question of the Tehuti podcast, which is where is it right here? Where is it? It is here it is. Stranger's great question here. Get it down. Okay, let me get this Saturn nonsense off here. Let me get the beautiful stick out of here for now. And here we go. Oh, this is gonna be. This is a lot. No, this is good. This is perfect. This is just the right size to fit right there. There we go. Perfectos. And I'm going to put the question up on the screen, everybody. Here's the good brother Stranger, who asked this awesome question. Oh my goodness, this is I need to put this on the big screen. I need to put this on this screen here so that I can give oh my goodness. Stranger gave a monster superior super duper donation. And let me go ahead and put that in the room. I'm the one-man engineer. Let me see if I can do this. Put this here and go like this. La da da. There it is. Perfectos. Here we go. Shout out to Stranger for the excellent question and the humongous donation. Stranger. He says, shout out to the monster supporters because he knows he's one of them. Shout out to the monster supporters. That's right, Stranger. Shout out to you. You're one of the monster supporters. Appreciate you. As a matter of fact, we're going to give you some monster noise because that is incredible donation. Appreciate you. This is what occurs at the Tehuti pod class because people understand the quality in which I answer questions. So shout out to you. And you're going to get some horns. Shout out to you, Stranger, for $50. Appreciate you, my good brother. You are amazing, awesome. Thank you for your great support. Let me drop a bomb for you. A bomb for you. Shout out to you. You get the bomb. Thank you very much. Let's give you a round of applause. Round of applause for you, stranger. Thank you very much. Excellent, excellent, excelente. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And the question is, everybody, the question of the Tehuti Par class at this point in time is, let me read it big, and it is, shout out to the monster supporters. SABA, please do a breakdown of the understanding and mastery of animals and utility in modern times. Shout out to you, stranger. Appreciate you. The mastery of animals. How is Tehuti going to answer this? He's always with animals. SHARIKA actually said one of the things that where's the screen? I lost you all. You all can hear me and see me. Press a 9. SHARIKA actually said one of the things that drew her to me was the brother has snakes. When I look over into Kemet, there's snakes everywhere. Absolutely. Absolutely. And can you believe there's brothers that are into Kemet that are afraid of snakes? Shout out to you. This is Seta, one of the animals that I have mastered. Explain animal mastery and how it can be utilized. How do I utilize it? Everybody get your pens and pads and notes out, because I'm going to be giving jewels that I don't usually give that you can use for rituals and practices. What does it mean to master animals? What does that mean, everybody? What does it mean to master animals? Let me get some water. Seta, I'm going to get some water. Hold on. Unquest says that you're dead. You died. You died a week and a half ago when I was on Sonetta. Remember that? You're not supposed to be moving. You died, remember? Play dead, no? Let's do it. Okay, everybody, so you can hear me? Press a 9. We're great. Let's do it. Snakes are awesome. We're about to discuss all of that. What is this mastery of animals? What is that? Welcome to the podcast, everybody. And here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Here we go. Can y'all see the screen? I hope so. Another great question in, again, to show the diversity of questions. Let me go ahead and turn this down a little bit. Turn it down just a little bit. Or as they told us to say in Jamaica, a little bit. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Another great question in, again, to show the diversity of questions that can be asked of the Tehuti Pod class. This one on how animal mastery can be used for magic, actually, because that's what I use it for. In this day and time, this is a great question because as you watch the Tehuti Pod class, you see me always surrounded by many animals. But why? You'll see me with scorpions, see me with anacondas, you'll see me with South African spiders here with horns that are supposed to be extremely very aggressive. You'll see me with what they consider dangerous anacondas. Even cobras. You'll even see me, as you see me right now, with a cobra. Why? Why is this? Why do I have this? Well, I want everyone who has obtained a snake from me to get ready. I want you to get your snake out and be ready for the end of the class. So whether it's Shannon has Sheena, whether it's Ahati has his little one, whether it's Menku or Ra has Dedi Afu, whether Scribe has Zebra, I want you all to get ready For the end of this class, I want you to come to the panel. Get ready for the end of the class and be ready to come to the panel with it when this is done to explain to the class what having it around you has done for you. Why do you have it? Because none of you had it before Tehuti. So why do you all have snakes now? What is it doing for you? You'll come to the panel and explain. Especially you'll know more after this class. Okay, what has it done for you? That will be at the end. Okay, I have a multitude of animals. So I will choose the most important popular one seen, used by the followers of Ma'at who built Kemet, and how quote-unquote mastering it is utilized by me for inner magic today. The first matrix I will break is the difference in the word magic today and what it was in Ma'at. You all know that? Do you know that there was a difference between magic today and what it was in Ma'at? Even that is a psyops. A master today is one who rules over another, right? That's a master. That's one who hears the question. When one hears this question that's asked by STRANGA, shout out to the monster supporter SABA, please do a breakdown of understanding and mastery of animals and their utility in modern times. So if you're taught you're mastering animals, what does that mean in today's time? Well, the mastery of animals, quote unquote, the European psyops filter alters the Ma'at understanding, which ironically leads exactly to the first way in which the cobra is utilized within me to manifest Ma'at. Now, everyone knows cobras and other serpents, scorpions, anacondas are dangerous on different levels. Every animal I have that I come to the screen with is dangerous. So what actually has to be mastered in utilizing them or even interacting with them? Let me show you the meta word for mastery on page 154 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Here's the meta word for mastery. An officer, a master, lieutenant, official. So the word for master is uwa. Uwa is the word for master. Uwa, one of the words. But this is the word for master in Medunetter. Okay? Uwa. Okay? Now let me show you the utilized wisdom. Do you think you can grab or rub the serpent, the cobra that I have, the anaconda? Do you think you can grab or rub its face and poop and spank it to discipline it? Do you think you can grab a scorpion or an anaconda and say, bad boy, like you do a dog, and rub its face in the poop, bad boy, and smack it with the newspaper? You think you can smack a scorpion, an anaconda, or a cobra as you would your golden retriever? As a matter of fact, if you show any sudden, spontaneous, impatient moves or anger towards these creatures, what do you think will happen? Thus, you must be calm and patient, for impatience is a flaw from within. Thus, having these animals around me almost 24/7 keeps me in a state of calm awareness. Calmness mixed with reserved alertness of danger. Thus, neurologically, merging my biological imperative with a calm state of self-correction, thus always having this law of Ma'at on me. That's what the animals are actually doing for me. So this law of Ma'at, which law of Ma'at am I talking about? Having this law of Ma'at within me. What is the law of Ma'at? By Ptah-hotep, 2375 BC. I blew it up and it says, search thyself. Ooh, what is that? Oh, that's your tail. A little sharp tail. Search thyself for every flaw thoroughly. I like this this quote. I use it a lot. I used it last class. Search thyself for every flaw thoroughly. Laws of Ma'at by Ptah-hotep. And thus mastery over these animals is really teaching you mastery of oneself. Oh, remember the word for master? It was Ua, right? Remember that word, Ua? Ua, which is a master of something. Guess what else it means? So I'm teaching you that having the animals around me, keeping me calm, is actually the mastery of myself. Finding any flaw within me, because if I'm nervous, if I'm overreactive, if I do any sudden movements, there may be a bad reaction from these animals that could actually damage me and kill me. So I'm subconsciously always staying calm, so I'm mastering my own self, having the animals constantly around me. That's one thing that I'm doing, but the word master is Ua. But what else does master mean? One, creator, alone by thyself, to be alone. First person, you, yourself, the only one, distinguished man. Ua means yourself, first person singular. It means you. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Yes, master oneself first. And there is your first lesson on Tehuti's modern utilization of the mastery of animals around me, distinguished amongst others. That's what makes me distinguished. The word Ua, which is the master, when they say Tehuti, you're the master. How do you master over animals? And I know that the real word master, Ua, is a word that means my own self. It means me alone. I have no one else to master over. When you're alone by yourself, that is when you're the Ua. It's not controlling the animal or controlling other people. It's the mastery of your own self. That's how beautiful Kemet was, and how beautiful the followers of Ma'at was, that they would have a word for master that literally means your own self. Because you find the flaw within self and you master yourself first. Because if you make mistakes around a cobra or an anaconda, another force may come and master you. So I become distinguished, because that's what master means right here, Ua. You see Ua over here, a distinguished person, soul, yourself, alone, by yourself, first person singular, master over here, singular first person, distinguished man, by yourself, amongst others, in turn having those who see the serpent within me, they begin to call me a master without me ever asking. So what does this mean? What have I done? Absolutely nothing. Which means that if I was alone, the utilization of these animals was first when I was alone. That means I didn't want to be public. I didn't have my snakes to be public. I went out into nature and I was with the snakes by themselves, with me by myself, not for anybody's observation, because they kept me calm. I would go into the waters. I would leave my mates and children in Florida and go into the waters with the alligators. And they would splash up and be all around me. I just see 4 sets of eyes, and I'm there up to here with the alligators. And they would come up and I would grab it by its nose. This is me by myself. So if I get killed, I get killed by myself. But if I do any false movements and don't understand my own self, they will kill me. That's I'm out in the wilderness mastering my own self. And so when the animals are around me and they're not hurting me, it appears that I've mastered them. But I've mastered my own self. So thus, bringing down the chance of me being hurt by an anaconda or a cobra, or I have scorpions crawling all down my neck while I'm teaching, because I'm mastering my own self. Then when people see the reflection of that, because the laws of Ma'at say to echo that, then they say, Tehuti, you're a master. And I've never in my life ever asked anybody to call me a master. Never have I. The crowd does it by themselves. Because when you master yourself, you don't have to ask anybody to call you anything. That is the mastery. And I'm not anywhere near done the answer. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. If you all appreciate what you're seeing, support what it is that you're seeing and benefiting from. Okay? So that is the mastery of self. You see him right there? At any time, he could flare up. He does have venom and sits in the back of his mouth. Okay? You gonna flare up, man? What's up, man? I heard you're gonna flare up. No? He could bite my eye out in a second. But not today. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. Let me see if I can get this in. And let's go. Here we go. Welcome to the podcast. I hope you all appreciate what it is that you are getting. So there's the mastery right there. Ua. Ua is me. It's me. It's my own self. Okay. Now that I've taught you what the original concept of master is, and how does one use the subconscious to understand the serpent cobra around them to go within self, okay? First, I will teach you one of the aspects of what I teach in my out-of-body bioenergetic double one-on-ones. Just a small sample. First, I have to imbue the symbolism and meaning of the serpent within me, keeping me calm, and how that thought can now trigger an alpha to theta wavelength. So when you're in a calm state, you can trigger an alpha wavelength. And when you go to sleep, you can even go deeper into a theta wavelength, the wavelength of intuition, the alpha wavelength of meditation, effortless creativity, Ari, creativity. These are the 4 wavelengths. And there's neurological sparks that take place, and then there's a frequency that is similar, and then they form a long wavelength, and then you're in that mental field. The animals help calm. So I actually visualize a blue energy around, covering my head. And I've told some people this in my one-on-one out-of-body classes. You can attest to this, and it's worked. So I visualize the blue energy covering my head to my breathing pattern, and that energy that will bring me to conscious awareness as I relax and visualize, as it was in Kemet, as an actual serpent called a mehen, as you will notice in circling King Tut's head. So I have a blue energy ball around my head, and then I have a blue energy above my head, and then I visualize a rope or a serpentine energy connecting me with that ball. If you want to know more about it, I have to do a one-on-one. But that is the serpent covering my head, or the blue energy covering my head as a ball. How does the serpent turn into a ball? We go to King Tut's tomb right here, the Gald of King Tut, and there is a serpent around his head. There's a serpent right there around his head, biting its own tail. What is happening right here? Oh, the Kemetians have a serpent around their head. And the serpent is called Mehen. I visualize it in blue light. When the University of California studied the light corona around the body, when it was in its most relaxed state, able to make light connection in a communication connective bridge, guess what color appeared around the human body? When they did this study right here, the blue. So 2 individuals that think warm thoughts about each other, they form a blue bridge of light energy between their coronas when they touch, between the light energy of their fingers. And the bridge that connects the positive energy is actually blue. So I take the blue understanding of this and the understanding of the Mehen, and you can form it around your head, connecting to another light with the serpent energy connecting both. The Mehen is a visualized serpent, protective covering that you can connect to something, using it to connect, because the blue is a color of connectivity and connection, which is why you see the writing here that I have is turning blue. So here's the Mehen, which means a covering. And there you see the serpent rising up, and the serpent covering its own self. A serpent god who protected the Aphura. What is the Aphura? Aphura is the skin of light, the skin of Ra. Afu is the name of the good brother Menkaure Ra's serpent that he has, Papa Afu. It means the skin of Ra. The light of Ra is protected, or the covering of Ra is protected by the serpent. You see the serpent here called Mehen, who protects. That can raise your consciousness Thus, we also see in the same serpent. Where do we see it? Where do we see the same serpent that I taught before over here, surrounding King Tut's head, symbolizing the serpent over consciousness? And now he wants to resurrect. Now he wants to raise. Well, how do you raise? You use your feet to stand up. So where else do they have this serpent? Around the feet. See right there, around the head for consciousness, and giving the feet life, so that you can stand up. In this meditative out-of-body state, you remember that this is your true mortal self that cannot be harmed by the physical world. It is the eternal consciousness that guides your encircles your head. Consciousness encircles and guides your steps, so that you can start to walk. And you know the word for steps is the same word for the cobra, which is sata. So now you can walk. The meta word for eternity is tacha. And guess how you spell it? The word for eternity. Guess how you spell it? You spell it with the serpent. You see it there? There's the serpent in its different phases around the body. Okay? Boom. The encircled serpent animal that encircles the body and the feet to stand, to rise out of the body. Notice in the third image, the body is standing now. You see, because it went around his feet, and now he's standing, resurrecting. He's standing now. That can only happen with the reintegrated memory once the wavelengths are calm. Thus, having calm wavelengths throughout the day can naturally send you almost effortlessly into a magical state, all because I utilize the thought of having the animals around me. All this is happening to me subconsciously, so by the time I go to bed, or by the time I go to get answers for the pod class, it happens naturally, because I'm surrounded myself by this energy, triggering these subconscious thoughts, triggering the story, thus utilizing and mastering the animals, because I'm really mastering my own self. Okay, I imbue this serpent, now expanding up and down my Djed spine as light. Today is called the 7 chakras, light of the spine. Guess what is in the Purim Haru 3,150 years ago? What do we see in the Purim Haru? Here's the Purim Haru of Ani. Right, page 153, Ani, may I rise. So this is you coming into consciousness, either in an out-of-body state while you're sleeping, or in the afterlife. Okay, so may I rise, even I, in the Sheshet chamber, like a hawk of gold coming forth from an egg. May I fly a light like a hawk of cubits, but it's the word meh, which is 7 at his back. 7 at his back. His 2 wings, being of the mother of emerald of the south, may I come forth from the Sektet boat. What did I teach you all that Sektet was? What's the Seket and the Seket? Memory, power of memory. The plane of consciousness, the memory plane. The Seket, Sektet, Aru, which is the plane of consciousness. How do you flow along this plane of consciousness? You flow along it like a boat. As smooth as a boat moves along the river is as smooth as you move through these waves, the waves of consciousness. Thus comparing the boat to your conscious movement, and thus naming the boat after the word for memory. Light memory is the name of the boat that you're traveling in and traveling on. You see the word back here, and you see the spine right here. That's going to be in the Matrix movie too. But see, this is pestet, which means backbone. But what else does it mean? Shine, illuminate, to spread out. Why would your backbone have anything to do with shining and spreading out in rays of light? That's the pestet. Boom. A type of backbone which is composed of light that can spread out and expand, which is this right here. Right? It's the expanded energetic aspect that occurs when the physical body falls asleep or enters the trance state. The substance of the pure energetic aspect of the etheric body becomes energetically excited and begins to expand outwards. This allows the pure energetic aspect of the etheric body to function independently from the physical body without disturbing it while it sleeps. Holding the mind awake during the trance state creates a wide range of energetic conflicts. These conflicts can cause some very peculiar sensations, such as feeling of expansion often perceived as a sensation of shrinking or falling inwards. The degree of etheric body expansion possibly depends greatly on the level of sleep, because it's possible. It can or it can't. I've seen it for both. So here it is. Here's the expansion. Notice that anytime you see somebody, usually when you see somebody having an out-of-body experience in an image, they're always on their back, where their spine is flat, and then it expands outwards. They're never really having an out-of-body in a fetal position, are they? It's always on your back flat, and then you expand outwards. That is the Pesjet, the spine of light, and you doing the expansion. And that's why over here the Kemetians knew this, and that's why the same word for backbone that you're expanding out here in the Paramharu with 7 energy points on your back is the same word for light that's spread out and expanding in the Medu Neter. And now that I have been rebirthed from my body, which is the egg, ready to eject through the imbuement of the serpent of light, look where the word for serpent is. Look where the word serpent is. It's Seta. Seta is serpent, and look what it means. The serpent, the same thing here, light, fire to burn, divine fire, flame. The serpent represents that same flame that's expanding out of the body. The fiery serpent, everlasting fire, fiery serpent that destroys all to escape from the pits of fire. It's a fiery serpent, and it also is eject. Eject, beget, to come from a seed, right? That's all the word for serpent there. So, boom, fiery serpent of eternity that destroys negativity, then ejects out of the body. I have purified myself. I have mastered the serpent within. So as I handle my snakes in this physical world, it appears that I have mastered them. Tehuti's serpent really represents the mastery of his own self. Thus, because the serpent represents procreation, eternal life, looking like a double helix, and the serpent of the divine fire, interspiraling, I imbue Tehuti, my namesake within, and look at this image to trigger that neural anchor. And this is the image that I gave Menko Ra when I gave him his name. As you can see there's Tehuti, and what does he have? The spiraling serpents. He has the spiraling serpents on the staff as he gives life to Setis. He's giving life with the Ankh right there, the fiery serpents. And that anchors and sets in links and associations and helps me go into my practice to get answers for the Tuti Pod class, and also to protect people and do a bunch of other things that people that help what's happening in this world. So, and just as my ancestors would quote unquote examine equal ma'at, the serpents to see their echoed imagery of the double helix intertwined spine, light energy that represents birth, I do so as well for mastery over my animals. Have you ever wondered if physical snakes actually make this double helix formation? Actual snakes. See this when they show you this image of the spiritual spine or the chakras, or they show you the serpents intertwining. Has anybody here ever wondered, the serpents actually do that? Did anybody ever see serpents doing that? Yes. Did they form this double helix? Yes. And guess when? When they are procreating. As the male is ejecting. Here is what I watch in real life with my serpents. And here is an example of a video. Now you will truly see art imitating life. Let me go ahead and do this. Let's see if I can put this over here. And here's the video that I watched. All this I do to my brain to create what you see here. I'm gonna go ahead and stop this. And I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. And here is the real double helix image, because our ancestors would actually see this. This is a real thing that serpents would do, but you'd have to be close and around serpents to actually see them doing this. So here it is. And there it is right there. You actually see them. And what are they doing? Procreating, ejaculating, ejecting while they intertwine like a double helix. I can watch this in real life. You can watch it on nature video. I have serpents that do. As a matter of fact, a couple days ago, I took in one of my black serpent, one of Sheena's parents, out of the tank to have my goddesses hold while I took care of Mamba and some other ones. When I went to put her back in the tank, there's 4 new eggs. That's how fast they bred and had eggs. And again, in the time that I just took them out, put one back, and then I woke up next morning, and my other 2 amelanistics and albinos, there's 13 eggs under them. And I watched them constantly spiraling, which you all see that is just an image to you in Kemetic literature is something I watch. I watch this. This is how you utilize the animals in real life mastery for inner magic. You have to become this. This is not something. This is why I am that I am, because this is my daily. When I'm not teaching a pod class, I'm there staring at the serpents or doing something with my animals, or I am constantly in this. There's no time of my life that I'm not actually a part of what it is that I'm teaching here. All right, so there, I played that video there, boom. Woo! What is interesting is in today's New Age description of having an out-of-body, there's a description of something that keeps the out-of-body connected to the physical body that also connects the so-called chakras that looks like, guess what? Yes, a serpent. You see? So in these New Age teachings, when they talk about the silver cord, they talk about a serpentine energy that actually connects each out-of-body. And it moves around like a cord and goes through each body. That is the serpent connecting. So they're doing this in New Age, but it came from Kemet and the Medu-Neter. There it is, introducing the silver cord. Okay? That's the silver cord. In the New Age Theosophical teaching, it even made Wikipedia. It's even in Wikipedia. The silver cord. The silver cord in the metaphysical studies and literature known as the Sutra, Sutra Amma, or life thread. So it's called the Sutra, life thread. It refers to the linkage from the higher self down to the physical body. You see that? It is a life-giving linkage called the silver cord. All this visualized through my animals daily as I have them and hold them and walk with them. These are the things that I'm thinking about while I was in the forest with them. But where does this originally come from? The New Age movement? No. Maybe even as far back as the Hindus? No. Who brought the knowledge to this earth that there is a 7-point system met that aligns the spine of light, Peset, that can expand out of the body, Peset, and echo out copies, Sata, and fly out of the body like a bird out of a white egg, the color of a mummy? Who actually created all that? Right back here. Same thing we just read. There it all is. Coming out of the egg, flying forth with 7 on your back. Right there. That's where it all comes from. You see that? And the Sata, which is the line of fire, of course, because it's a light line that connects you to your other bodies. They call it the lifeline because it's a light line of fire. So that's the serpent. Yes, the followers of Ma'at who built Kemet. But what about this silver cord thread that looks like a snake and connects the so-called chakras and can expand out of the body? Was that brought to earth by the followers of Ma'at as well? Well, let's look back to the Purim Haru we just read, and let's look at the word for what is that is the 7. What are the 7 that's on your spine connecting it? What's expanding? It's meh, right? You see that? The meh right over here. So the 7 on the back are called the meh. 7 on the back. And it connects your spiritual spinal system, spinal column. But what is that word meh? What is the translation of it? Thread, linen thread. And there's the spine right there. And it is a thread, it's a line, linen thread, a line. 7 points of a line that connects through the back that helps you fly out. Boom, a thread on your back divided into 7. It looks like a spiral symbol of eternity, and the spine symbol is the word showing you what the 7 chakras that are interconnected as a thread cord is also the word spine itself, expanding and connecting each refined astral body like the elongated serpent, and thus I visualize transforming as that serpent as I handle Seta, which is right here in my hand. Doing this subconscious ritual all pod class, all day. And there is the Seta right there in the Purim Haru. That is the exact same species of serpent. That is called that's the Seta. Right there, the rising one. Okay. It has many names, but one of them is the Seta, the rising serpent transforming into a Seta. I think of this exact serpent that I'm teaching with on plate 27, the transformation into the serpent. All these things that I'm thinking of that help my consciousness, that help my ritual, that help my practice, that help me become the being that I am. And here it is right here. The making, arit, conscious making, transformation into the Seta. You see? There's the Seta. You see? I am Seta. Nuk Seta. I am Seta. Extended of years, I lie down and I'm born again every day. I am Seta. This is a picture from my Akram Ru. That's why you see all the writing on it, and you see my thumb, my fingers right there. You see? So when I make my notes of things, I have the page number of the other places that the same topic is, and here it is. I become young every day. I renew myself. You see? I become young every day. Being born every day. That's the mess. You see that? Mess, which means to be born. I am Seta. That's what the Kemetins would say. They'd say, I am the snake. I am the serpent. I am one with it. There's no separation between me and the serpent. This is how it was utilized back then, and this is how I utilize it today. Thus, the species of cobra that I master, that I'm holding right now, is the exact same ancient Kemetic cobra that Ani of 1250 BC saw in Kemet and in his Purim Haru. Do you see it? That's the exact same species. This is the same one. What makes it the same one? What's the difference between this cobra and a regular cobra? What's the difference? Well, it is the specific species of cobra from Kemet that stands up but does not do so to flare out its hood. You see that it's standing up, the specific one with 2 lines on its neck. Do you see that? So there it is standing up, but notice it's not flared out. Where's the big hood of the cobras? Every time they show cobras standing up like this, they have a flared out hood. But look at this one, the neck stays skinny. Look at the neck, it's skinny. You see that? It's a particular type of cobra. When it flares out laying down. When it actually stands up, unlike the king cobra, it doesn't flare up. It just stands up. Does the cobra stance, but it doesn't flare out. You see the 2 lines on its neck? That's a particular species of cobra. That's a particular species of Egyptian Kemetic cobra. All right? You see Seta? You see the two lines on his neck? You see you see that? Right there? That's the exact species. That's the one. And when it stands up, it doesn't flare out. That's the one with the two stripes on its neck. That's why I have this specific one. It's not jewelry. It is the exact specific one from Kemet. It is the Kemetic one that is in the Purim Haru that I am reading, and I have the snake in my hand. It's over here, and I'm teaching you from the Purim Haru, and the exact same species in my hand. That is how serious. That's why everybody. That's why the atheists and all the guys get angry when they see me. It's too serious. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. So here he is. Welcome to podcast. We're still going. Here we go. There's the Sata right there. The exact same species. Utilized back then, and I utilize it today. By having the real one. That's supposed to be dead, according to Uncle West. It is the specific species of cobra from Kemet that stands up, but does so not to flare out its hood. You see that it has the two lines on its neck with no big hood while it stands up. Thus I handle my animals, Sata, and I visualize all of this, which is embedded in my subconscious. I shed the negative energy so I can shed my physical dimension, as a snake does, and leaves the old negative self behind, just like the snake does. Look at the beautiful green, and the old self is colorless. It's not attractive. It's a ghostly colorlessness of the beautiful green that comes out as it's being reborn every day, as it's being reborn, leaving the old self behind that is not vivid, it's vague, and it comes out with the vividness, because I teach being vivid, not vague. So the snakes teach me vividness, not vagueness. Thus I keep the first shed of Sata. Nana, you there, Nana? Is Nana here? Nanny? Nana's knocked out. Nana knocked out. Nana! Where's Nana? Is she even here? Nana, you there? Nana is gone. So, as you see the snake shedding, I visualize this, and what do? For anybody who's been in where I live, what do you see when you first come in the door? If I could turn my camera on, when you first come in the door, there's a shed over the door. Okay? One moment, a second. Hold on. I am back. Can you all see me, hear me? Press a 9 if you can see and hear me. So, just as the screen shows, this is how I imbue things. I'm doing this all over where I live, and people don't even know that what they're seeing is a ritual. They don't understand you're actually seeing a ritual consistently around you. For example, I know that this image here represents what the Purim Haru says, being reborn again. It's a rebirth. Everlasting rebirth, because it constantly comes out of its old and comes into its new. There's the skin, right? So what do? Is I have Seta, the living cobra here, and then I have the very first large adult shed that I keep forever. This is Seta, this is his shed that I keep on top of his tank. So I keep the shed, and so every time I go over there and I see the shed, it reminds me of that page in the Purim Haru. I'm constantly setting up where I am for constant ritual, even though it looks like I'm not doing anything. But why do I have the serpent skin there? Why do I have one above my door? Why do I have this particular? All of this is a ritual. It's rare that you see me go anywhere and do any particular ritual. I usually do it when I'm alone, but that's because my whole place where I live, all of this is the ritual. I never actually come out of it. I don't come out of it. wherever I'm going, the skin is there, the image is there, the picture's there, the statue's there. I'm teaching the pod class. It's a continuous, everlasting ritual that I keep with me at all times, always around me. Put that right there. And there is Sata. So I'm utilizing this in this day and time. I'm mastering the animals, which is really mastering my own self. The people in the room will come to the room that got animals from me, and they'll show them as well, because this is what I'm teaching. I'm teaching a life. I'm not teaching you just to argue with people. Okay, here we go. So thus I keep the first set of seta right here. All of this that I do with my subconscious to observe and master the animals, again, really is to master myself, because Ua, which is master, is the first pronoun singular, which is you. It's you alone. There's the word master, Ua, which is master, but here is master, Ua. But then Ua is you're alone by yourself. That means you don't do it for show. Whether I was around you all or not, you can keep a video camera, you can keep a drone on me 24 hours a day. Send me to the Caribbean, send me to Florida. What will I be doing? I'll be doing this. I'll have the Ankh, I'll have the serpent, I'll be out in the field, catching them, raising them, breeding them, being around them with my Param Haru. Nothing changes. That is a difference between myself. Let me come to the screen real quick. That is the difference between myself and others that may be in the information temporarily, only because maybe they're around me for a certain time. But if I'm doing this without being inspired by being around anyone, if you are really about that type of life standard, then no matter who you are around, you'll be working out each day. Because Tehuti works out each day, whether he's alone or around anybody. You'll be weighing your food. Each of my meals weigh a particular weight and have a particular amount of calories. I don't do it to show anybody. I work out at home. I take specific meals each day. No matter who comes in and out of my life, I am the same. But if somebody comes in and out of my life, or a student or anyone, and their life changes, that means they were never really this. When you're this, you are this. You don't do it because you're around someone. I don't have a snake because I'm around someone. I have the snakes and I was living with them since I was 7. There was no one else there. I don't read the Param Haru because I'm around someone. So thus, if you create a multitude of people like that, then you create a nation, because they're not doing it for show. I'm not debating for wins. I'm debating so all of you can be here, because you see me debating and say, wow, I'd rather go that route. I just happen to win because they're debating the truth. So the answer is going to keep on having me win until they have to erase me, which is what they're trying to do now. You have to erase somebody that lives this daily. That's what I do. That's why I incorporate this. It's not even me trying to incorporate anything. It's just, this is what I actually am. I'm just teaching everyone what I didn't want to originally. I was doing this by myself, and now I'm teaching everybody just my life with what I do. So here it is right here. There is the first person singular, the mastery, and now that Tehuti has consciously imbued with his animals to this level, how did he take this beautiful awareness to the world? How do I take this to the world? The world that views these same ancient animals of spiritual eternity now with evil. How do I ease a regular Christian, Muslim, Hebrew man's mind or woman awareness to teach them and all these things are evil to them, while bypassing the religious cognitive dissonance of their religion so I can teach them more? How do I do it, ladies and gentlemen? How do I do it? How will I take this information of all this deep level of knowledge and introduce it to a brand new person straight out of the church who's afraid of these animals? How do I use it to teach them? So I walk up to them and say, page 552 of the Purim Haru says, and you better follow Ani and Ptah Hotep. No. What do? I do what Morpheus did in the Matrix. I merge into the society with them. I merge in and start to look for people without saying that I'm holding a class. But I have to survive, so what do? I utilize the animals in this day and time. And this is how I met Brother Ahati and how he became a student. He did not become a student because I said, hey, brother, I'm teaching. Not that. He became a student because I did this. This is what I did. I went out into the world in order to teach, utilize these inner magic, in order to teach how to utilize this inner magic and find people who always wanted to know about magic, but were taught to be afraid of these animals. I incorporated a way to draw the public to them, making a living while secretly teaching souls who needed to be taught. I went to the streets and I started to perform with my animals, walking around with the pythons, anacondas, spiders, even my rabbits. And people stopped to take pictures with me while I educated them on the ancient symbolism of these animals and set up a fear-breaking challenge experience, which means that I set up an area where people would actually pay me to break their fears, and I would use the animals to do so. Incorporating the animals with my daily life, making a living while teaching people about the animals in a fun way, breaking their psyops, and they think that I'm just an entertainer, but I'm really have an unk in my hand. That's like when Ahati saw me and Killer Priest and people saw me out there with the serpents, the unk was here. I wasn't dressed like a magician or dressed like an entertainer. I had the Kemetic paraphernalia on with the serpents, merging in with the public, merging in with the audience, with the regular people, because they wouldn't accept Kemetic teachings or understandings if I just went out and said, let me teach you about Kemet. And see, Ankh Sen Patton was the co-wife of... No. I merged in. And this is how people saw me. And this is how I met Shannon. This is how I met Shannon 10 years ago. This is how I met Ahati. This is what they saw. They saw a man that looked like a wild man with torn clothing, huge serpents on my neck, and people came from all over, saw me, and started taking pictures with me, started asking me about serpents, saying, are they really not dangerous? I'm breaking down the symbolism of them. I'm posing with people that were all petrified. I utilize the serpents to break people's fear and bring couples closer. I utilize the serpents and the animals to activate people's biological imperative, and I brought couples together, and they cried. Couples are crying with tears flowing down their eyes in fear and held on tight to their loved ones. They're holding on tight as I educated them and taught them of the ancient symbolism and added humor and broke them out of their matrix. Here are the couples. The brother is almost, these people were crying. This lady is holding him. This is a big, muscular, strong brother who you see me over here with the same snakes, with this brother over here. And then another couple comes, tell me they're afraid of snakes. They're petrified. He is shook. He is scared. She's hugging him and holding him. I'm bringing these couples together, adding humor to it, having these big snakes, and I make sure that I wrap it around their neck. I make sure that I wrap it around the place that can kill them, so that if it can be around their neck and they're fine, then they can easily hold it in their hand. I'm doing psychological warfare against Isfet as I'm educating people, and this is what Shannon and her father and family saw when they walked down the beach. These exact snakes. These are pictures of. These are the people. that took pictures. I don't know. That may even be Shannon in the background. I don't know, smiling. I'm not sure. But this is what I would do. So I'm breaking fears of serpents. And I had Tehuti features in blogs. I was in blogs. I was in Instagrams. And here I am right here. This man was petrified. Put me in, I don't know if this is an influencer or whatever, Instagram guy. And here I am right here, putting the snake on his neck. I'm putting the mouth of the snake on the man's neck, breaking his fear, because anybody could come up. I don't care what race you were. I don't care how tall you were. I don't care what your height was. I don't care who you're with. I don't care who you're having sex with. I am showing people that these serpents in ancient times were utilized to help people. And here's how they can help you: by one, breaking your fear. So anybody of any race, any creed, any sexual preference, whatever you may have, whatever you are, I'm not even concerned with that. I'm concerned with the onlookers watching, saying, wow, you broke my son out of fear. Wow, here comes another person. What is this? I was scared too. These people are crying. I had these people in tears, and then they're hugging me later. That is me right there. And this influencer, or wherever, I'm not sure what this man was, but he put me in his Instagram blogs or whatever he is. I don't know who these people are. I remember I would do this. Halle Berry would be there. The Wynn brothers would be there. Wesley Snipes is there. Megan Stallion put me on her Instagram thing as her favorite magician, whatever it is. I'm influencing in all these people. So when the architect of the Matrix found out I was utilizing my serpents, spiders, mice, rabbits, everything to break people out of the Matrix and reverse the magic of fear, Tehuti made the news. I made the news and I was banned. And they banned only those specific animals in parts of California. So they put me in the news. When the architect of the Matrix found out that I was doing this, they found out every animal that I was breaking fears with, and they put me in the news. Here I am right here. Santa Monica may be banning street performers with all the animals that I have. Spiders, rats, which are really chinchillas, spiders, rats, rabbits. And there I am in the news right there, breaking the fears of people. There I am, snake handler in Santa Monica. Snakes are currently banned in the public spaces in the city. And there I am right there. There I am right there, breaking people's fears. And the architect of the Matrix found out, and they put me in the newspapers, put me in the social articles, and other medias too. Other media networks in the Matrix saw Tehuti utilizing magic and animals to reverse the matrix of psychological psyops placed between people and animals, and they were revered as high spiritual symbols in ancient times. This is what I was teaching out there. And they even deemed my rabbit, whose name was Raja. So I would have people listen to what I did. So I would utilize what people are familiar with, and they would say, oh, hey, Raja the rabbit, Raja the rabbit. So I would have them saying the words Ra and Ja, and they didn't even know that. They didn't know they were saying it. They're like, what's your rabbit's name? I'm like, Raja the rabbit, Raja the rabbit, Raja the rabbit. They're like, oh, Raja the rabbit, Raja the rabbit. I remember that cartoon, Raja the rabbit. But I'm having them say Ra and Ja. When they added the J was Tehuti's name. It was Ra and Ja. They were saying Ra and Tehuti all day and didn't know they were saying it. And then they would ask me more about the rabbit, and I would say, it's Raja. And see, Ra was the ancient sun god, and Ja is the Tehuti. And I'm actually started teaching them off this little rabbit that I would have in my hand. And I'm teaching them. That's what I was doing out there, utilizing my animals. This is my daily, this is my life. That's why I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not the internet, whatever these other people are. I am not that. That's not what I came here for. I'm not that. I'm not that whatsoever. It's a whole life thing that created me. I'm in the news here. Here I'm in the news, and they found out. Other medias found out. And when the medias found out that I was breaking psychological matrices, I had my rabbit named Raja. They deemed him as the killer rabbits, just to associate fear words. They're trying to combine it with the word unicycle. They had the word unicycle in the ad, in the article, as if as if they're speaking of some type of act, like a unicycle act, and I never wrote a unicycle. But they put killer rabbit, the word killer and the word rabbit beside each other, to even place fear in those two words connected. They put it as if I was doing a unicycle performance, and put me as had a killer rabbit, when the unicycle is not even an animal. So let me show you something. They're putting the list of things they're banning animals. So why is it in the sentence, and Tehuti has never used a unicycle? The matrix is very deep. Here I am in the other article, right over here. Santa Monica might ban more exotic animals. Animals in the crosshairs this time are arachnids, because they know I have tarantulas, the rodents, which were my chinchillas, and the rabbits. And it says, if this new law, if the new ban passed, that killer bunny tarantula unicycle act you've been working on could have a penalty of $500. But why are they putting these words together? Killer bunny. These are killer bunny tarantula unicycle. Why are they putting the word unicycle in here? Because they're trying to say, oh, it's a killer bunny act. There's no killer bunny act. They're just putting killer beside the word bunny for subconscious psyops, as if it's because they know there's no bunny act, tarantula act. I did not ever touch a unicycle in my life. So what is this talking about? Animals that were banned, and what's going to happen if they're banned is the unicycle act. But Tehuti never wrote a unicycle. What does having a unicycle have to do with animals banned? Just because they wanted to put the words killer bunny beside each other. So it's very interesting, the more that I go through. And as you can see, that I have the same agenda, everlasting, non-changing life premise and path of utilizing and incorporating my serpents to teach in my everyday life. Notice I am wearing the exact same Kemetic shirt I broke people's fears in on the street from a decade ago. When Ahati saw me with the serpents, and when Shannon saw me with the serpents, I wore a Kemetic shirt, adding to their subconscious. And yes, it's the same shirt that you see me teaching the pod class in right now. The same shirt that I have on right now, teaching the Tehuti pod class. I'll put the link in the room now for those with snakes, that they can come in and that they've received from me, and they can come in on the panel. And then at the end of the class, I want them to talk about how the snakes have actually been helping them. But the same shirt. This is the same shirt. Santa Monica. Look closely, everybody. You see the shirt that I'm wearing right now? That's the same shirt in the article from 10 years ago. I'm doing the same thing. I'm just doing it in a pod class now. It's still me. I have not changed nothing. There was no change happening. It's still me. Same clothes, same exact shirt. These animals. So here it is. There I am in the article. So these animals and the clothing that represent my incorporation is never changing. Yes, it's the exact same shirt, the exact same mission. This is my life. And that is how I utilize merge animals to master self while making a change in the world. Hotep, I am done. But really not done, because I want to show you the scariest animal. Tehuti's world famous. This is around the world. This is around the world that people know this creature right here. Pictures all around the world. From the fear-breaking snake princess. And here she is. She was so big, it took 5 to 6 people to carry her. This is my snake princess that people were afraid of because they thought it was an anaconda from the Anaconda movie, but I chose one that was yellow because I know people don't associate yellow with fear. So they like the yellow, but they fear the humongous serpent. But look, I have children, I'm bringing families together. These people were petrified. That's 6 people holding one snake. That is what I do to utilize animals in this day and time. Hotep, I'm done. I hope everybody appreciated that. Sata, did you like that? Let me check the chat to see what people thought of that, but that is what I do. So I just gave you a breakdown of what I do with animals on a psychological level, a calm level, a spiritual level, an out-of-body level, a modern-day utilization of making a living level, utilization of breaking people's fears level, interacting with couples, bringing couples together, bringing families together, educating them, and eventually meeting Shannon and Ahati, who are in this pod class 10 years later from doing that exact thing. Same thing. Hotep, I am done. That is my story. That is how I utilize animals. Let me check the room to see if anybody heard that. I appreciate that. If you like, I don't know what's going on outside. If you see this as anything unique from whatever you see happening or being taught out there, please support what it is that I do, because I've been utilizing my self-calmness, my information that I teach in the animals to actually make a living doing the same thing for 10 years. Now I'm just doing it on the computer, giving you specific screens and pictures of things. I used to do this live on the streets for years with the serpents since I was 7. Teaching with the serpents since I was a teacher and having serpents since 1994, 93. There's my PayPal. There's my Cash App. If you appreciated what you saw, appreciate the movement, and don't want this to end, support the Tehuti pod class. Let me put the link in the room for the people just to show you that I take this to real life. It's not just a teaching. There are people now in the room, live. Ahati is in the room. Shannon is in the room. Menkor Ra's in the room. That have actually flown down from state to state to come and get some of my most special serpents from me and my serpents' children. That is the link. I'm inviting the brothers and sisters to come into the room. The brother Bijan says, Tehuti does it all. Yes, after this, after I did that, I would take the serpents and sneak them in to the gym of Arnold Schwarzenegger. The Gold's Gym, Arnold Schwarzenegger, where it would be me working out, me here. What's that guy's name? Nick Nolte, the partner that my workout jacket that I work out in was given to me by the Quad God, one of the men with the most muscular legs on the planet, called the Quad God, who was the trainer of Nick Nolte. So it was me, the Quad God, Nick Nolte, 50 Cents over there training, The Rock over here training, and I would have a suitcase, and I would unzip it and show the bodybuilders the snakes, and they would scream like babies, and then we go outside and take pictures together with Hadi Tata and the other world-class bodybuilders who were petrified of the serpent. And these are these big muscular guys, but they see the serpent, yeah! And I'm like, no, let me educate you. So I would bring them into Gold's Gym, Arnold Schwarzenegger's gym. All the bodybuilders there, The Rock is there, 50 Cent is there, McNulty, Quad God, all the guys are there, and I would sneak in my serpent and open it up, and eventually I was kicked out of the gym. I was removed from the gym for being so serious, for doing that they said no pets are allowed here. So they removed me from the gym. But anyways, that is my story. I'm gonna let the sisters and brothers come on and talk about what they thought about the class. I'm going to take a break and then come on with the next answer. There's Shannon playing with hers. And where are the rest? Where's Ahati Ma'at? Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to, this is a new name. OPP-LLC. Awesome, brother. I have no interest in anyone other than you teaching Kemetic teaching. Shout out to you. I'm not familiar with his name. And my eyes are a little blurry. OFP LLC. Shout out to you. Thank you, good brother. Okay, go ahead. Everybody, look, these guys got their serpents. Go ahead.
Is peace, SABA?
Peace.
Is that Sheena's brother?
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, you brought. Okay, we got an actual family on the screen.
Nice.
So that is the little that's the yeah, they're equal brothers and sisters, yes.
Yeah, I think that's almost the size that Sheena was when I got her. No, she's a little bit bigger than that, I think. She's gotten so big.
Yeah,
Actually,
I have
that's
two
the
of
little
these.
brother. That's the one that was just born.
Yeah, I have two.
I gave it to him, Shannon, as eggs.
Yeah, I saw them.
Okay, I'm gonna step out for a moment, take a break. You all talk about it. Where's Annie? Where's Scribe has the Tehuti pod class emblem snake, the one that is the logo snake, zebra with the stripes.
Zebra, right?
Yeah, he has that. So Scribe, jump up on here. Ahati has the little baby pink albino. Very, very rare. He has that. Okay, you guys go ahead and talk about your story. When I come back, we're going to do more donations, and then I'm going to end off with the last question of the night that I'm going to answer. The Matrix 4, if Rigo is here. Rigo, are you here, my good brother? I'll be back, everybody. Please support the Tehuti pod class. And I want to show everybody before because I did not give shout out to these people right here. These are very important people keeping the room stable, and they are called the moderators. Let me see if I can show this in the room. These are the moderators, and they are gonna pop up in the room. The people you see with the wrenches: Nania Set Mer, Ahati Ma'at, Nania Set Mer, the beautiful, the wonderful secretary, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, the protector, and the scribe, known now as Ani Pata. Shout out to all of you. These are the moderators. Okay, let me take that off the room. Take this off. And like this. Okay. All right, I'm going to step. Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is. What you got there, young man? What do you got there? Let me show everybody how we do this in the Tehuti pod class. Is he bigger? What?
Yeah, he's definitely getting bigger.
Oh, he looks so nice. Wow, it looks like a real zebra.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he looks beautiful, man. You want to give him back? I don't know. No.
Send your invoice.
Okay, I'm gonna step out, everybody. This is the snake. What do you say, Shannon?
He looks heavy.
Okay, he's got a nice weight to him.
Beautiful. Okay, I'll be back, everybody, and then we'll do the shout outs in the next question, the Matrix 4, which I know a lot of people came for. Peace for now. I'll be back. Support the Tehuti podcast. Go ahead, everybody.
All right, peace and love, everyone. Hotep.
Hotep.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful breakdown right there. And yeah, especially him teaching. One of the initial reasons why I decided to get a serpent, of course, was the fear factor, because they teach you to be afraid of them subconsciously, right? They make you subconsciously afraid of what's connected to the oldest part of our brain, what's called the reptilian brain, right? And parts of who we are. And then, of course, getting into the teachings like the great SABA broke down, for me, the serpent is such a beautiful creature, and it being a representation of rebirth, of eternal life, creating the word Techeta, which means eternity, right? The ancestors were so evolved in everything that they did. And, Techet also creating the word to speak, right? So with me being a spoken word artist, one who deals with frequency and spoken frequency, it's absolutely beautiful to be able to see, and hold the serpent and know that this is representation of the tongue, which creates the Nesubiti. You see the pharaohs with like right behind Brother Minku Ara's head with the serpent on the head, and it actually creating the word Nes, which means tongue, and it also means fire, right? So the Nesubitis were the ones with the fiery tongues, right? So that, and then when you look at the glyph of the tongue, it's a tongue of a serpent. It has two sides to it. So when I see that, it always keeps me in the consciousness of keeping that tongue of fire, to speak with conviction and to speak of truth in my eye. And when you watch them, when you just watch them in their natural habitat, and even how they smell, it's with their tongue. It's very, very, very deep. And when they shed, also one thing that helps me when it comes to the shedding is when they shed, also the shed from their eyes come off as well. So for me, it teaches me to always keep my eyes clear, to always be in a shedding state of making sure my eyes stay clear and stay clean, especially within this matrix here in these programs that consistently are feeding us, because the eyes are connected to the brain. So everything that we see and recognize is literally feeding our brains. And especially in today's time, we have to make sure that we continuously shed our vision as well, because everywhere you look, it's not like in ancient Kemet where everywhere you look, you see the sacred language of the Medu Neter, and you have all these super amazing stories when you're just looking at your walls. And that's the environments that we're creating. It's to continuously keep that consciousness within our perception, which goes back to the class that SABA Tehuti just broke down prior to this one with the RE creating the I and the Ma'at, and literally the I meaning to create, to make something, and connecting it back to what Dr. Robert Lanza teaches with biocentrism. And where your attention goes is what reality is created. So it's very, very, very deep, and the calmness that they provide as well is very, very powerful. And it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful to connect with creatures that we've always connected with, that we teach with, like SABA Tehuti just show forth how he teaches with his animals. And it's so powerful because that's what we always did, so for him to recreate that in today's time is so beautiful. And for him to be able to teach us how to do it as well is something that's very necessary in today's time, with this false matrix going on, that literally keeps us in a hypnotic state, in a negative hypnotic state of being asleep. And fear, I mean, that's such a huge part of why we have such a difficult time of getting the things that we see within our visions. Is because of fear. And there are things like this that we can utilize to expand our consciousness, like the Araret or the Res, to rise, to expand, like the cobra head, which is literally what is on the pharaoh's heads, is an expanded cobra head, expansion. But today we recognize this and utilize it as fear. So these are very, very intricate details that specific people have put forth to make sure that we stay in a state of fear, because it's to create, you create what your mind sees. So it's very beautiful. And I always love to do what's necessary, right? Because live it out, to just study the teachings, to just read the books, to just listen to the podcast is one thing. But to implement the teachings in your everyday life is completely separate, right? And it takes an extreme amount of focus and embodying yourself within this, because as soon as you step outside of your abode, you're right back delved into the matrix, and your consciousness is being fed trash. So Tua, to SABA Tehuti, and what he has brought forth for us to help us to regain eternal life, right? The Cheta, the eternity, right? So Tua, and yeah, peace, good brother Minku and sister Shannon. It's always good to see you, Shannon. And of course you, Minku.
Peace, brother Annie.
Hotep, Hotep, Hotep.
Who you got right there,
like
Minku?
This is Nebtet. This is I have 2 Kemetic snakes from SABA. I have a total of 8 snakes in my home right now. 4 of them are from SABA, and 4 of them are local to the city that I live in. And I really love these Kemetic snakes because when I flew out to LA for Ani's and Atef's naming ceremony, I drove back from all the way from LA to Madison, Wisconsin, and Nebtet and Aset were in eggs. They were eggs when I received them, and on my way home, they were hatched, and I became a snake father, as SABA Tehuti calls it. And you know, it's all about living the knowledge, right? It's about living the culture, right? It's about being ourselves, knowing thyself, know thyself, and loving ourselves and being in tune with nature. So for me, the snakes do represent, for me, our ancestors. They also represent being in tune with nature. They also represent, like Ani is saying, overcoming the fear and breaking the matrix and coming out of the miseducation that the Tamahu has taught us to fear the snakes. When actuality, I feel protected, I feel powerful because of the snakes that I have. And I feel connected to my snake family, which is Ani, SABA Tehuti, Shannon, Ahati Ma'at, and hopefully soon Atef.
Yes.
So, yeah, soon come. So yes, I love my serpents, and I really love how SABA continues to teach us new Kemetic and Meta-Netter names for the serpent. There's so many names of the culture and the spirituality that we didn't know, and we have to be reborn and shed just like the snakes, so we can be our young self and we can be our new self and learn everything that's been hidden and stolen from us. Shannon, you want to share about your journey with the snakes?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just like about, you know, that thing about fear, and snakes are always like looked at like they're creepy, or they're bad, or they're negative. I think that's just the cycle of fear that they're trying to put out there, because when you start dealing with the animals on like a spiritual level, like there has to be an amount of like calmness and patience when you deal with them. And we all know, like, they try to make everybody do things that they don't want to do to bring them out of alignment. So I think just connecting with the animals puts you in a really healthy state of mind. Pretty much.
Absolutely.
Okay, we are back. Beautiful, everybody. This is wonderful. Beautiful snakes. Hold your snake up. The little ones. The little ones. And Shannon, hold yours up. Another little one. Little black one. And hold yours up there, Annie. Okay. All right. Hey, Shannon, you want to trade? You want the big version of Sheena right here?
Maybe. I don't know. He looks heavy.
Yeah. No, this is another species.
I have been thinking about getting a larger snake though.
Okay, let me know. Okay, everybody, we're gonna do a couple shot. What do you say, Shannon?
I'll let you know definitely.
Yes, wonderful. We're gonna do a couple shout outs to the donators, and then we're gonna get into the last question. I'm trying to end this by 1 o'clock. The last question, which is on the matrix, of course. The matrix. Let me see if this is saved.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure. Yes.
I'm sorry. It must take a huge amount of patience to teach while you're holding the snake, while the snake is in your command, because they just go wherever they want. Like I have to really concentrate just to hold her and talk at the same time.
Yes, and imagine imagine them at 15 feet. That's what I was holding when I was teaching outside.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna give a shout out. Thank you, Shannon. We're gonna give a shout out to let me see. We got Owen Hythe here. Beautiful support. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. What should I do? Is Rigo still in the house? Rigo, are you still there, my good brother? I want to do this matrix breakdown. Oh, this matrix one's gonna be whoa-wee. Okay, Owen Hythe, Windows, give him some noise. Annie, give him some noise. Owen Hythe, Tehuti and Ahati. Wonderful. We got monster donators. We got Stephen Escalar for support. Stephen Escalar with tell me when that comes up on the screen. Where's the good brother at Tef? He must be asleep. We got the snake family. How many snakes are on the screen right now? How many snakes we got? 6 of them? Okay, we got give a shout out to that. Give him some noise. Stephen Escalar for support. Give him some noise, everybody. Thank you. He says support Henu SABA Tehuti. Thank you for your wonderful support, my good brother. Appreciate that. Wonderful. We're gonna go to the next one. Is it still on the screen?
No.
No. Okay, good. Okay, wonderful. And the next donator, we're gonna go through a couple more, and then I'm gonna answer this question. And then we got who's this? Oh, John Presley pops up. Hey, John Presley. Shout out to John Presley. It always pops up. Let me go ahead and fix this second. Hold on. Okay, the one-man army. Here we go. John Presley. Let me get the P in there. There it is. P Presley. John Presley. We're going to give this man some noise. Boom. Oh, no. I don't want to do that. No, I don't. Oh, no. We're going to go with this. 10. There we go. Okay, when it comes up on the screen, give him some noise. I can't really see. all of you right now. I'm gonna go like this. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you, Stephen. I see the chat. Thank you. Okay, there's John.
I'm gonna get
Who's that?
going
Shannon?
back to yeah, I'm gonna get going back to the chat. One of my cats woke up. I gotta go.
Okay.
I gotta go put Shino away. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
All right. All right.
Peace, sister.
All right, everybody. All right, peace.
Peace, Shannon.
Okay. Peace. All right. I was trying to see her in the snake, but okay. All right. Oh, Atef has appeared. All right, give this man, give him some more. Give him yeah. Excellent. Hey, Sullen Rock has popped up on the scene. What's the screen showing right now, gentlemen?
John Presley.
John Presley? Okay, good. Sullen Rock, love and support. Thank you, good brother Sullen Rock. You are wonderful. Is that showing up on the screen now?
Yes, Saba.
Sullen Rock, appreciate you. You are awesome. We're going to get through these. Sullen Rock is awesome. Thank you, Sullen Rock. Okay, who do we got here? Israel Hoyley. Yeah, is Israel Hoyley Godmind? Israel Hoyley. Do you have another name when you come on the panel? Shout out to you, Israel Hoyley. I don't know if you're Godmind or when you come on the panels, are you there, Israel Hoyley? Shout out to you, my good brother. He says, thank you, sir. You are welcome. We got Kemet Heru Hancock popping up on the scene, giving his support, $7. Kemet Heru Hancock. Thank you, Kemet. He says, for knowledge. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Thank you for knowledge. And we got, who's this? Oh, we got a person. Tell me if anybody remembers this man right here. I remember this man. Anybody remember this man right here? I remember him. Formerly known as Jermaine Hammond. I can't even match that name to who I know you as, Jermaine Hammond. But shout out to the good brother Atef Ram Kem. There we go. Shout out to the brother right there. There he is. Thank you for the big support. 3333, and it says support. Okay, that's fair. That's nice. I like that. Just support in the metanator. That's right. That's right. Thank you, my good brother. You are super consistent with everything.
Nini up, brother.
Yeah, you're super consistent. Oh, we got Higa Kepara giving an extra donation for the Field of Dreams. They actually made a movie about it that I didn't put out. I didn't show in the podcast, but it's one of my favorite movies called What Dreams May Come. What Dreams May Come. They were showing the afterlife in the form of a field where you could change reality. I don't know if you all have heard of that movie. I didn't have time to put in the answer, but it's a field. Cuba Gooding and the Mork and Mindy guy is on there, and you can change reality, and it's a field, a beautiful field called What Dreams May Come. Is that shown on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
Shout out to you, Higa. All right, everybody, where is the, we're almost done with the support already. Okay. Well, you know what? After this Matrix breakdown, I'm going to see some support. I don't see Vortex Ninja yet. Appreciation from Justin. Oh, Sonifica Kepra. There we go. Sonifica Kepra. I'm going to do this one, and then I'll get into the answer and do the rest. Okay, here it is. Sonifica Kepra. Is that on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
This is appreciation. What does it say? Appreciation for appreciation with exclamation marks and to a SABA. Wonderful. Okay, that's gonna end. We're gonna do more donations. I see you, Daryl. Daryl sent. Oh, he sent from the Mediterranean class. I see you, Marvin. I see you, Sarah Jean. I see all of you here. And hopefully, after I do this Matrix. Oh, Netzer Unk. I didn't even see this one. Okay, let me do Netzer Unk. I didn't see Netzer Unk. Shout out to Netzer Unk, Hotep L, who puts AUS, which is Uncle Jasineb. Shout out to you. Is that shown on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, good brother. Okay, good. Now that's it for the donations for now. There'll be more. I have more, but I'm going to do those after this answer here. I see a Tef Rem, Ma'at. I see Daryl sent from the Mandarin class. Daryl sent 508. And Sarah Jean sent 555. I see Marvin. Okay, here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Is Rigo here? Rigo, are you here? Or did you pass out? This is for you, Rigo. Is Rigo here? Oh, Rigo said good movie. Rigo, how have you seen all these good? Rigo sees all the good symbolic movies. He saw They Live and What Dreams May Come, movies that I wouldn't think a lot of people would see, especially What Dreams May Come. Okay, here we go. All right, are you ready? I'm gonna put you back over here. And we're going to get into the next answer for Rigo. This, gentlemen, stay awake. Stay awake. This is the Matrix Part 4. I think I'm covering, this will be 8 minutes. This is 4 more minutes than the last, the Matrix breakdown so far I've done, I think 5 to 10 minutes. And this is another 4 minutes of the movie.
Sorry, but that's how you told us you read the book.
Yeah, I'm gonna break down another 4 minutes of the Matrix movie. Yeah, Robert Williams, that's his name. Yeah, another great movie. Yeah, that was great, right? That's a good movie to watch before you go to sleep. Soulmates, yep. Rigo is here. All right, Rigo is here. All right, here we go. All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna jump back in the chat. Try to stay up at TEF. Try to stay up for this one. This is the Matrix 4. You ready?
I'm up.
Oh, you're up, man. You're up. You don't care what else is going on in the world. You are here and okay, here we go. Let me put it on the room so you guys can give some noise to it. So here it is, everybody. The next question, and this will be the last actual answer that I give to the Tehuti Pod class. Thank you all for sending support. Send support right now for this class more than questions. I'm kind of boggled up with questions. Send support, please, because I have enough questions. I have so many questions to answer. But this is Rigo right here with the monster donation. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. We're all gonna give him some noise. It's 12:15. I'm gonna try to have this answered done by 1. I'm gonna try. See. We shall see. Gematria, Matrix. Ooh. This. Another 3 minutes of the movie. What is this? Okay, there it is on the screen. No. Okay. Okay, here we go, everybody. I'm going to show the donation. Here it is right here for the brother Rigo. They put that on the screen. I think 2 weeks ago he sent it. I think 2 pod classes. I don't remember, but here he is. Share screen. Do you all see the screen right now?
Yes.
Okay. It disappeared. Let me try it again. Rigo right here. Give this man some crazy that shows up. Is it on the screen now?
Yep.
Oh, it's not even on the screen anymore. Hold on. What happened? Shout out to brother Rigo. Shout out to the big donation. Rigo, I'm going to read the question on the screen here. The question is not even a question. It's infamous for sending money for Matrix movie breakdowns because he knows we will only get these breakdowns here. You only get these breakdowns here. Tua, could you do a Matrix 4? Tehuti, could you do a Matrix breakdown part 4? Well, yes, I can, my good brother. $111.11. 11111. So because Rigo sent in 1111 and a question for let me fix this a second. Let me see if I can fix this. Let me see if I can fix this. Rigo sent 111, so I'm going to show you how I do this, everybody. This is what I do for the special people right here. Rigo is definitely one of the special people in the pod class. I'm going to switch the screen share, and I'm going to let everybody know that since Rigo sent in 1111 and asked me for a Matrix breakdown movie, Matrix movie breakdown, this is the 4th installment. I'm going to do a Matrix movie breakdown for him, and it's all going to be on the 11. It's going to be based on the money that he sent. So the whole breakdown is going to be based on the 11, the 11, the duality, and how it is through the movie. And I'm actually going to begin off by the way I ended the last Matrix breakdown and give you all more information upon where I actually left off. So I want to go ahead and do the screen share right here and go like this. Windows, is this him? It's not even showing which one is him. Rigo Matrix, this is him. Thank you, Rigo, so much. That should be on the screen right now so that I can come on the screen without it showing that showing how that weird stuff it does. Shout out to Rigo. Shout out to you, my good brother. If everybody can hear me and see the screen right now, press a 9. If you can hear me and see the screen right now, press a 9. We're going to get into it. Starting this answer at 12:20 at night. I'm trying to adjust some things here. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. And of course, to all the people that are upset at the donations and extra donations and anyhow you are upset at any form of anything that has to do with Tehuti, receiving donations. You have a set of evils in you that you need to rid yourself of. So I'm going to give you a warning. A warning. Do not hate the support that you only see being given here. Thank you very much, Rigo. Appreciate you very much. And I'm going to drop a bomb for you. There you go. Thank you, my good brother Rigo. I'm going to take that off the screen now. And now we're going to get into the answer of the Matrix 4th installment, not the 4th movie. I want to make this clear. Not Matrix 4. I don't think I'll ever even watch that. This is the 4th installment, the 4th breakdown of the Matrix movie. I'm still in movie number 1. I'm only in the first 10 or 12 minutes of it. Okay, so here we go. Everybody can hear me and see me. Press a 9. And here we go. Higa Kepara. Jody's still up. Rigo, of course, is here. Shannon is here. Angela straight out the gate. You're welcome, Rigo. This answer is going to be dealing with the amount of money that you gave with the principle of the 1-1, which is the duality theme for the Matrix. Okay, so brothers, you guys can jump back in the chat. And let me go and see if I can answer this in 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Let's see if I can do this. Let's see. Everybody ready?
I only have one thing to say.
But I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it.
Oh my goodness. Oh, and he leaves. Oh. All right. Wonderful. Dang, we'll get through the whole movie eventually. It'll take about maybe 3 years. Probably about 3 years to get me through the movie, maybe 4 years. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This is it, everybody. We're about to do what everybody came, what a lot of people came to see. The Matrix breakdown. Let me turn this music down a little bit. Here we are, everybody. For the Matrix breakdown, 55 people, no problem. This is when the room should be packed, but that's okay. I don't do it for the masses. I do it for the classes and the people that are here. Okay, here we go. Present, screen share. And here it is. Boom, 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 boom. Here we are. Get the timer and Scribe. I hope you're still doing timestamps in the I haven't checked, but please continue the timestamps. I think you're still doing them in the YouTube videos. Here we go. Thank you if you are. I just haven't checked. Here we are again for once again the most in-depth, secret, revealing geometria psyops uncovering ancient Kemetic unveiling of the Matrix movie. If this is your first time tuning in, after you are blown away here, go back and update yourself to the fact that only here on the Tehuti podcast has this movie already been deciphered 3 times prior. Yes, this is actually part 4. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. Here are the different parts for those who want to look it up if you're new, watching this on YouTube for the first time, or if this is your first time in class. Here are 3 parts already. 8 hours, 8 hours, 7 hours. Matrix 1 explained, Matrix Part 2, Matrix Part 3. Not the movie Part 3, but just my 3. It takes this long to break down 10 minutes. Here we are. All right. The movie series breakdown Part 4. Not the 4th movie. No, I have not taken over 5 hours to... No, I have taken over 5 hours to just cover around 10 minutes of footage of the movie. The people watching were flabbergasted that we were in Part 3 over 5 hours in. And not Angela Gates, Queen J. But dang, all this in just the first few minutes of the movie. I got to go back and watch it again. That's some of the comments I was getting because I was doing 5-hour breakdowns on just 10 minutes. That's how in-depth the breakdowns are on the Tehuti pod class. So profound and impactful that this came in, which is Rigo sending in 11111, asking Tehuti, could you do a breakdown to, sorry, Rigo Alvarado sent 11111. Tehuti, could you do a matrix breakdown part 4? So because he did this and because he's so special, this is the 4th installment. They're all him, I believe. He's one that's, he kept sending in $100 for each one. So I'm going to show you the teaching technique. I'm going to limit myself to the donation that he gave and base the matrix movie breakdown on the number system that he gave, which is the 1-1, showing the 1-1 popping up multiple times as duality and the numbers equaling 1-1 in the Matrix movie to show Rigo that I'm answering this particularly curtailed to you. This is a breakdown that I've not given this breakdown before. The beginning of it is going to be the continuation of from the last one, and then I'm going to move on. I'm going to expand from there. So here we go. Ready? Only on the Tehuti pod class, everyone can thank Rigo for this. Let us continue. I didn't even realize I was doing this when I set it up until I looked back at his donation. I said, oh, it's all on this. It's all on this. 1-1. Here we go. Okay, we left off with the numeric hidden theme of, one moment, everybody. Nana? Can you turn this off for me, the heat? Okay. So we're going to left off with a numeric theme of follow the white rabbit. How is that a numeric theme? That follow the white rabbit that Morpheus sent to Neo in the very beginning of the movie. Then Neo's door knocks. Okay, then Neo's door knocks. When Neo's door knocks after the follow the white rabbit, then this lady came in to the door with the rabbit tattoo. Here she is right there. There's the rabbit tattoo on her arm. And why a rabbit? Why a rabbit? Because rabbit is 987797, which is 47, right? Which is what? 47 again, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, which is the 1-1, which is the 11. Now I'm not just taking this for those new people that are seeing this saying, oh, Tehuti, you're just taking 4-7 and making it 11. Nope. It's actually a specific reason why it's 4-7. Morpheus meets Neo, and Morpheus says, I imagine right now you feel a bit like Alice tumbling down the rabbit hole. So he combines the rabbit with Alice. Now remember, do you remember Alice in Wonderland, who goes into another reality by going down the rabbit hole? That's what he refers to. So here she is with the Alice in Wonderland white rabbit or rabbit hole reference. Okay, so I put from the last one, oh, when was Alice in Wonderland film made? Alice in Wonderland film was made 1951. They refer to this as Neo feeling like Alice going down the rabbit hole, finding out what the Matrix is. The Alice in Wonderland movie was made 1951. When was the Matrix movie made? The Matrix movie, the film began in March 1998 and wrapped in August 1998. 1951. How many years is that apart? Boom, 47. Okay, so it's not just a random 47. It is 47 equaling the 1-1, and that is strictly because when we go back to the rabbit reference of Alice in Wonderland, Shihara going down the rabbit hole, which is 47 in gematria, Morpheus refers back to tumbling down the rabbit hole, which is 47, and that movie was made exactly 47 years prior to the Matrix movie, which was another installment of the Alice in Wonderland movie. That is 47 years from 1951 to 1998. If you recall my many classes, that 74 is a code for which duality emphasizes by apparent opposites, black, white, which is really just duality, represented by the checkerboard floor seen in the Masonic lodges. So this is how they refer to duality, the black and white checkerboard, and you see it in the Masonic lodges. Yes, you can only pass the first degree of Freemasonry if you get through the black-white checkerboard. Did anybody know that? You can only pass the first degree of Freemasonry if you get through the black-white checkerboarded floor, as seen in the Enter's Apprentice tracing board. The Enter's Apprentice is the first degree of Freemasonry, and you have to get past this level right here. You see the checkerboard at the bottom? That's the black and white. It is the checkerboard of the first degree of the Entered Apprentice. And it is a checkerboard. And there are your pillars again. Okay? So we see the chest heavily associated with Freemasonry. There's the checkerboard in the Freemasonic Lodge. And there's the first degree of Freemasonry. You must get through the checkerboard, which represents black, white, which is duality, which is actually apparent opposites. But when you look at the word black, it comes from the word bliak, which actually means white. The word black and white are actually the same word, but they're apparent opposites, which are duality as illusionary opposites. Okay, did you know? Let's go back here. Whoa. Okay, as we see, emphasized again with George Washington, with his Masonic tools, and he's on his checkerboard floor. So he's over what? The checkerboard floor. So the checkerboard floor duality is a constant emphasized theme in Freemasonry, representing the 1-1. The duality 74, after all of this, people will still say Tehuti. 74 isn't a code for any Masonic symbolism. Great. Okay. What is the most popular Masonic symbol? Which I broke down the last matrix class, which is the G. Of course, the most popular symbol of Freemasonry, but if you ever wondered what actual degree the compass is in, the compass degree is, boom, 47. 47, which is 4 and 7, which is 11, which is the checkerboard floor, which is Alice in Wonderland, 47 years after the Matrix movie, 47, 4 and 7, boom. So does this 4, 7, and 11 checkerboard symbolism ever show up in the Matrix? That's when Neo goes to meet Morpheus. And when the agents come to find Neo, how are they shown spiraling and moving? They're shown spiraling and moving, boom, through the checkerboard floor in the Matrix. That's what Neo has to walk up to go see Morpheus. That's your black and white duality. And also this is where the police had to run up to come trap or capture Morpheus. The checkerboard floor shown as a spiraling system, spiraling down. Okay. Do you still think the 74 has nothing to do with the Masonic code? Let me do an interactive mind math solution test, and let's look at these numbers and see what they match up to in the alphabet. Here we go. Let's do a little mind test. Here it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show you the number system that is actually the letter system, because as I've taught you before, originally there were no numbers that were different from letters. Letters actually were the number system. So this is the number system of how we come up with these numbers. So look what matches up here. And tell me what you see here. We see 13, 1, 19, 15, 14, 9, 3. What is that? Anybody know what that is? This is a numeric code. 13, 1, 19, 15, 14, 9, 3. Does that spell anything, anybody? I'm going to give you a couple moments and I'm going to go to the room. Does that spell anything? 13, 1, 19, 15, 14, 9, 3. Does that spell anything at all? Match it up with the letters below and tell me if that spells anything to you. Let me go ahead and look in the room and see if anybody got it. Does it spell anything, anybody? Oh, my chat hasn't moved since Rigo put this. The chat hasn't moved at all. Does that spell anything? I'm going to put it on one more time. 13, 1, 19, 15, 14, 9, 3. And there is the alphabetical code there, so you can match up all these letters. Does that spell anything at all? 13, 1, 19, 15, 14, 9, 3. Let me go in the room and see if you all got it. Anything at all? Oh, what do we got here? Masonic. Really? Whoa. Okay. That doesn't mean anything, right? Masonic. Hotep. Masonic. Yeah, Masonic. Stephen, he put Masons. Okay, so it's Masonic, right? But who cares if those numbers equal Masonic? What does that even mean? 13, 1, 19, 15, 14, 9, 3. Okay. And did you get the letters? You all got it right. Ding, 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 ding. It is Masonic. Masonic. Good job, everybody. But what relevance is that? Well, there's a relevance of 13 plus 1 plus 19 plus 15 plus 14 plus 9 plus 3 equals 74. Boom! The word Mason is actually 74, which is 4-7 the other way, because it's dealing with opposites and parallels. It's dealing with the same thing, black, white, apparent opposites. 47, 74, 47, 74. That is Masonic. There it is right there. Boom. The duality imagery, Masonic checkerboard. And there's your 7-4. 7-4, which is also 47. Same thing with the degrees inside the compass, and also your checkerboard, which is 1-1. And there's your 7-4, because of course 7 plus 4 is 11. So thus Masonic is 74. Duality imagery in the checkerboard. There is George Washington on top of the checkerboard again, and boom, the word Masonic itself is 74, which is the same as 47, and thus appears in the matrix, and thus is appeared in the matrix. Now, here's the Disney Masonic Club. There's a Disney Masonic Club, and what do you see? You see black and white, black spoons, everything's black and white. You see the checkerboard, and that is the the Disney Masonic Club. So you see that black and white echoed imagery. And of course, there it is in the Matrix movie again. The 74-47. Boom, the checkerboard duality, the 1-1. The 1-1, of which you notice throughout the movie, everyone remembers the most famous scene when Neo needs to make a choice between the red pill and the blue pill. How was it shown? How was it shown? It's shown like this. What's so interesting about this is because it's a double, and it's shown as a mirror, the reflection of someone looking into the mirror, a supposed double, but showing the illusion that it's not actually a double. So when you look at this image, it's a mirror, which is supposed to be shades. I've worn shades before, and I've never seen anybody look at my shades and see themselves like this, but these are shades that are actually mirrors, and they're mirror images. But what they are is one hand holding a red pill, one hand holding a blue pill. Supposedly how Morpheus sees it, but he sees it as a duality because you have two Neos in a mirror reflection, which is a mirror image, which is also duality. And you'll see Neo, and he's holding up two fingers. That's the duality. But in actuality, the duality is an illusion because the other image of Neo isn't actually the reflection of the other image. Do you see it? How could Morpheus have seen this image? This is the duality with the apparent opposites, which is an illusion because when you look at Neo in one picture, he doesn't have his hand up. So how could this be a reflection of what Morpheus is seeing? These are actually two different time periods in one image, which is impossible. And in this one, he has up two fingers, and it's a duality image. This is where the mirrors are introduced. Okay? Then, the double, when he goes to the door. When they go to the doorknob shows the hand in the door as the hand in the mirror over here, and there's the hand in the door. And now the doorknob is a mirror. I don't know how many of you own houses or apartments with doorknobs, but please take a picture of your doorknob and show me a doorknob that is a beautiful mirror image like this. I've never seen one. I've never seen glasses like this. I've never seen a doorknob like this. but they're purposeful mirror images put inside of the movie to show duality, because that's the theme of the movie, is that there's two worlds going on, duality. What does Neo have to touch? What does he touch to start his journey out of the Matrix? What does he touch? Anybody remember? When Neo is actually being told what the Matrix is, and he takes the pill and he has to make a choice, he makes the choice, and then he goes to touch something. What does he touch? What does he touch? Anybody remember? What does he touch? He touches something, and when he touches that thing, he becomes imbued in that thing. And that's the only way that he can escape the Matrix and see what is real. When he touches that thing. Anybody remember what he touches? Let me go ahead and show you. That's right, Stephen. He touches the mirror. So there's a mirror when he's looking at Morpheus. Two images that are apparently the same, but actually different. Then they go to open the door, and the doorknob is a mirror. That's right, Shan. He touches a mirror. That's right. And then when it's time for him to make the choice of two pills, he picks one, and then he touches the mirror with two fingers. You see the duality? It has to be two fingers. Two fingers with a reflective image. That is the 11, the two fingers. Just like over here, the two fingers in the mirror, and over here, the two fingers in the mirror. Duality. So boom, duality, two fingers, which is 11. This is the dual-coded concept of being a reflection of what you want others to be. Thus, what is said when you are told to be on your best behavior? Be on your what? I'll give you a hint. It's two letters, and I've actually taught about this before on the Sonetter show. When you're supposed to be on your best behavior, what do they say? They say be on your, and it's two letters. Let me go in the room and see. What are the two letters they tell you to be when you're supposed to be on your best behavior? Anybody remember? There we go. P's and Q's. Angela Gates says don't know. Was that don't know to the P's and Q's? Okay, no problem. There it is. Peace and ascension, peace, ascension, peace. You made it. P's and Q's, P's and Q's. There it is. Two letters. P's and Q's. That's right. The two fingers of Jesus with the ladder. The fingers make the ladder that Jesus has on his heart. That's exactly right. P's and Q's. Everybody get it. So in order to be on your good behavior, Maharu is laughing. P's and S. Okay, so in order to be on your best behavior, you're now represented by the duality of two letters. You saw me broke this down on Sonetter before, maybe on Killer Priest. I'm going to give you so much more now. Let me break down more. So that you're supposed to be on your P's and your Q's, right? Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. P's and Q's. Am I sharing my screen? Let me see. Not yet. Boom. Sharing now. Press a 9 if you see me sharing and hear me. Sharing is caring. Here we go. Boom. You guys can see me. Boom. Two fingers. This is the dual-coded concept of being a reflection of what you want others to be. Thus what is said when you are told to be in your best behavior. Be on your hint. It's two letters, duality. Two letters, what are they? Yes, P's and Q's. Why? What does that actually mean? It represents the reflection of self. What happens if you put a P into a mirror? It turns into a Q. When you put a P into a mirror, like the Matrix movie, it actually is a reflection of itself, and it turns into its reflection duality letter, which is a Q. When they tell you to be on your best behavior and treat others as you would wish others to treat unto you, which is duality, they tell you be on your P's and Q's. They don't actually say be on your P's and Q's. They actually say a certain sentence, which I'm not going to say yet. It's not be on your P's and Q's. It's something else about P's and Q's, which I'm going to remind you, and then you're going to say, oh yeah, that's what we actually used to say. So be on your P's and Q's. Mirror image of you. Do unto others as you would want done to you. Do a reflection, that which you are measured by. You're measured by that. Okay? You are measured and judged by the P's and Q's. So we go back to the measuring compass of the Freemasons, and what do we see? 47. 47 degrees is the measurement. There is a man in the mirror, because that is being on your P's and Q's. When you look at yourself in the mirror, you actually see an opposite version of yourself. Okay? So be on your P's and Q's, which is what should be measured by, what should be judged by. So there's P's and Q's. Okay? Let's continue. P's and Q's. Now, let me go ahead and shrink this down a little bit to see if I got everything. I don't want to miss out on anything for you all. Let me shrink it down and see if I got everything for you all. There it is. There it is. It should end at P's and Q's in 47, and they did. Wonderful. Here we go. Welcome to the pod class, and boom. So you're supposed to be on your P's and Q's so that you can be measured, and you stand on your square. You stand on your square, and that's what you're measured by. Okay, by being on your P's and Q's. So, and thus it appears in the Matrix movie. We got that, right? And thus back to Neo, who was confused when he saw the spoon bend. What was the famous line the little boy said? What did he say? The boy is holding a spoon and making it bend purely by intent. Neo pauses perplexed. The boy then says, "Do not try to bend the spoon, that is impossible. Instead, only try to realize the truth. There is no spoon. Then you will see it is not the spoon that bends, it is you." So the symbol of the spoon is actually you, which was my last class. It looks like the little boy is mastering the spoon, when in actuality he's just controlling his own self, because there is no spoon. It is you. So the concept of the mirror image ties into you looking at a reflection of yourself. And how is Neo shown as he comes to that realization? So when he sees the spoon and he comes to the realization, seeing it bend, how was he shown? Boom, as a mirror image in the spoon, because the little boy is showing him his own self. It is not the spoon that bends. That would be impossible. The reality is there is no spoon. It is really you. And then he shows him himself in the mirror. That is you looking at yourself, the P looking at the Q, the P's and Q's, the mirror image. Constantly throughout the Matrix movie is the duality, mirror imagery. Boom. The spoon itself is the mirror W, P's and Q's. Inverse principle, the 11, the 47. That's right. Don't think I forgot about that. Don't think I forgot about the 47, how this class began. Don't think I forgot about that. I'm about to bring the 74 and this P's and Q mirror images in the matrix to a full circle. Let's find these numbers on the chart and match the correlating letters. Here we go again. 33, 22, 12. What is this? When we look at it, we see 13, 22, 12. 13, what does that spell? What is this 13, 22, 12? What does that spell? Go ahead and type it in the room, everybody. Match it up with the letters here. 13, 22, and 12. What does that spell, everybody? This is actually an easy one. 13, 22, and 12. Let me go in the room and see. Actually pretty easy. Neo, that's right. That's right. OFP says, Tehuti, you're incredible. Thank you, brother or sister. I'm not sure because it looks like a business name. OFP LLC. Shout out to you, brother or sister. Thank you. It spells Neo. That's right. Neo. Neo, right? Let's go back and look. There's 13. Where's 13? 13 is N. 22 is E. And 12 is O. I don't know if Stephen put NVL. You're gonna have to break that down to me how you got NVL, but it is Neo. See? So the P's and Q's is Neo looking at the spoon, looking at himself as a reflection. It's not the spoon, it's himself bending. Masonic is 74. Let's go ahead and see what. Here's Neo. What does Neo add up to? Boom, 47. The angle of the Freemasonic. The angle of the Freemasonic degree of the compass and the square. Neo itself is 13, 22, 12, which is 47. The same time period from Alice in Wonderland, the reference movie, to the Matrix movie, 47 years. With the 47 degrees on the compass. Let me shrink it down a little bit. That's how we started the class off. There's your 47, which is the 1-1 symbolism. 47 and 74. It's the compass on the square. And why is that? Because Alice in Wonderland is 47 years after the Matrix movie, represented by somebody going down the rabbit hole. 47 years, because how did this 47 all the way begin? It began with the rabbit that he was told to follow is 987797, which is 47. 47. So as Neo follows the rabbit, he also realized that he is also the 47. He is that one. He is the one looking into the principle of the P's and the Q's reflection, because he is the one that can make the spoon bend, because the spoon is actually an illusion. It's not really there, which means that you can control reality. He's on his P's and Q's, and thus Neo is 13, 22, 12, and boom, 47. The same number as the rabbit reference, and the same number as the amount of years as the movie with the first rabbit. Boom, 47, which is 74, mirror doubled. P's and Q's. Because when you take the 74 and mirror it in the image, it is the 47. You see? 74 is 47. Same thing, just mirrored. The same P's and Q's principle. Boom. The reflective duality principle, 1-1. The P's and Q's. There's the P's and Q's principle, looking into the mirror. There's the two fingers touching the mirror, coming out of the matrix. Everything is about mirrors and the P's and Q's principle and the duality principle. 47, 74. Wow! Is this really 33-degree Freemasonic Tehuti? Even down to the 74? 47 symbolism? P's and Q's? Well, you tell me. P's and Q's in geometry is 33. It's 33. The highest degree of Freemasonry is the P and Q. The P and Q that they're using for duality is 3-3 duality, which because P is 16 on the chart, and Q, which is right beside it on the chart, is 17. And if you actually look at the alphabet, elemental P, Q, the Freemasons actually set up the alphabet so that the P and the Q literally stare at their self in the alphabet that you're saying as a child. Be on your P's and Q's. Elemental P, Q is the next letter. So that means that even in the alphabet, without even saying be on your P's and Q's, the P and Q is designed in the alphabet to stare at each other and make a mirror reflection of who's in control, being on your square as a 33-degree Freemason, because 16 and 17 is P and Q, which is boom, 33. There's the eagle representing the 33. And when Neo walks into the Oracle's kitchen, there are the two-headed eagles right there beside him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right there surrounding his head. And there's the double-headed eagle right there, double-headed eagle right there. 33. And there's Neo within the eagle symbols of Freemasonry, of duality. Boom, everybody. Boom. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Newcomers, take your notes. Oldcomers and newcomers, support. Welcome to the Matrix. And I'm not done. Did you know the actual phrase specifically is mind your P's and Q's? Let me go in the room. It's not actually be on your P's and Q's. The actual phrase is mind your P's and Q's. That's what it actually is. Mind your P's and Q's. Did you remember that? That's how the people originally said it. It wasn't, be on your P's and Q's. It was mind your P's and Q's. Why though? Shall I bring it full circle? Because mind your P's and Q's is 4954 7639 71154, which is 74. The actual exact phrase itself, mind your P's and Q's, is the number 74. Boom! Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Mind your P's and Q's is 74. That's exactly what it is. The P and Q itself is 33. 74 is 47. It's the same thing. It's just mirrored, just like P's and Q's are. Okay? And that's why Neo is 47 over here, and Masonic. Let me shrink it down. And Masonic over here, 74. Of course it's 74. Because mind your P's and Q's, which is the duality system of the 74 equaling 11, of course it has to be that exact sentence. It can't be any other sentence, because only that sentence would equal the gematria that equals 74. Or the 33-degree Freemasons. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Well, I'm glad. You know what? I'm actually glad Keanu Reeves was able to do this movie while he was young, so he could do a lot more movies and come to more realizations, you know? I'm glad Keanu Reeves got to film this movie while he was still young. It gave him a lot more time to reflect on himself and his mind. Keanu Reeves, his mind, P's and Q's, you know, mind your P's and Q's, the 33. But I'm glad Keanu Reeves, actually after this movie, Keanu Reeves started saying a lot of little wise things about the movie, things he learned and studied. And I'm glad he was young when he did the movie, you know, where he learned about the principles of the P's and Q's in the mirror image, because of course the 33 is the P's and Q's. Mind your P's and Q's is the 74, 47. And I'm glad he was young. Glad he was of age where he could do John Wick and a lot of other movies. He did Constantine and a lot of other movies. Wait, what does it say here? What does it say right here? What is this? Starting off with the original film here. How old was Keanu Reeves in 1999? Keanu Reeves was 33. Oh, hold on. Let me share the screen. I don't know why it's not sharing. Not sharing. It's strange. Very strange. So here it is right here. Here it is, the P's and Q's. Mind your P's and Q's, 4954 7639 71154 81, which is 74. 74 right there. Of course, because Freemasonic is 74. Neil's name is 47. Rabbit is 47. It's 47 years after Alice in Wonderland. It's all about the duality, and the 7-4, which is 7 plus 4, which equals 11. And that's why the Freemasonic had to create this alphabet where the actual P and Q stare at each other, the dualities of each other, and they're placed in the alphabet at that exact sequence. Elemental P, the next letter is Q. There's the 47 degrees right there, because of course Freemason and Masonic is 74. 47 and 74, and therefore the P's and the Q is P and Q, which is 33 degree Freemason, of course. 33 degree Freemason. There's Neo at 47. And you see Neo now surrounded with the Eagles. And P and Q is 1716, which is 33. And that's a 33 degree Mason, which is always shown on the two eagles. So of course, Neo is shown with 1, 2, 3, 4 eagles right around him when he enters into the oracle's office. Right? Set up by 33-degree Freemasons. And it's good that when they made this movie in 1999, Keanu Reeves was 33, right? Yep. Do the math and see when Keanu Reeves was born and how old he was in 1999 when the film was coming out. He was 33. Boom. It's P's and Q's. Boom, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. I hope you all are appreciating this and getting what you can out of this to see how intricate this movie actually is. It's a duality symbolism. 7-4, 7-4, 7-4, 7-4, 47, 83, 38, all inverse equaling 11. Is a hidden magical code all throughout the movie. What was the only way out of the Matrix movie? There was only one way out of the Matrix. When you were in the Matrix, there was only one way out. What was the only way out of the Matrix movie? Everybody remember it? I'm actually showing it on the screen. Does everybody remember? What was the way out of the Matrix movie? You guys can hear me and see me? What was the way out of the Matrix? The Matrix, not the movie. Well, how'd you escape the Matrix? My comment section is not moving. Am I online? Oh, there it is. Now it's showing. Well, thank you, Kemet. Thank you, RIGO. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. The phone, right? Phone, right? OFP phone, that's right. The phone. The only way out of the Matrix was the phone. Not just any phone, because they were never in a house, were they? In the Matrix movie, did any of them own houses? No, they lived on the Nebuchadnezzar. So the only way out of the Matrix movie was these kind of phones that were found throughout the city. They didn't belong to anybody, did they? These were just random phones that were found in abandoned places, and they put a phone there, or a pay phone. You never saw Trinity's house, did you? Did you ever see a house phone? No. Yes, city phones. City phones was the only way back into the dual reality. I've already shown you that in order for Neo to first realize the Matrix, he had to enmesh with the mirror, dualism, then become the mirror, where it actually shows him split in two, dualism. So when he touches the mirror, this is what happens to Neo. It cracks and it shows two faces on one head. Notice the rest of his body is not split. Do you notice that? The rest of his body is normal, only his two heads are doubled. Because remember, the movie was a mirror image about being on P's and Q's. He was 33, right? He was 33 because the doubled head is the symbol of 33. Because when we go back to the 33, which is P's and Q's, it's a double head. You see that? It's a double head. A double head. It's one bird, but it's two heads. 1, 2, 1, 2. Two heads. Two heads. The double head, the 33. You see that? The double head. So when Neo now touches the mirror image, what happens to him? He doesn't split in two. Nope. He doesn't split in two. He should, because the mirror actually cracks in two. He doesn't split in two. You know what happens to him? Only his head doubles. You see the double head, the eagle, the Freemasonic, 33. That's how old he was in the movie. That's what P's and Q's is. It's mirror double. A P, which looks like a stem with a head, a stick man with a head, and a Q, which is a stick man with the head. The double head staring at each other, the double head, 33-degree Freemasonry. That's the age that he was when the Matrix movie came out, and P and Q is 33. All Masonic, which equals 47. There's Neo there, split in two, but his whole body isn't just his double head like the eagle. You see that? Boom. And he had to touch it with two fingers, remember? So there's the double head, the duality, double head, the 1-1, like the eagle's double head, and there's the 2 fingers that he touches the mirror image, which is a double of you. If you notice from that point on, there's no more escaping through mirrors. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Matrix movie, after Neo touches the mirror and gets out and breaks out of the regular world into the Matrix, there's nobody else touching a mirror. It's over. The way now that they go from the Matrix into the so-called real world and back and forth is only through city phones now. It's city phones that they're using. They have to run. Tank is on there saying, listen, turn left down this street, make a right down here, go down the hall here, there's going to be a phone in that room, and they go in, make a right down here, and that's not, there's a, where's the nearest phone? It's not their house phone. They don't even know where the phones are. They're all city phones. That's how you escape. There is the city phone again, and there's Morpheus escaping, and then Neo escapes, and then Trinity gets stuck, but they escape through city phones. See that? Well, when Neo went to discover that he was the one to free the world from the Matrix, when he went to the Oracle, she had phone books over her fridge. Guess how many phone books? Of course, 2. Duality. Oh, what do the phone books say? Oh, wait. City phone. 1-1. Dual books. It even has the shades they all wear in the movie on the phone book. Isn't that weird? Look at that, everybody. Look on the phone book right here. Those are the shades that everybody wears in the Matrix movie with the mirror on it. Everybody's shades in the Matrix is a mirror. And the mirror glasses is now on the city phone, which of course there's only 2, right? You can only have 2. You couldn't have 3 or 8. It has to be 2. That is the duality. And there is the mirrored image on the city phone, because that is your only way to escape from the Matrix, because glasses are mirrors. You see that? Every time they show Trinity or Morpheus or anybody with glasses on, they're always mirrors. You notice that? It represents dualities. That was the first way to escape out of the Matrix that Neo made, and then after that it was transferred to the city phone. No more mirrors, all city phones now. What a strange name for a phone book, right? City phone? What does that even mean? You all have phone books in your bedroom called city phone? Does your mom have a phone book called city phone? Is that the name of your remember your mom used to have phone books before cell phones? They're called city phone? What does that even mean? City phone. City phone. What does that mean? What a strange name for a phone book. Remember, it was 47 years from Alice in Wonderland, the exact same movie mentioned by Morpheus in the movie to describe the dual illusionary world, duality. And then on the only way they can escape is through city phones. And then on the Morpheus and on the Oracle's fridge, there happens to be 2 duality city phones. Interesting, right? Well, when we look at Alice, Alice is 129.35, 38. There's your 38 again, which is 83 inverse, which is the same 11. And there's the Alice right there, 38, right? And the only way to escape Wonderland and get out of the dual illusionary world of the Matrix is through the mirror, which is now replaced with the city phone. Why do they call it city phone? Oh, 6972-21344, boom, 38. There it is right there. Alice, city phone, 38. 8 and 3, 11. Alice, 8 and 3, 11. Of course, 83 is the number of death. Murder by numbers. There's your duality again. There's your 1-1, and that is the city phone. You see? That's why they have to call the book city phone, because it has to equal the 2414. It has to equal 38. So they call it city phone, which is duality, so that they only put 2 phone books on top of the fridge. Boom! This duality reality called the Matrix is taking place as a psyops in your mind to keep you asleep like a SAR before he arose, before he arise his spine, and has the control over you, because you know your brain controls through the spine. That's how you make your movements. So You're asleep like a SAR and you have to be consciously awoken. That's what the Matrix is. That's what the Asar Set story is. You're sleeping, but you have to be reawoken into consciousness, which is Ma'at. And this takes us back to the function of consciousness in the physical, which is the cortex, the outer layer of the cerebrum. The cerebral cortex, composed of folded gray matter and playing an important role in consciousness, an outer layer of another organ or body part, such as the kidney, but basically we'll go back here. It's an important role in consciousness. This is the cortex. Controlling of the cortex is controlling of the consciousness. If your cortex is influenced and controlled, the rest of your body and your conscious thoughts are controlled because the cortex is control the consciousness. So that's when we go to the brain and we look at the motor cortex, association cortex. Okay, we look at the somatosensory cortex. These are the cortexes. Control them, and you can control the consciousness. The areas of consciousness that can create and see your reality or your illusion. It's the dual world. Control the cortex and the conscious of somebody, and you can control their reality and their dual world or their illusionary world if you control the cortex. Okay, this is the Djed spine of Asar, the symbol of his resurrection into consciousness and coming out of his sleep state. The spine receives information messages from the cortex to assimilate and assimilates conscious movements. So the movements that you're making through your body is actually a dual assimilation of the thoughts in your head going down the spine, the vertebrae, and coming from the cortex, consciousness into the body, and then you can move as an assimilation of what your mind is thinking. But it's all done through the cortex. Okay, so here's the Djed symbol. This is the resurrection symbol, and the spine, which is connected to the cortex. The cortex makes the spine send signals to the body so that the body can actually have conscious movements. This is called the Djed. The ones with control, the ones who wish to control you, will do so through AI meta world. Have you heard that before? Has anybody here ever heard of meta anything? Meta world, meta? I can't say much more on that here on YouTube, but I would just say that the AI want to control you through a meta world. Let me get into the room here. Anybody heard anything pertaining to the word meta recently and AI? Anything dealing with meta? Meta anything? LLC's like, oh man. That's right. ET needed the phone to leave as well. They kept her. I was like, wow. Oh, Meta World? Meta World. Controlled by somebody who looks like the first AI we ever seen. Who was the first AI you ever seen on TV? Actual series character. He was an AI. He looked like a person, though. Who was the first one you ever saw? And the most popular TV show, one of the most popular TV shows ever, which deal with the future and outer space. What was the AI guy's name? He looked like a person, but he didn't understand emotions. Do you remember that show? You remember that show? It dealt with space. He could collect a lot of information, but he didn't understand love. He didn't understand human. Oh, data. That's right. Data. That's information. Data is a place that collects your information. The database, that's what collects your information. That's what the AI are doing right now, collecting data. He looks like somebody, doesn't he? I don't know. He just looks like somebody. I'm not sure. The meta something, meta data. Who knows? All right. So he looks like somebody. We'll figure out who he looks like later. But just pull up data from Star Trek and see if he looks like anybody you've ever seen that deals with the word meta. I don't know. Okay. But the AI data, collecting your data, wants to control you through a new thing called meta. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to data from Star Trek and look up who controls Meta and tell me if you see any similarities. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Here it is, everybody. So they wish to control you through AI, the Meta world. I can't say much more than that here. But this symbolic warning was in the Matrix movie. Let me show you the building that the agents used to control the whole body of society. That means they had a place that the agents actually were in, had meetings in, worked in, and they used that area to control the rest of the body of society. This guy's right there in the Matrix movie in their dual world of unconsciousness. Here it is right here. Oh man, that looks familiar, doesn't it? What does it look like? What does it look like? This is where they controlled everything because it represented the Djed. Because if they control the Djed, you're sleeping. If you control the Djed like a Sar, you awake. But if anyone else can control your cortex and can control your spine and your movements, you are unconscious and thus controlled by the Matrix. So they show you a building which was the headquarter base of the agents, and look at the middle of the building. Look at the building. It is literally the spine of Osar. It is the Djed that's controlled by the cortex. Control the cortex, you can control the spine. Boom, the spine of a star. That if you resurrect, you may wake up. The part of the body that receives information from the cortex on the higher plane of understanding, it represents where you receive higher states of consciousness in order to see the Matrix for what it is, to escape their meta world and go back to your meta consciousness. Do you know what meta even means? Anybody? What does meta even mean? Meta, Greek origin, after, between, altered, higher, beyond. It deals with something higher or beyond. It's the understanding of a world higher and beyond this realm, the physical realm. Why the Greeks started to use the term for Aristotle's set of books called metaphysics. So because it dealt with the meta, the higher realm, people today now following Aristotle, they call anything spiritual that's not religious, they call it metaphysics. This is the metaphysical, the metaphysical. This is it's the metaphysical, the metaphysical. We know what the word physical means. What's the word meta? You're getting meta from here because it means higher and beyond, when meta was really a set of books by Aristotle. That is the meta. So the higher realm was the good meta, but of course, to every duality, there's a bad side to everything. So if they control the meta world, then they can control your higher consciousness, thus controlling your spine, thus controlling you in their new meta world. You may say, wow, Tehuti, the dual meta world of AI controlling our subconscious and well, you may say, wow, Tehuti, the dual meta world of AI controlling our subconscious and conscious cortex symbolizes the spine of a star, the Djed, and our higher meta consciousness through our cortex. That was really all in the Matrix movie? Yes. Let me show you the building of control in the Matrix movie again. Guess what it's called? Uh-oh. The building, ladies and gentlemen, was called metacortex. Hotep, I'm done for now. Matrix broken. SABA Tehuti. There's your meta world. There's your meta controlling the cortex. Right there in the Matrix movie along the spine. The actual building of control was called the metacortex. I'm going to stop right there because it is late. Hotep, I'm done for now. May do another part, but I'm going to stop right there. Welcome to the Matrix. The metacortex. The meta world. Let me go ahead and check the room and see. Let me go ahead and check the room and see who enjoyed it. Let me go ahead and check the room. Let me see who appreciated it. Let me see. Okay, okay, let me see some here. Wonderful, wonderful. Boom. Okay, let me do some here. I don't know. Maybe it's just my eyes. I'm not sure. The AI world. Let me put Elon Musk. Let me just do some here. I don't know. I don't know. It may just be Tehuti eyes. I don't know. I mean, these are all coincidences, right? Everything that the skeptics say happens. It's a coincidence. It is a coincidence and a pseudo. It is a coincidence. So they only know certain words, right? Let me see something here. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, the meta world, man, it's really crazy. This meta world where they're controlling the AI and I don't know. Really crazy. Really crazy. Let me check the room. You guys like that answer? I'm glad you all liked it. You all are awesome. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right, everybody. I'm gonna go do the. Well, let me go see the. Hold on a second here. I gotta fix something here. Hold on. Let me fix something here, everybody. What is doing this? Hold on. Okay, let me go down, down, down. My computer's locked up a little bit. It's the meta world. The meta's locking me up. Hold on. This AI. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm getting locked up, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. 1 second. Okay, I guess I can't do that. I can't do that. Okay, good. So Stephen, he said amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Leo says late, but late blessings to you and the family. Great breakdown. Thank you, Angela Gates. Kepara said another fabulous breakdown. Thank you guys. I'm glad you all really appreciate it. Truly, it's yeah, if you knew what there's a lot I gotta do to get this to you. But I'm glad I got you. Guys are fabulous. Awesome. Rigo, I gotta see Rigo's comment. What did Rigo think of the answers? Rigo still awake? There's much more, but of course it's 1:23. I gotta end it. I gotta end this. So 1 second here. I should have done this before. Okay. Let me get back to the room. In the room. He's processing the information. Awesome. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, team, jump in the room. We're gonna do it. Go ahead and end it out. You guys are fabulous. The AI meta world, man. It's crazy. It is crazy. Woo! Where's the team at? Where's the team? Team, jump in the room. Jump in the room, team. I need you guys in the room. Jump in the room. We're breaking down a lot of stuff here. I gotta break this down, man. I gotta break this down. Where are the brothers and sisters? Or the brothers? Where are you guys? Okay, let me go ahead and do a shout out to some of the donators until the brothers can come in the room. Team, I need you in the room. Give your sound effects, but I'm gonna go ahead and jump into some of the people that donated. Give a shout out to the people. We're gonna give a shout out to the people here. What's up, Atef? How you doing, good brother? You doing good?
Saba, yes.
All right. How'd you like that breakdown?
Excellent, Saba. Excellent.
Awesome, man. Watch out for the AI meta. It's crazy around here. It's crazy around here, man.
Wow.
I don't know. What's up, Annie Patah? How you doing, my good brother? He's on mute.
Peace.
Peace, man. How you doing?
Yeah. Starting to tread some territory there.
Man. Hey, I got the screen record on. Scribe, don't even much worry about it, brother.
It's crazy, man. What a world we're in. Okay, wonderful. So we're going to give some shout outs to some of the supporters and donators and close this thing out. It is.
I just noticed your background.
Oh,
I thought that's what you was talking about. You talking about you treading.
No, I'm talking about the information as a whole.
Yeah, that adds to it. Bitch is worth 1,000 words.
Oh my goodness, man. Ooh wee. What a day, man. You remember Star Trek, Scribe?
Well, I wouldn't say I remember it, but because I didn't watch that till much later.
Oh,
but yes, yeah.
Yeah, he was the first AI. He was the first AI on TV, the first artificial intelligence that was a part of a series.
Mm-hmm.
It was data. He collects your data for the meta world. All right.
Yeah, they put it right there. They give it right to us, right?
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's give some shout outs, everybody, to the supporters. Here we go. Okay, let's see. I got 2 donations since that breakdown. No problem. Here we go, everybody. Let me give the shout outs to the people. Shout out to the donators. We have Marvin Madzungo. Shout out to you for the 666. I didn't even put that in the class. That's too much. So do you all see that I only did 2 minutes more of the movie?
Yeah.
I didn't even play any other footage. Oh my goodness, man. We're still on part 1. We didn't even get into I didn't even get into the duel with the twins.
Yeah, the twins.
Do y'all remember the twins? That was the dualism. I saw the twins, man. The white dreads. Okay, shout out to Knock Knock. Who's there? SABA. Who? SABA Ranks. That's funny. Shout out to you. 666 from Marvin. Appreciate you. If you all like that, you know what? I didn't even get to hear what you all thought of that breakdown. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me put this, save this, and then let me see. Oh my goodness, so much going on. May 12th, right? May 12th, and this is yeah. While I'm collecting the donations to put on the screen, and you all think of the process.
Ani, you want to go first? Saba, that was when I watched The Matrix. I was so asleep when I watched it, and I watched it several times in my life. But as you're showing the breakdown, it's reminding me of the parts of it, because I tried to watch it like when you did your first breakdown. It's they put it in our face, and that's it's upsetting a little bit, once you begin to learn the truth. That's why I was saying earlier that it's almost like a weight being dropped on your head. The truth is so heavy, but it's right there, and it's just beautiful how you're able to decipher it for us. And I'm like, what do you watch the movie in slow motion? Like, how do you see? I'm like, oh man, it's beautiful. It's an excellent breakdown, as always. That goes without saying, Saba, without question.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to say that the breakdown sometimes is so good that people see that they actually miss what you just said. What you just said. How is that? How am I seeing all of that? How is that even visible? The movie itself is almost 2 hours. So how long would I have to watch the movie to get all of that breakdown, to see all those little things? That is the part right there that when everybody truly realizes how that is, there'll be even more of appreciation, because that is actually not supposed to be possible. I'm not supposed to be able to break down They Live from 35 years ago, like as if I just watched it. When did I watch it to even have that? So when did I watch the Matrix movie? I watched it, the last time I watched it was 2000 and something. So thank you though for saying that. Yes, how am I getting those answers? And it is extremely difficult until I find the vibration. Once I find the vibration, it all just comes. Getting on the wavelength of where that information is hard, but once I get on it, it's right there. It's kind of like, hey, where's the cookies? It's in that cupboard. Because literally all the answers are right around us. They're right in front of you. They're right in the. I did the whole class on the field. The mental information is stored everywhere. But if you open that door, it all pours down. Sometimes when I put these answers together, I start rocking, and my goddesses look at me, and I tell them that I'm possessed. I can't talk to them, and I'm just rocking because I'm just thinking, how is the class going to think when I say all these things? And it all comes to me within seconds. And I have way more than that, but it comes, and it's really difficult. But once you tap into it, brothers, you'll actually start getting answers that are factual the same way. And then you look it up, and it'll be right there. I literally get the answer. I say P's and Q's, Freemasonic. I don't know. 47. Oh, let me look at. Oh yeah, P's and Q's. There it is. It is. Now I have something to show them. But it already was Masonic before I was even born. So thus the thought already existed in the atmosphere. I can't really explain much more than that, but it's thank you though. Thank you for realizing.
Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. Watching, especially when you have a specific type of eye and you see things in a different way. It's like watching, what is that? It's like watching a master at work. And it's so beautiful because this is all conscious. All this that we're engulfed in is conscious, and it's happening in real time. Of course, on a delay here, but it's happening in real time, and to watch it is just beautiful. And you realize like how time really isn't linear, like how they try to make it, because how can we today in 2023 be something from so long ago. This is 99, but like you said, even prior to that, what They Live be playing out here today. And it's just phenomenal how you're able to really see it on a very detailed level to bring it forth and stay just so concise with it, because that's a skill in itself. Because when you're getting the information, you can just keep going and going and going, and you have to put yourself literally in a box because it's so expansive to stay in order. And that's so it's very, very, very skillful, and it's very beautiful to watch you do this the way that you do it. And knowing that you have the consciousness to bring this type of information to us, and by just doing what you do, you teach us how to do it as well.
Yes.
it's just phenomenal. So to our supreme gratitude for everything that you do to be able to embody that consciousness, to bring that forth, of course, for yourself and for those around you, but then to go back and do what brought disappointment to you before and putting yourself back in that position to allow that to happen again for us. So thank you.
You're very, very welcome. You're very welcome. Thank you for the inspiration. Appreciate that. Okay, let me okay. Hey, Sarah, what does that say? Can you guys read the screen? It's too small for me to read what Sarah said. What does it say?
Nothing. It just says payment from Sarah.
Oh, that's probably why. Okay, okay. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. Always supporting. You are awesome. I truly appreciate your consistent support. There's a lot of just a lot of consistent support all the time, even throughout the week. You're sending little things. This brother says, or sister, I'm not sure, says, Dr. York was our teacher, but you have surpassed him. I was looking for you. Okay, peace, OFP. I wonder, maybe I know it. Maybe we know each other. If you're with, depending on what year. But yes, peace. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Yeah, definitely. Malachi said that I surpassed what he was. He said he couldn't take the. Basically, said he couldn't take the people to whatever the level was if the majority couldn't move with it. I was just moving past what it. He's not going to move and lose all those people for a couple of people. So, yes, absolutely. Shout out to Malachi. Shout out to everybody who played their role in the consciousness that we're all in. Because I swear, no matter how many times people speak against Malachi, all these people you see on all these channels, they're baby Malachis. The way that they're teaching, the way they're putting things together, nobody used to do that. It was only Malachi doing that, and they're just not giving him his craze to calling all the stuff I've seen it. Okay, let me go ahead and do more shout outs. I have to go to Betty Bye. Shout out to Daryl who is that shown on the screen, everybody?
No, you're not sharing the screen.
Thank you. Shout out to Daryl who gives the 508, and then he gave, look how he gave more for Metanetter class. Okay, window 508. Thank you, Daryl. Appreciate you. That's shown on the screen. Thank you for the support. Keep it going. It's on there now.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, and then Daryl gives oh, here's somebody who gave money for the first Metanetter class. Here we go, Daryl, same brother. Daryl gave money for the first Metanetter class. Give him a little hand. Give him a little hand. I like this, showing people that you can get the Metanetter class. Is that shown on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Shout out to you, Daryl, for the first Metanetter class. Daryl, what I want you to do in order for me to send you the Metanetter class, if you're listening, should I put my email in the room? Because I don't have your email, Divine71. Put my email in the room, Scribe, please, and then Daryl, email me, and then I'll respond back with the Metanetter class because I don't have any information for you to send you any. I don't know how to reach you. Okay, thank you, Scribe. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
20 for Meta Daryl. Okay, Wonderful, Daryl. Thank you. And we got a Tef again. I've lost track on the. Is this the second or third? I don't know. But shout out to a Tef right here. Is that on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
Give this man a hand because he's already given over $20. Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Thank you, good brother Tef. Great support.
Any uks,
Oh,
Saba?
Shannon said, what's that? Oh, yes. And we got early bird Shannon paying on a Friday for the men in the class. Early bird Shannon, if you're still awake, thank you. You're awesome. Thank you, giving men in the class early. I just want to show everybody that this is not a donation for the pod class. You can actually give your men in the class at any time and put a note on it. I prefer it be given. I do prefer it on Monday because it gets mixed up with other donations. But I like to show the class that there's two people right there, three people. One who gave for about 15 classes, and here's one who's giving to be in the live class that's going to happen, and then Daryl who wants the first class. So we have Sharika getting like 15 classes. We have Shannon paying to come into the live class, and then we have Daryl who's going to get the first class. So you can literally partake in the Mennonite class no matter what. It doesn't matter if you want the first class, the third class, 20 classes, live class. The Mennonite class is literally the easiest thing that you can partake in because it is recorded, so you literally can never miss it, even if you weren't there 8 months ago. All right, so we got Shannon for the Mennonite class.
Hey, Saba, that does say 5/8, so that was last week. I don't know if she wants the recording of it because it says 5/8/23.
Oh, let me go back. Thank you. Let me. Oh, okay. Let me see. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon, are you in the room, Shannon? It does say 5/8. Okay. Got you, Shannon. Got you, Shannon. 5/8 is going to be coming up. Probably get that out to you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Scribe.
You're welcome.
David Reed. Oh, OFP. This is David Reed. You're the Abdul Noor, right? Everybody has so many names on the internet. You can have so many names. David Reed is also OFP, who is also Abdul Noor, I believe. Let me go ahead and give him a shout out. OFP is my music production company name. I am Abdul Noor. Yeah, you were the only one to rap my track. To rap to my. Oh, I remember you, good brother. Let me put you on the screen and give you some promotion. I remember. I don't remember you per se, like if I was to see you, but I remember that you sent a beat in, and I was the only one to rap on it, and you thanked me back then. I do remember that conversation. Is that shown on the screen, Scribe?
Yes.
So he says, OFP is my music production company name. I am Abdul Noor. You were the only one to rap to my track on Kill the Priest show that I know of. I have the video. Okay. Yes. Yes. I remember this. Thank you, good brother. Now I know who's who. Okay, wonderful, David Reed. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for adding this new flavor to the pod class. Makes music. Wonderful. Oh, Stephen Escalar sent an extra tip for the Matrix breakdown. Is that shown on the screen?
Yes, Saba.
Anybody who gets an extra tip, give them a hand too. Give them a clap too. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Extra. Steven. There you go. Thank you, Steven. You're awesome. Let me see if anybody else gave. Annie. Out of the false matrix into the true matrix. Okay. All right, coming through with the great donation. We have the one and only Scribe. Give this man some noise. Out of the false matrix. You got a lot of noise. Okay. Out of the false matrix into the true matrix, Ma'at. Thank you very much, Brother Scribe. Appreciate you. Hey, thank you everyone for giving support without sending a bunch of questions. I actually haven't seen one question in this class, have I? It's just support.
I think it has been just support. Yes.
Yeah, thank you everybody, because I have about 11 questions I need to answer. So thank you for the support. Conscious Conqueror says, peace to Tehuti, great show tonight. Have a meta sleep. Yeah. Shout out to you. Hey, I haven't seen this brother in a long time. Here's a brother here. KP Kev the Poet. When I clicked on this stream that started 7 hours ago, I wasn't expecting it still to be live. Yeah, shout out to you. Oh, Shannon did confirm. Thank you, Scribe. Shannon did confirm that's for last Monday. I'll get that out to you, Shannon, tomorrow. Yes, the recording. Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for the snake aquarium tank purchase. And who's this next person? Oh, somebody wants to buy the now monitor. Who's this? Stephen E for 5/15/23 Medu class. Oh, another Medu class. Let me just go ahead and show it on the screen. And give this man some noise too. Anybody that purchases Medu classes or sends extra tips for classes that are being answered, give them some noise. Metanetter support noise. Give them some noise. Thank you. Oh, that's for 2 days. That's for the fresh one. That's for the 2 days from now. 5/15, right? Yeah, that's this Sunday. Okay, thank you, Steve. I'll go ahead and thank you. I got you. And Steve also sends me which I want everybody to do too. If you send if you send money for Metanetter Monday, anytime before Monday, please on Monday send me a picture of the Cash App, because if you send it like on a Friday or a Thursday, sometimes I may log it by the date and it will log as it'll get mixed up in the Tehuti donations or some other thing. I have to scroll down to look for it. So send me on Monday. If you do send in the week, send me a fresh screenshot to say I sent money in the week, and then I'll immediately just send out the link on the Monday. But thank you those who are supporting and showing. A lot of Metanetter donations tonight, the most ever. Thank you and shout out to all of you. And shout out to LLC Abdul Noor. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother. Seriously. Thank you. Stick around. I don't know when you found the podcast, but ever since you did recently, you've been full-fledged participant in the chat, sending donations. Wonderful. Shout out to everybody. What a beautiful podcast this was. Let me go ahead and get Seta out. Are you still on the Unk? Seta is still, what a well-behaved, who would have ever thought the Cobra would be the most well-behaved snake? He stays on here for me. until I take him off. He stays right there. Shout out to everybody who supported the Tehuti Pod class. Please support those who are watching this video on YouTube. If you appreciate what it is that you just saw, it's PayPal at RockSV, Cash App TT Moon. This was I think in Battle Rap they call it NOM. This was a night of main events. Literally, except for that one question, every question was a main event answer. Every question could have been the last question. What a set of powerful topics. The life after death, memory, conscious quantum, the matrix. What's the other one that broke down? I forget about what I teach, but the life after death field, the matrix. What's the other one? Nobody remembers. Let me look it up. Sometimes the answers merge into each other, so sometimes it's hard to remember the specific topic because
it's 5 a.m. where I'm at.
Animal master.
Animal magic, yes. It's 5 a.m.
Yeah. Oh my! It's time to wake up.
Yes.
Your alarm should be going off soon to wake up. Oh my goodness, man! Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Shout out to the great questions that were asked. Animal mastery, which was a main event question and answer. The mental quantum field, that was a main event one, and the matrix one. What a power-packed class. Shout out to the supporters. I'm going to refresh to see if there's anyone else that gave last-minute support. If not, we're going to go ahead and close it up. Everybody support class. Shout out to Vortex Ninja. If you're out there, he usually always pops up. I hope nothing happened to you. I haven't seen you tonight, but shout out to you. Stay safe to all those who are out there. Shout out to the negative people that don't come back here. Shout out to you as well. Shout out to the positive people that do come back. Shout out to the negative people that don't come back, and you were definitely replaced very easily and rapidly. And shout out to those who make videos for and against me. Just keeping the name in the algorithms is fine with me. Shout out to those like Micha Maharu came because of the debate with me and Jabari, and now look at him. So you can come to the pod class by negative and positive means. Shout out to everybody who supports. All right, gentlemen. And shout out to the wonderful one last time, the great moderators. I didn't shout you out much, but I'm going to give you a shout out before I close up. The moderators are great. I think Ahati Ma'at fell off. Maybe he's probably asleep a while ago or something. Shout out to all the new people that came to the panel. Shout out to Shannon and people that don't rarely come to the panel. Shout out to wonderful SHARIKA, who is SHARIKA has broken the norm. To her. There are silly air that are actually serious about my teachings, and there we have one. We have one for the first time. Shout out to Nania Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. Shout out to all of you. And SHARIKA being so serious and on every level, making trips from going from not reading the book. Imagine that. Not even reading the book to becoming the highest donator. You didn't even read the book. Shout out to you, sister. Shout out to all the new people that are coming in. Abdul, Noor, all the great people that are coming in, new, fresh energy. We don't need the old, any negative, complaining energy. We don't need anything other than people that are looking to enhance what's going on. I know Black people are not used to that, but that's what we're all about. We're about enhancing what's happening. Shout out to you. Hey, shout out to owner who I gotta match the name. So I think is Clyde the Third. Let me see if I have that right. So many people. Is owner Clyde the Third? Shout out to you. Rigo said check the PayPal. Okay, let me go ahead and check that because PayPal is the only one that I don't get automatic notifications. So moderator, if you're listening, moderator, check the PayPal. Check the PayPal. Let me send a message. The PayPal have to be sent to me manually. That's why sometimes I don't get them immediately. But let me go ahead and send a message to see if it can be sent to me, and I'll go and give that last shout out. Thank you, Rigo, and then I'll go ahead and close it out. Hey, Scribe and Atef, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, Saba.
You know, back in the days, the way that I ran the knowledge, all of us would have been living together. And when I did that to my to like the students, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me send a message. Greetings. If you see this, check. Okay. Before I could even say it, it was sent. Should sent again. Okay. Okay, I was just texting you. Thank you. I'll check again. I don't see it. Let me see. Okay, 1 second, everybody. Let me check the page. Let me refresh it and see. Reload. Maybe it's Google. I'm not seeing any I don't see it. Google must be doing some. Oh, there we go. It popped up now. Oh, wow. Here we go for the last donation of the night. Of course, the good brother Rigo. Is that in the room yet? No?
Not yet.
No.
Okay. Oh, so I was saying that I used to have all my students live with me, and there'd be nights where we'd never sleep. Because imagine living with me. You never want to go to bed. It's like all we're on the couch, like it's a podcast 24 hours a day. I can't go to sleep. I made up you never heard that game Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah.
It's a game in your mind.
Yeah.
Yes.
The fantasy game.
I made up I forgot what it was called. Years ago I made up a conscious fantasy game. It was like Dungeons and Dragons, but you were characters from the Medunetter, or you could be Inky, you could be a Gray, a Reptilian. We would start the game at 7 and end the game at 5 in the morning.
Wow.
We would never. I say, "Yo, students, I gotta sleep." Oh my gosh, we'd never sleep. I don't know if I could do that again, but okay. Let me. That was crazy. All right, here we go. Rigo went ahead and sent the monster donation. Last donation of the night, I think. Windows is Rigo. Is that on the screen?
No.
How about now?
Yes.
Give this man some big noise. Woo! Higa says, excellent class SABA tool for more. Oh, it disappeared. Excellent. I must have clicked it. It's a slow thing. Lag. Excellent class SABA tour for the matrix breakdown knowledge. I appreciate you. Love and blessings. Tour for you, brother. You're one of the reasons I'm still here. Tour for you. You helped this happen. Shout out to Rigo. There's some horns for you, Rigo. I got to give you special noise because you are your donations and consistency is amazing. Haters, if you don't like it, you get a warning. Stop hating. That's the warning. Stop hating. Wonderful. Awesome. Awesome. Let me go ahead and put that file. Rigo. I'll put extra matrix. Thank you, Rigo. Appreciate you. So see pod class. We're about to close this up. 7 hours and 37 minutes. The first matrix one was 8 hours. I got to get out of here. Peace and love, everybody. You guys are fantastic, phenomenal. Everybody on the board, everybody in the room, everybody who supports. I put you all in my morning affirmations. You all are so wonderful and beautiful. The support is awesome. I can't even read the messages that I get from you all. Scribe sends me messages in the morning. I just get I put you all in my affirmations. So in the morning, when I get messages, beautiful messages in the morning, I actually read them for my goddesses, and they praise and give thanks. I have amazing amazing messages from people. I have really amazing messages like Hotep Uben Ra Neter Ra Tehuti. Amenhotep Ra, glorious Tehuti, may you never struggle a day. May your scheduled meals be harmonious. May your training increase your strength from the day your prior. Balance, intelligence, healthy Natiru, to you forever. Nefer, example, role model to me, elders and young. Most importantly, Nefer, image, an echo of immortality. Tua for living. I get messages for the beautiful Naturs, praise their eternal beauty, their hearts, their minds. May they never go a day without happiness, and their happiness. May their journey and motherhood satisfy their hearts, their beauty, like seeing the image of ancestors, their beauty like jewels of all colors, their beauty like Rupesh realm. This is the kind of message I get in the morning before I even wake up. It's twice as long as three times as long as what I just read. Thank you for that, everybody. That's like from Nema. I get Jay Kirkland. I get Scribe send me some things in the morning, just beautiful things, and it's really what keeps me here and very much appreciated. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're gonna close out, everybody. Last word, Scribe. Last word, Tef, and then we're gonna do the affirmation. That's it.
Yes, Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to our SABA for an excellent class. I just want to remind everybody that this Sunday, the teachings of Ma'at, 5 p.m. Pacific time, we have a class, and the great brother Menku Ara is making his debut again as a teacher. And he is going to bring some powerful information that I know everyone will appreciate. Dealing with currency. In Ma'at we trust. So make sure you're in the building for that. It's going to be excellent. And may you all have a fabulous, fabulous weekend. And just like in the teaching that you broke down with the Seket consciousness and the double slit and the biocentrism, I always love to give everyone adoration for your attention that you give, because without that, this doesn't exist. So to everyone who pays attention and take notes and implements the teachings so that we can continue to echo what SABA Tehuti brings out. So peace and love and Hotep Ma'at to everyone.
Beautiful. Oh, Menku is making his debut.
Yes.
Like he never left.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Okay, Tef, you want to give some last words, and then you do affirmation.
Yeah. Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to everybody in the chat. Like, subscribe, and comment. It's 5 a.m., man. Shout out to everybody that appreciate the truth and that stay up and
I'll
make
be
them
right back.
sacrifices. I was gonna be short, Saba, but shout out to everybody that stay up late and make those sacrifices. Oh man, every Friday I look forward to it. I actually look forward to this wisdom because I don't know who said it in the chat. It's nourishing. My art is nourishing, and I'm unlearning and relearning. So it's never enough. It's never enough for me. I can't get enough of this wisdom and knowledge and the beautiful information that our ancestors left behind for us to rediscover our culture. It's just a beautiful time. So I'm appreciative to you, Saba, for always being consistent and being a beautiful example of Ma'at and consistency and showing us what a big homie, what a teacher, what a big brother, what all of these positive examples of strong men in our community used to represent. So shout out to you, Tua for you for being that example, and Tua to you, Sharika, for also being an example to our sisters out there and brothers to support the truth. And it's a beautiful thing. So I am really tired, but like I said, I look forward to staying up and getting this knowledge because we lost, man. We are lost. It is so much. It is so much. What did he do? 8 minutes? Scribe, that's 8 minutes into the movie. It's so much information, man. It was always there. It was there. I'm like, you watch the movie in slow motion. How you catch all that? I'm just like you, Sharika. I just want to learn. I could just. That's why I don't say nothing. I don't have nothing to say. I just want to learn. I stopped sending in questions because I just want to listen. I just want to listen and learn and be better. And like I said, like, subscribe, and comment. teachersema'at.org. Shout out to the best teacher on the internet, SABA Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Y'all gonna stop playing with us. We getting deep. We coming up on 2 years now. The information is out there, Saba. That was a beautiful reintroduction, a beautiful remix of the remix from last week. Definitely, that was definitely. I usually don't watch the intro because I usually be getting home from work and I be in the shower listening. So, but today I was watching it and it was beautiful. So, shout out to everybody. Hotep Ma'at, and we're gonna close it out. This beautiful class. We're gonna close out.
Wonderful. We're gonna put the affirmation on the screen and say the affirmation. Here we go. Stephen, he says, same here. I'm silent like the monk to catch all the knowledge I can. Thank you, Stephen E. Peace and love, Uncle Jasaneb, everyone. Stephen E. Master K. Hotep Ma'at, namaste. OFP says peace. Rigo says peace and love. Respect, Rigo. Okay, here we go. We're going to put the affirmation on the screen. And you can go ahead and say it. Atef, and then I'll close out. Let me take this stuff off the screen. Take the ticker off. Still there. There it is. Put on the screen here. Give me one moment. I'm going to turn the music down just a little bit. Okay. All right. Atef, lead us out.
Okay, guys, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. Un S. Min Tet Aset and Ma'at. Min Hepapet and Ma'at. Her and Uqe. Per Ekut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, everybody. That was beautiful. Thank you, good brother. Let me go ahead and move this off the screen. Okay, brothers, I'm going to go on big screen. I will see you all Sunday. Peace and love. I'm going to go on the big screen and do my last words close out. And Thank you to you, everybody. Wonderful. Okay. Okay, everyone. Thank you again for coming to another Tehuti Pod class, another beautiful class. This has been excellent. We're going to go ahead and close this out. Peace and love. I hope you all appreciated everything that I was teaching, especially on my connection to the animals. This is Mamba here, and this is Seta, the cobra, and this is Mamba. We call the Melanilucos from melanin, the melanin snake. Shout out to everybody here. You all are wonderful and beautiful. Appreciate you. I will catch you next pod class or before if you contact me. You all are wonderful, beautiful, and none of this could happen without everybody participating. Another beautiful Tehuti pod class. Peace and love to the people that are watching. If you need to contact me directly, you can contact me at that email right there. You all are wonderful, beautiful. We're going to close this pod class. Peace and love. Come here, man. Let's close it out. Close it out properly. I'm going to put you over here. I'm going to close you out properly. There we go. That's much better. Everybody's cool. Peace and love, everyone. Look in the camera there. You're not dead, are you? Are you dead? No, they lied on you. Peace and love, everyone. Peace.